Section 10 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 8, Part 1. Now when Lucifer had banished night and ushered in the shining day, the east wind fell, and moist clouds arose. The peaceful south wind offered a safe return to Cephalus and the mustered troops of Aeacus, and, speeding their voyage, brought them sooner than they had hoped to their desired haven. Meanwhile King Minos was laying waste the coast of Megara, and was trying his martial strength against the city of Balcathos, note, i.e. Megara, return to text, where Nisus reigned. This Nisus had, growing on his head, amidst his locks of honoured grey, a brilliant purple lock, on whose preservation rested the safety of his throne. 6 times had the new moon shown her horns, and still the fate of war hung in the balance. So long did victory hover on doubtful wings between the two. There was a royal tower reared on the tuneful walls, where Latona's son was said to have laid down his golden lyre, whose music still lingered in the stones. Often to this tower the daughter of King Nisus used to climb and set the rocks resounding with a pebble, in the day when peace was. Also, after the war began, she would often look out from this place upon the rough martial combats. And now, as the war dragged on, she had come to know even the names of the warring chieftains, their arms, their horses, their dress, their Cretan quivers. And, above all others, did she know the face of their leader, Europa's son. Yes, better than she should. If he had hidden his head in a crested casque, Minos in a helmet was lovely to her eyes, or if he carried his shining golden shield, the shield became him well. Did he hurl his tough spear with tense muscles, the girl admired the strength and the skill he showed. Did he bend the wide curving bow with arrow fitted to the string, thus she would swear that Phoebus stood with arrows in his hand. But when unhelmed he showed his face, when clad in purple he bestrode his milk-white steed, gorgeous with broidered trappings, and managed the foaming bit, then was Nisus' daughter hardly her own, hardly mistress of a sane mind. Happy the javelin which he touched, and happy the reins which he held in his hand, she thought. She longed, were it but allowed, to speed her maiden steps through the foeman's line. She longed to leap down from her lofty tower into the Cretan camp, to open the city's bronze-bound gates to the enemy, to do any other thing which Minos might desire. And as she sat gazing at the white tents of the Cretan king, she said, "Whether I should rejoice or grieve at this woeful war, I cannot tell. I grieve because Minos is the foe of her who loves him. But if there were no war, he would never have been known to me. Suppose he had me as a hostage, then he could give up the war. I should be in his company, should be a pledge of peace. If she who bore you, O loveliest of all the world, was such as you are, good reason was it that the god burned for her. Oh, thrice happy should I be, if only I might fly through the air and stand within the camp of the Cretan king, and confess my love, and ask what dower he would wish to be paid for me. Only let him not ask my country's citadel, for may all my hopes of wedlock perish ere I gain it by treachery. And yet, oft times many have found it good to be overcome, when an appeased victor has been merciful. Surely he wages a just war for his murdered son, and he is strong both in his cause and in the arms that defend his cause. We shall be conquered, I am sure, and if that doom awaits our city, why shall his warrior hand unbar these walls of ours, and not my love? Far better will it be without massacre and suspense, and the cost of his own blood, for him to conquer. In that case, truly, I should not fear lest someone should pierce your breast unwittingly, dear Minos, for if not unwitting, who so cruel that he could bring himself to throw his pitiless spear at you?" She likes the plan, and decides to give up herself, with her country as her dowry, and so to end the war. But merely to will is not enough. A watch guards the entry. My father holds the keys of the city gates. Him only do I fear, unhappy. Only he delays the wish of my heart. Would to God I had no father. But surely every one is his own God. Fortune resists half-hearted prayers. Another girl in my place, fired with so great a love, would long since have destroyed, and that with joy, whatever stood in the way of her love. And why should another be braver than I? Through fire and sword would I dare go, and yet here there is no need of fire or sword. I need but my father's lock of hair. That is to me more precious than gold. That purple lock will make me blessed, will give me my heart's desire. While she thus spoke, night came on, most potent healer of our cares, and with the darkness her boldness grew. The first rest had come, when sleep holds the heart weary with the cares of day. The daughter steals silently into her father's chamber, and oh, the horrid crime! She despoils him of the tress where his life lay. With this cursed prize, through the midst of her foes, so sure is she of a welcome for her deed, she goes straight to the king, and thus she addresses him, startled at her presence. Love has led me to this deed. I, Scylla, daughter of King Nisus, do here deliver to your hands my country and my house. I ask no reward save only you. Take as the pledge of my love this purple lock, and know that I am giving to you not a lock, but my father's life. And in her sin-stained hand she held out the prize to him. Minos recoiled from the proffered gift, and in horror at the sight of so unnatural an act, he replied, May the gods banish you from their world, O foul disgrace of our age! May both land and sea be denied to you. Be sure that I shall not permit so vile a monster to set foot on Crete, my world, the cradle of Jove's infancy. He spoke, and when this most upright lawgiver had imposed laws upon his conquered foes, he bade loose the hawsers of his fleet, and the rowers to man the bronze-bound ships. When Scylla saw that the ships were launched and afloat, and that the king refused her the reward of her sin, having prayed until she could pray no more, she became violently enraged, and, stretching out her hands, with streaming hair and mad with passion, she exclaimed, Whither do you flee, abandoning the giver of your success, O you whom I put before my fatherland, before my father? Whither do you flee, you cruel man, whose victory is my sin, 'tis true, but is my merit also? Does not the gift I gave move you? Do not my love and all my hopes built on you alone? Deserted, whither shall I go? Back to my fatherland? It lies overthrown. But suppose it still remained, it is closed to me by my treachery, to my father's presence, him whom I betrayed to you. My countrymen hate me, and with just cause. The neighboring peoples fear my example. I am banished from all the world, that Crete alone might be open to me. And if you forbid me Crete as well, and, oh, ungrateful, leave me here, Europa is not your mother, but the inhospitable Syrtis, the Armenian Tigris, and storm-tossed Charybdis. You are no son of Jove, nor was your mother tricked by the false semblance of a bull. That story of your birth is a lie. It was a real bull that begot you, a fierce, wild thing that loved no heifer. Inflict my punishment, O Nisus, my father. Rejoice in my woes, O ye walls that I have but now betrayed, for I confess that I have merited your hate, and I deserve to die. But let some one of those whom I have foully injured slay me. Why should you, who have triumphed through my sin, punish my sin? Let this act, which was a crime against my country and my father, be but a service in your eyes. She is a true mate for you. Note, Pasiphae, the wife of Minos and mother of the Minotaur. Return to text. She is a true mate for you, who with unnatural passion deceived the savage bull by that shape of wood, and bore a hybrid offspring in her womb. Does my voice reach your ears? Or do the same winds blow away my words to emptiness that fill your sails, you ingrate? Now Now I do not wonder that Pasiphae preferred the bull to you, for you were a more savage beast than he. Alas for me! He orders his men to haste away, and the waves resound as the oars dash into them, and I and my land are both fading from his sight. But it is in vain. You have forgotten my deserts in vain. I shall follow you against your will, and clinging to the curving stern I shall be drawn over the long reaches of the sea. Scarce had she spoken, when she leaped into the water, swam after the ship, her passion giving strength, and clung, hateful and unwelcome, to the Cretan boat. When her father saw her, for he was hovering in the air, having but now been changed into an osprey with tawny wings, he came on that he might tear her, as she clung there, with his hooked beak. In terror she let go her hold upon the boat, and as she fell, the light air seemed to hold her up and keep her from touching the water. She was like a feather. Changed to a feathered bird, she is called Chiris, and takes this name from the shorn lock of hair. Note, Chiris, as if from Chiro, I cut. Return to text. Minos duly paid his vows to Jove, 100 bulls, when he disembarked upon the Cretan strand, and he hung up his spoils of war to adorn his palace. But now his family's disgrace had grown big, and the queen's foul adultery was revealed to all by her strange hybrid monster child. Minos planned to remove this shame from his house, and to hide it away in a labyrinthine enclosure with blind passages. Daedalus, a man famous for his skill in the builder's art, planned and performed the work. He confused the usual passages and deceived the eye by a conflicting maze of diverse winding paths. Just as the watery meander plays in the Phrygian fields, flows back and forth in doubtful course, and, turning back on itself, beholds its own waves coming on their way, and sends its uncertain waters now towards their source, and now towards the open sea, so Daedalus made those innumerable winding passages, and was himself scarce able to find his way back to the place of entry, so deceptive was the enclosure he had built. In this labyrinth Minos shut up the monster of the bull-man form, and twice he fed him on Athenian blood, but the third tribute, demanded after each 9 years, brought the creature's overthrow. And when, by the virgin Ariadne's help, the difficult entrance which no former adventurer had ever reached again was found, by winding up the thread, straightway the son of Aegeus, taking Minos' daughter, spread his sails for Dia, and on that shore he cruelly abandoned his companion. To her, deserted and bewailing bitterly, Bacchus brought love and help, and that she might shine among the deathless stars, he sent the crown she wore up to the skies. Through the thin air it flew, and as it flew its gems were changed to gleaming fires, and, still keeping the appearance of a crown, it took its place between the kneeler and the serpent-holder. Note the constellations of Hercules and Ophiuchus. Return to text. Meanwhile, Daedalus, hating Crete and his long exile, and longing to see his native land, was shut in by the sea. Though he may block escape by land and water, he said, yet the sky is open, and by that way will I go. Though Minos rules over all, he does not rule the air. So saying, he sets his mind at work upon unknown arts, and changes the laws of nature. For he lays feathers in order, beginning at the smallest, short next to long, so that you would think they had grown upon a slope. Just so the old-fashioned rustic panpipes with their unequal reeds rise one above another. Then he fastened the feathers together with twine and wax at the middle and bottom. And thus arranged, he bent them with a gentle curve, so that they looked like real birds' wings. His son Icarus was standing by, and, little knowing that he was handling his own peril, with gleeful face would now catch at the feathers which some passing breeze had blown about, now mould the yellow wax with his thumb, and by his sport would hinder his father's wondrous task. When now the finishing touches had been put upon the work, The master workman himself balanced his body on 2 wings, and hung poised on the beaten air. He taught his son also, and said, I warn you, Icarus, to fly in a middle course, lest if you go too low, the water may weight your wings. If you go too high, the fire may burn them. Fly between the 2. And I bid you not to shape your course by Bootes or Helike, or the drawn sword of Orion, but fly where I shall lead. At the same time he tells him the rules of flight, and fits the strange wings on his boy's shoulders. While he works and talks, the old man's cheeks are wet with tears, and his fatherly hands tremble. He kissed his son, which he was destined never again to do, and rising on his wings, he flew on ahead, fearing for his companion, just like a bird which has led forth her fledglings from the high nest into the unsubstantial air. He encourages the boy to follow, instructs him in the fatal art of flight, himself flapping his wings and looking back on his son. Now some fisherman spies them, angling for fish with his flexible rod, or a shepherd leaning upon his crook, or a ploughman on his plough handles, spies them, and stands stupefied, and believes them to be gods, that they could fly through the air. And now Juno's sacred Samos has been passed on the left, and Delos and Paros. Labynthus was on the right, and Calymne, rich in honey, when the boy began to rejoice in his bold flight, and, deserting his leader, led by a desire for the open sky, directed his course to a greater height. The scorching rays of the nearer sun softened the fragrant wax which held his wings. The wax melted. His arms were bare as he beat them up and down, but, lacking wings, they took no hold on the air. His lips, calling to the last upon his father's name, were drowned in the dark blue sea, which took its name from him. But the unhappy father, now no longer father, called, Icarus, Icarus, where are you? In what place shall I seek you? Icarus, he called again, and then he spied the wings floating on the deep, and cursed his skill. He buried the body in a tomb, and the land was called from the name of the buried boy. As he was consigning the body of his ill-fated son to the tomb, a chattering partridge looked out from a muddy ditch and clapped her wings, uttering a joyful note. She was at that time a strange bird, of a kind never seen before, and but lately made a bird. A lasting reproach to you, Daedalus. For the man's sister, ignorant of the fates, had sent him her son to be trained, a lad of teachable mind, who had now passed his 12th birthday. This boy, moreover, observed the backbone of a fish, and, taking it as a model, cut a row of teeth in a thin strip of iron, and thus invented the saw. He also was the first to bind 2 arms of iron together at a joint, so that, while the arms kept the same distance apart, one might stand still while the other should trace a circle. Daedalus envied the lad, and thrust him down headlong from the sacred citadel of Minerva, with a lying tale that the boy had fallen. But Pallas, who favors the quick of wit, caught him up, and made him a bird, and clothed him with feathers in mid-air. His old quickness of wit passed into his wings and legs, but he kept the name which he had before. Still the bird does not lift her body high in flight, nor build her nest on trees or on high points of rock, but she flutters along near the ground and lays her eggs in hedgerows, and, remembering that old fall, she is ever fearful of lofty places. Now the land of Aetna received the weary Daedalus, where King Cocculus took up arms in the suppliant's defence, and was esteemed most kind. Note: this phrase has no point, and there seems to be something wrong with the text. Return to text. Now also Athens, thanks to Theseus, had ceased to pay her doleful tribute. The temple is wreathed with flowers. The people call on Minerva, goddess of battles, with Jove and the other gods, whom they worship with sacrificial blood, with gifts and burning incense. Quick-flying fame had spread the name of Theseus through all the towns of Greece, and all the peoples of rich Achaia prayed his help in their own great perils. Suppliant Calydon sought his help with anxious prayers, although she had her Meleager. The cause of seeking was a monster boar, the servant and avenger of outraged Diana. For they say that Oenius, king of Calydon, in thanksgiving for a bounteous harvest time, paid the first fruits of the grain to Ceres, paid his wine to Bacchus, and her own flowing oil to golden-haired Minerva. Beginning with the rural deities, the honor they craved was paid to all the gods of heaven. Only Diana's altar was passed by, they say, and left without its incense. Anger also can move the gods. But we shall not bear this without vengeance, she said, and though unhonored, it shall not be said that we are unavenged. And the scorned goddess sent over Oenius' fields an avenging boar, as great as the bulls which feed on grassy Epirus, and greater than those of Sicily. His eyes glowed with blood and fire, his neck was stiff and high, his bristles stood up like lines of stiff spear-shaft. Amidst deep hoarse grunts the hot foam flecked his broad shoulders. His tusks were long as the Indian elephant's. Lightning flashed from his mouth. The herbage shriveled beneath his breath. Now he trampled down the young corn in the blade, and now he laid waste the full-grown crops of some farmer who was doomed to mourn, and cut off the ripe grain in the ear. In vain the threshing floor, in vain the granary awaited the promised harvests. The heavy bunches of grapes with their trailing vines were cast down, and berry and branch of the olive whose leaf never withers. He vents his rage on the cattle, too. Neither herdsmen nor dogs can protect them, nor can the fierce bulls defend their herds. The people flee in all directions, nor do they count themselves safe until protected by a city's walls. Then, at last, Meleager and a picked band of youths assembled, fired with the love of glory. The twin sons of Leda, wife of Tyndarus, one famous for boxing, the other for horsemanship, Jason, the first ship's builder, Theseus and Pirithous, inseparable friends, the two sons of Thestius, note Plexippus and Toxius, brothers of Althea, the mother of Meleager, return to text, Lynceus and swift-footed Idas, sons of Apharius, Caeneus, no longer a woman, note, see Book 12, lines 189 and following, return to text, warlike Leucippus and Acastus, famed for his javelin, Hippothous and Dryas, Phoenix, the son of Amintor, Actor's two sons, note Eurytus and Cleotus, return to text, and Ilian Phyleus. Telamon was also there, and the father of great Achilles, and along with the son of Phares, note Admetus, return to text, and Boeotian Iolaus, were Eurytion, quick in action, and Echion, of unconquered speed, Locrian Lilex, Panopeus, Hylias, and Hippasus, keen for the fray, Nestor, then in the prime of his years, and those whom Hippocoon sent from ancient Amyclae. The father-in-law of Penelope, note Laertes, return to text, and Arcadian Ancaeus, Ampycus' prophetic son, note Mopsus, return to text, and the son of Oicleus, note Amphiaraus, return to text, who had not yet been ruined by his wife, and Atalanta of Tegea, the pride of the Arcadian woods. A polished buckle clasped her robe at the neck. Her hair, plainly dressed, was caught up in one knot. From her left shoulder hung an ivory quiver, resounding as she moved with its shafts, and her left hand held a bow. Such was she in dress. As for her face, it was one which you could truly say was maidenly for a boy, or boyish for a maiden. As soon as his eyes fell on her, the Caledonian hero straightway longed for her, but God forbade. He felt the flames of love steal through his heart, and, "Oh, happy man," he said, "if ever that maiden shall deem any man worthy to be hers." Neither the occasion nor his own modesty permitted him more words. The greater task of the mighty conflict urged him to action. There was a dense forest that past ages had never touched with the axe, rising from the plain and looking out on the downward sloping fields. When the heroes came to this, Some stretched the hunting nets, some slipped the leashes from the dogs, some followed the well-marked trail as they longed to come at their dangerous enemy. There was a deep dell where the rain-water from above drained down. The lowest part of this marshy spot was covered with a growth of pliant willows, sedge-grass, and swamp rushes, osiers and tall bulrushes, with an undergrowth of small reeds. From this covert the boar was roused, and launched himself with a mad rush against his foes, like lightning struck out from the clashing clouds. The grove is laid low by his onrush, and the trees crash as he knocks against them. The heroes raise a halloo, and with unflinching hands hold their spears poised, with the broad iron heads well forward. The boar comes rushing on, scatters the dogs one after another as they strive to stop his mad rush, and thrusts off the baying pack with his deadly sidelong stroke. The first spear, thrown by Echion's arm, missed its aim and struck glancing on the trunk of a maple tree. The next, if it had not been thrown with too much force, seemed sure of transfixing the back where it was aimed. It went too far. Jason of Percasae was the marksman. Then Mopsus cried, "O Phoebus, if I have ever worshipped, and do still worship thee, grant me with unerring spear to reach my mark." So far as possible the god heard his prayer. His spear did strike the boar, but without injury, for Diana had wrenched the iron point from the javelin as it sped, and pointless the wooden shaft struck home. But the beast's savage anger was roused, and it burned hotter than the lightning. Fire gleamed from his eyes, seemed to breathe from his throat, and as a huge rock, shot from the catapult sling, flies through the air against walls or turrets filled with soldiery, so with irresistible and death-dealing force the beast rushed on the youths, and overbore Epalamus and Pelagon, who were stationed on the extreme right. Their comrades caught them up as they lay. But Anicemus, the son of Hippocoon, did not escape the boar's fatal stroke. As he in fear was just turning to run, he was hamstrung, and his muscles gave way beneath him. Pylian Nestor came near perishing before he ever went to the Trojan war, but putting forth all his strength, he leaped by his spear-pole into the branches of a tree which stood near by, and from this place of safety he looked down upon the foe he had escaped. The raging beast whetted his tusks on an oak tree's trunk, and threatening destruction, and emboldened by his freshly sharpened tusks, ripped up the thigh of the mighty Hippasus with one sweeping blow. But now the twin brothers, note Castor and Pollux, return to text, not yet set in the starry heavens, came riding up, both conspicuous among the rest, both on horses whiter than snow, both poising their spears, which they threw quivering through the air. And they would have struck the boar, had not the bristly monster taken refuge in the dense woods, whither neither spear nor horse could follow him. Telamon did attempt to follow, and in his eagerness, careless where he went, he fell prone on the ground, caught by a projecting root. While Peleus was helping him to rise, Atalanta notched a swift arrow on the cord, and sent it speeding from her bent bow. The arrow just grazed the top of the boar's back, and remained stuck beneath his ear, staining the bristles with a trickle of blood. Nor did she show more joy over the success of her own stroke than Meleager. He was the first to see the blood, the first to point it out to his companions, and to say, "Due honor shall your brave deed receive." The men, flushed with shame, spurred each other on, gaining courage as they cried out, hurling their spears in disorder. The mass of missiles made them of no effect, and kept them from striking as they were meant to do. Then Ancaeus the Arcadian, armed with a two-headed axe, raging to meet his fate, cried out, "Learn now, O youths, how far a man's weapons surpass a girl's, and leave this task to me. Though Latona's daughter herself shield this boar with her own arrows, in spite of Diana shall my good right arm destroy him." So, swollen with pride and with boastful lips, he spoke, and heaving up in both hands his two-edged axe, he stood on tiptoe, poised to strike. The boar made in upon his bold enemy, and as the nearest point for death, he fiercely struck at the upper part of the groins with his two tusks. Ancaeus fell, His entrails poured out amid streams of blood, and the ground was soaked with gore. Then Ixion's son Pirithous advanced against the foe, brandishing a hunting spear in his strong right hand. To him Theseus cried out in alarm, "Keep away, O dearer to me than my own self, my soul's other half! It is no shame for brave men to fight at long range, and Cius' rash valor has proved his bane." He spoke, and hurled his own heavy shaft with its sharp bronze point. Though this was well aimed and seemed sure to reach the mark, a leafy branch of an oak tree turned it aside. Then the son of Aeson hurled his javelin, which chance caused to swerve from its aim and fatally wound an innocent dog, passing clear through his flanks and pinning him to the ground. But the hand of Meleager had a different fortune. He threw 2 spears, the first of which stood in the earth, but the second stuck squarely in the middle of the creature's back. Straightway, while the boar rages and whirls round and round, spouting forth foam and fresh blood in a hissing stream, the giver of the wound presses his advantage, pricks his enemy on to madness, and at last plunges his gleaming hunting spear right through the shoulder. The others vent their joy by wild shouts of applause, and crowd around to press the victor's hand. They gaze in wonder at the huge beast lying stretched out over so much ground, and still think it hardly safe to touch him. But each dips his spear in the blood. Then Meleager, standing with his foot upon that death-dealing head, spoke thus to Atalanta: "Take thou the prize that is of my right, O fair Arcadian, and let my glory be shared with thee." And therewith he presented her with the spoils, the skin with its bristling spikes, and the head remarkable for its huge tusks. She rejoiced in the gift, and no less in the giver. But the others begrudged it, and an angry murmur rose through the whole company. Then too the sons of Thestius, stretching out their arms, cried with a loud voice, "Let be, girl, and do not usurp our honours, and be not deceived by trusting in your beauty, lest this love-sick giver be far from helping you." And they took from her the gift, and from him the right of giving. This was more than that son of Mars could bear, and gnashing his teeth with rage, he cried, "Learn then, you that plunder another's rights, the difference between deeds and threats," and plunged his impious steel deep in Plexippus' heart, who was taken off his guard. Then, as Toxeus stood hesitating what to do, wishing to avenge his brother, but at the same time fearing to share his brother's fate, Meleager gave him scant time to hesitate, but while his spear was still warm with its first victim's slaughter, he warmed it again in his comrade's blood. Althea, in the temple of the gods, was offering thanksgiving for her son's victory, when she saw the corpses of her brothers carried in. She beat her breast and filled the city with woeful lamentation, and changed her gold-spangled robes for black. But when she learned who was their murderer, her grief all fell away, and was changed from tears to the passion for vengeance. There was a billet of wood, which, when the daughter of Thestius lay in childbirth, the 3 sisters threw into the fire, and spinning the threads of life with firm pressed thumb, they sang, "An equal span of life we give to thee, and to this wood, O babe new-born." When the 3 goddesses had sung this prophecy and vanished, the mother snatched the blazing brand from the fire, and quenched it in water. Long had it lain hidden away in a secret place, and guarded safe had safeguarded your life, O youth. And now the mother brought out this billet, and bade her servants make a heap of pine knots and fine kindling, and lit the pile with cruel flame. Then 4 times she made to throw the billet in the flames, and 4 times she held her hand. Mother and sister strove in her, and the 2 names tore one heart this way and that. Often her cheeks grew pale with fear of the impious thing she planned, as often blazing wrath gave its own color to her eyes. Now she looked like one threatening some cruel deed, and now you would think her pitiful. And when the fierce anger of her heart had dried up her tears, still tears would come again. And as a ship, driven by the wind and against the wind by the tide, feels the double force, and yields uncertainly to both, so Thestius' daughter wavered betwixt opposing passions, now quenched her wrath, and now fanned it again. At last the sister in her overcomes the mother, and, that she may appease with blood the shades of her blood kin, she is pious in impiety. For when the devouring flames grow hot, she cries, "Be that the funeral pyre of my own flesh." And as she held the fateful billet in her relentless hand, and stood, unhappy wretch, before the sepulchral fires, she said, "O ye triple goddesses of vengeance, Eumenides, behold these fearful rites. I avenge, and I do a wicked deed. Death must be atoned by death, to crime must crime be added, death to death. Through woes on woes heaped up, let this accursed house go on to ruin. Shall happy Oeneus rejoice in his victorious son, and Thestius be childless? 'Twill be better for you both to grieve. Only do you, my brother's manes, fresh-made ghosts, appreciate my service, and accept the sacrifice I offer at so heavy cost, the baleful tribute of my womb. Ah me, whither am I hurrying? Brothers, forgive a mother's heart. My hands refuse to finish what they began. I confess that he deserves to die, but that I should be the agent of his death I cannot bear. And shall he go scatheless then? Shall he live, victorious and puffed up with his own success, and lord it in Calydon, while you are naught but a handful of ashes, shivering ghosts? I will not suffer it. Let the wretch die, and drag to ruin with him his father's hopes, his kingdom, and his fatherland. Where is my mother, love? Where are parents' pious cares? Where are those pangs which 10 long months I bore? Oh, that you had perished in your infancy by those first fires, and I had suffered it. You lived by my gift. Now you shall die by your own desert. Pay the price of your deed. Give back the life I twice gave you, once at your birth, once when I saved the brand. Or else add me to my brother's pyre. I both desire to act and cannot. Oh, what shall I do? Now I can see only my brother's wounds, the sight of that deed of blood, and now love and the name of mother break me down. Woe is me, my brothers, it is ill that you should win, but win you shall. Only let me have the solace that I grant to you, and let me follow you." She spoke, and turning away her face, with trembling hand she threw the fatal billet into the flames. The brand either gave or seemed to give a groan as it was caught and consumed by the unwilling fire. Unconscious, far away, Meleager burns with those flames. He feels his vitals scorching with hidden fire, and o'ercomes the great pain with fortitude. But yet he grieves that he must die a cowardly and bloodless death, and he calls Ancaeus happy for the wounds he suffered. With groans of pain he calls with his dying breath on his aged father, his brothers and loving sisters, and his wife, perchance also upon his mother. The fire and his pains increase, and then die down. Both fire and pain go out together. His spirit gradually slips away into the thin air, as white ashes gradually overspread the glowing coals. Lofty Calydon is brought low. Young men and old, chieftains and commons, lament and groan, and the Caledonian women, dwellers by Euneus' stream, tear their hair and beat their breasts. The father, prone on the ground, defiles his white hair and his aged head with dust, and laments that he has lived too long. For the mother, now knowing her awful deed, has punished herself, driving a dagger through her heart. Not if some god had given me 100 mouths, each with its tongue, a master's genius, and all Helicon's inspiration, could I describe the piteous prayers of those poor sisters. Careless of decency, they beat and bruise their breasts, and while their brother's corpse remains, they caress that corpse over and over, kiss him and kiss the bier as it stands before them. And when he is ashes, they gather the ashes and press them to their hearts, throw themselves on his tomb in abandonment of grief, and clasping the stone on which his name has been carved, they drench the name with their tears. At length Diana, satisfied with the destruction of Parthaon's house, made feathers spring on their bodies. All save Gorge and great Alcmena's daughter-in-law, note Deianira, the wife of Hercules, return to text, stretched out long wings over their arms, gave them a horny beak, and sent them transfigured into the air. Note, these birds were called meleagrides, guinea hens. Return to text. End of Book 8, Part 1. End of Section 10. Section 11 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Chapter 8, Part 2. Meanwhile, Theseus, having done his part in the confederate task, was on his way back to Tritonia's city, where Erechtheus ruled. But Achelous, swollen with rain, blocked his way and delayed his journey. "Enter my house, illustrious hero of Athens," said the river god, "and do not entrust yourself to my greedy waters. The current is wont to sweep down solid trunks of trees and huge boulders in zigzag course with crash and roar. I have seen great stables that stood near by the bank swept away, cattle and all, and in that current neither strength availed the ox nor speed the horse. Many a strong man also has been overwhelmed in its whirling pools when swollen by melting snows from the mountain sides. It is safer for you to rest until the water shall run within their accustomed bounds, until its own bed shall hold the slender stream." The son of Aegeus replied, "I will use both your house, Achelous, and your advice." And he did use them both. He entered the river god's dark dwelling, built of porous pumice and soft tufa. The floor was damp with soft moss. Conchs and purple shells paneled the ceiling. Now had the blazing sun traversed 2/3 of his daily course, when Theseus and his comrades of the chase disposed themselves upon the couches. Ixion's son lay here, note Pirithous, return to text, and there Lelex, the hero of Troezen, took his place, his temples already sprinkled with grey, and others who had been deemed worthy of equal honor by the Acarnanian river god, who was filled with joy in his noble guest. Without delay, barefoot nymphs set the feast upon the tables, and then, when the food had been removed, they set out the wine in jeweled cups. Then the noble hero, looking forth upon the wide water spread before his eyes, pointed with his finger and said, "What place is that? Tell me the name which that island bears. And yet it seems not to be one island." The river god replied, "No, what you see is not one island. There are 5 islands lying there together, but the distance hides their divisions. And that you may wonder the less at what Diana did when she was slighted, those islands once were nymphs, who, when they had slaughtered 10 bullocks and had invited all the other rural gods to their sacred feast, forgot me as they led the festal dance. I swelled with rage, as full as when my flood flows at the fullest. And so, terrible in wrath, terrible in flood, I tore forests from forests, fields from fields, and with the place they stood on I swept the nymphs away, who at last remembered me then, into the sea. There my flood and the sea, united, cleft the undivided ground into as many parts as now you see the Echinides yonder amid the waves. But, as you yourselves see, away, look, far away beyond the others, is one island that I love. The sailors call it Perimele. She was beloved by me, and from her I took the name of maiden. Her father, Hippodamus, was enraged with this, and he hurled his daughter to her death down from a high cliff into the deep. I caught her, and supporting her as she swam, I cried, "O thou god of the trident, to whom the lot gave the kingdom next to the world, even the wandering waves, bring aid, I pray, to one drowned by a father's cruelty. Give her a place, O Neptune, or else let her become a place herself. While I prayed, a new land embraced her floating form, and a solid island grew from her transformed shape. With these words the river was silent. The story of the miracle had moved the hearts of all, but one mocked at their credulity, a scoffer at the gods, one reckless in spirit, Ixion's son Pirithous. "These are but fairy tales you tell, Achelous," he said, "and you concede too much power to the gods, if they give and take away the forms of things." All the rest were shocked and disapproved such words, and especially Lydex, ripe both in mind and years, who replied, "The power of heaven is indeed immeasurable and has no bounds, and whatever the gods decree is done. And, that you may believe it, there stand in the Phrygian hill country an oak and a linden tree, side by side, surrounded by a low wall. I have myself seen the spot, for Pythius sent me to Phrygia, where his father once ruled. Not far from the place I speak of is a marsh, once a habitable land, but now water, the haunt of divers and coots. Hither came Jupiter in the guise of a mortal, and with his father came Atlas' grandson, he that bears the caduceus, his wings laid aside. To 1,000 homes they came, seeking a place for rest. 1,000 homes were barred against them. Still one house received them, humble indeed, thatched with straw and reeds from the marsh, but pious old Baucis and Philemon, of equal age, were in that cottage, wedded in their youth, and in that cottage had grown old together. There they made their poverty light by owning it, and by bearing it in a contented spirit. It was of no use to ask for masters or for servants in that house. They two were the whole household. Together they served and ruled. And so, when the heavenly ones came to this humble home, and stooping entered in at the lowly door, the old man set out a bench and bade them rest their limbs, while over this bench busy Baucis threw a rough covering. Then she raked aside the warm ashes on the hearth, and fanned yesterday's coals to life, which she fed with leaves and dry bark, blowing them into flame with the breath of her old body. Then she took down from the roof some fine split wood and dry twigs, broke them up, and placed them under the little copper kettle. And she took the cabbage which her husband had brought in from the well-watered garden, and lopped off the outside leaves. Meanwhile the old man, with a forked stick, reached down a kind of smoked bacon, which was hanging from a blackened beam, and cutting off a little piece of the long-cherished pork, he put it to cook in the boiling water. Meanwhile they beguiled the intervening time with their talk. A mattress of soft sedge-grass was placed on a couch, with frame and feet of willow. They threw drapery over this, which they were not accustomed to bring out except on festal days, but even this was a cheap thing and well worn, a very good match for the willow couch. The gods reclined. The old woman, with her skirts tucked up, with trembling hands set out the table, but one of its 3 legs was too short, so she propped it up with a potsherd. When this had levelled the slope, she wiped it, thus levelled, with green mint. Next she placed on the board some olives, green and ripe, truthful Minerva's berries, and some autumnal cornel cherries pickled in the lees of wine. Endives and radishes, cream cheese, and eggs, lightly roasted in the warm ashes, all served in earthen dishes. After these viands, an embossed mixing bowl of the same costly ware was set on, together with cups of beechwood, coated on the inside with yellow wax. A moment, and the hearth sent its steaming viands on, and wine of no great age was brought out, which was then pushed aside to give a small space for the second course. Here were nuts and figs, with dried dates, plums, and fragrant apples in broad baskets, and purple grapes just picked from the vines. In the center of the table was a comb of clear white honey. Besides all this, pleasant faces were at the board, and lively and abounding goodwill. Meanwhile they saw that the mixing bowl, as often as it was drained, kept filling of its own accord, and that the wine welled up of itself. The two old people saw this strange sight with amaze and fear, and with upturned hands they both uttered a prayer, Baucis and the trembling old Philemon, and they craved indulgence for their fair and meagre entertainment. They had one goose, the guardian of their tiny estate, and him the hosts were preparing to kill for their divine guests, but the goose was swift of wing, and quite wore the slow old people out in their efforts to catch him. He eluded their grasp for a long time, and finally seemed to flee for refuge to the gods themselves. Then the gods told them not to kill the goose. "We are gods," they said, "and this wicked neighborhood shall be punished as it deserves. But to you shall be given exemption from this punishment. Leave now your dwelling, and come with us to that tall mountain yonder." They both obeyed, and, propped on their staves, they struggled up the long slope. When they were a bowshot distant from the top, they looked back and saw the whole countryside covered with water, only their own house remaining. And while they wondered at this, while they wept for the fate of their neighbors, that old house of theirs, which had been small even for its two occupants, was changed into a temple. Marble columns took the place of the forked wooden supports. The straw grew yellow and became a golden roof. There were gates richly carved, a marble pavement covered the ground. Then calmly the son of Saturn spoke. "Now ask of us, thou good old man, and thou, wife, worthy of thy good husband, any boon you will." When he had spoken a word with Baucis, Philemon announced their joint decision to the gods. "We ask that we may be your priests and guard your temple, and since we have spent our lives in constant company, we pray that the same hour may bring death to both of us, that I may never see my wife's tomb, nor be buried by her." Their request was granted. They had the care of the temple as long as they lived, and at last, when, spent with extreme old age, they chanced to stand before the sacred edifice talking of old times, Baucis saw Philemon putting forth leaves. Philemon saw Baucis, and, as the tree-top formed over their two faces, while they still could, they cried with the same words, "Farewell, dear mate," just as the bark closed over and hid their lips. Even to this day the Bithynian peasant in that region points out two trees standing close together and growing from one double trunk. These things were told me by staid old men who could have had no reason to deceive. With my own eyes I saw votive wreaths hanging from the boughs, and placing fresh wreaths there myself, I said, "Those whom the gods care for are gods. Let those who have worshipped be worshipped." Lilacs made an end. Both the tale and the teller had moved them all, Theseus especially. When he would hear more of the wonderful doings of the gods, the Caledonian river god, propped upon his elbow, thus addressed him: "Some there are, bravest of heroes, whose form has been once changed and remained in its new state. To others the power is given to assume many forms, as to thee, Proteus, dweller in the earth-embracing sea. For now men saw thee as a youth, now as a lion. Now thou wast a raging boar, now a serpent whom men would fear to touch. Now horns made thee a bull. Often thou couldst appear as a stone, often again a tree. Sometimes, assuming the form of flowing water, thou wast a stream, and sometimes a flame, the water's enemy. No less power had the wife of Autolycus, Erysichthon's daughter. This Erysichthon was a man who scorned the gods and burnt no sacrifice on their altars. He, so the story goes, once violated the sacred grove of Ceres with the axe, and profaned those ancient trees with steel. There stood among these a mighty oak with strength matured by centuries of growth, itself a grove. Round about it hung woolen fillets, votive tablets, and wreaths of flowers, witnesses of granted prayers. Often beneath this tree dryads held their festival dances. Often, with hand linked to hand in line, they would encircle the great tree, whose mighty girth was full 15 ells. It towered as high above other trees as they were higher than the grass that grew beneath. Yet not for this did Priapus' son, note Erysichthon, return to text, withhold his axe, as he bade his slaves cut down the sacred oak. But when he saw that they shrank back, the wretch snatched an axe from one of them and said, "Though this be not only the tree that the goddess loves, but even the goddess herself, now shall its leafy top touch the ground." He spoke, and while he poised his axe for the slanting stroke, the oak of Dio, note, i.e. Ceres, return to text, trembled and gave forth a groan. At the same time its leaves and its acorns grew pale, its long branches took on a pallid hue. But when that impious stroke cut into the trunk, blood came streaming forth from the severed bark, even as when a huge sacrificial bull has fallen at the altar, and from his smitten neck the blood pours forth. All were astonied, and one, bolder than the rest, tried to stop his wicked deed and stay his cruel axe. But the Thessalian looked at him and said, "Take that to pay you for your pious thought," and turning the axe from the tree against the man, lopped off his head. Then, as he struck the oak blow after blow, from within the tree a voice was heard. "I, a nymph most dear to Ceres, dwell within this wood, and I prophesy with my dying breath, and find my death's solace in it, that punishment is at hand for what you do." But he accomplished his crime, and at length the tree, weakened by countless blows and drawn down by ropes, fell, and with its weight laid low a wide stretch of woods around. All the Dryad sisters were stupefied at their own and their forest's loss, and mourning, clad in black robes, they went to Ceres and prayed her to punish Erysichthon. The beautiful goddess consented, and with a nod of her head shook the fields heavy with ripening grain. She planned in her mind a punishment that might make men pity, but that no man could pity him for such deeds, to rack him with dreadful famine. But since the goddess herself could not go to her, for the fates do not permit Ceres and famine to come together, she summoned one of the mountain deities, a rustic Oread, and thus addressed her. "There is a place on the farthest border of icy Scythia, a gloomy and barren soil, a land without corn, without trees. Sluggish cold dwells there, and pallor, fear, and gaunt famine. So bid famine hide herself in the sinful stomach of that impious wretch. Let no abundance satisfy her, and let her overcome my utmost power to feed. And that the vast journey may not daunt you, take my chariot and my winged dragons, and guide them aloft." And she gave the reins into her hands. The nymph, borne through the air in her borrowed chariot, came to Scythia, and on a bleak mountain top, which men call Caucasus, unyoked her dragon steeds. Seeking out famine, she saw her in a stony field, plucking with nails and teeth at the scanty herbage. Her hair hung in matted locks, her eyes were sunken, her face ghastly pale. Her lips were wan and foul, her throat rough with scurf. Her skin was hard and dry, so that the entrails could be seen through it. Her skinny hip bones bulged out beneath her hollow loins, and her belly was but a belly's place. Her breast seemed to be hanging free, and just to be held by the framework of the spine. Her thinness made her joints seem large, her knees were swollen, and her ankles were great bulging lumps. When the nymph saw her in the distance, for she did not dare approach her, she delivered to her the goddess' commands. And though she tarried but a little while, though she kept far from her, and had but now arrived, still she seemed to feel the famine. Then, mounting high in air, she turned her course, and drove the dragons back to Thessaly. Famine did the bidding of Ceres, although their tasks are ever opposite, and flew through the air on the wings of the wind to the appointed mansion. Straight she entered the chamber of the impious king, who was sunk in deep slumber, for it was night. There she wrapped her skinny arms about him, and filled him with herself, breathing upon his throat and breast and lips, and in his hollow veins she planted hunger. When her duty was done, she left the fertile world, and returned to the homes of want and her familiar caverns. Still, gentle sleep, hovering on peaceful wings, soothes Erysichthon, and in his sleep he dreams of feasting, champs his jaws on nothing, wearies tooth upon tooth, cheats his gullet with fancied food, for his banquet is nothing but empty air. But when he awakes, a wild craving for food lords it in his ravenous jaws and in his burning stomach. Straightway he calls for all that sea and land and air can furnish. With loaded tables before him, he complains still of hunger. In the midst of feasts seeks other feasts. What would be enough for whole cities, enough for a whole nation, is not enough for one. The more he sends down into his maw, the more he wants. And as the ocean receives the streams from a whole land, and is not filled with its waters, but swallows up the streams that come to it from afar, and as the all-devouring fire never refuses fuel, but burns countless logs, seeks ever more as more is given it, and is more greedy by reason of the quantity, so do the lips of impious Erysichthon receive all those banquets and ask for more. All food in him is but the cause of food, and ever does he become empty by eating. And now famine at his belly's deep abyss had exhausted his ancestral stores, but even then ravenous famine remained unexhausted, and his raging greed was still unappeased. At last, when all his fortunes had been swallowed up, there remained only his daughter, worthy of a better father. Penniless he sold even her. The high-spirited girl refused a master, and stretching out her hands over the neighboring waves, she cried, "Save me from slavery, O thou who hast already stolen my virginity." This Neptune had taken. He did not refuse her prayer, and though her master, following her, had seen her but now, the god changed her form, gave her the features of a man and garments proper to a fisherman. Her master, looking at this person, said, "Ho, you who conceal the dangling hook in a little bait, you that handle the rod, so may the sea be calm, so be the fish trustful in the wave for your catching, and feel no hook until you strike. Where is she, tell me, who but now stood on this shore with mean garments and disordered hair? For I saw her standing upon the shore, and her tracks go no farther." She perceived by this that the god's gift was working well, and, delighted that one asked her of herself, answered his question in these words, "Whoever you are, excuse me, sir. I have not taken my eyes from this pool to look in any direction. I have been altogether bent on my fishing, and, that you may believe me, so may the god of the sea assist this art of mine, as it is true that for a long time back no man has stood upon this shore except myself, and no woman either." Her master believed, and turning upon the sands he left the spot completely deceived. Then her former shape was given back to her. But when her father perceived that his daughter had the power to change her form, he sold her often, and to many masters, but now in the form of a mare, now bird, now cow, now deer, away she went, and so found food, though not fairly, for her greedy father. At last, when the strength of the plague had consumed all these provisions, and but added to his fatal malady, the wretched man began to tear his own flesh with his greedy teeth, and by consuming his own body fed himself. But why do I dwell on tales of others? I myself, young sirs, have often changed my form. But my power is limited in its range. For sometimes I appear as you see me now, sometimes I change to a serpent. Again I am leader of a herd, and put my strength into my horns. Horns, I say, so long as I could. But now one of the weapons of my forehead is gone, as you yourself can see." He ended with a groan. End of Book 8, Part 2. End of Section 11. Section 12 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 9. The Neptunian hero, note, Theseus was the reputed son of Aegeus, but there was a current tradition that he was really the son of Neptune. Return to text. Asked the god why he groaned, and what was the cause of his mutilated forehead. And thus the Caledonian river, binding up his rough locks with a band of reeds, made answer. "'Tis an unpleasant task, you said, for who would care to chronicle his defeats? Still I will tell the story as it happened, nor was it so much a disgrace to be defeated as it was an honor to have striven at all, and the thought that my conqueror was so mighty is a great comfort to me. Deianira, if you have ever heard of her, was once a most beautiful maiden and the envied hope of many suitors. When along with them I entered the house of the father, note, Oeneus, return to text, of the maid I sought, I said, "Take me for son-in-law, O son of Parthion." Hercules said the same, and the others yielded their claims to us too. He pleaded the fact that Jove was his father, pleaded his famous labors and all that he had overcome at the command of his stepmother. In reply I said, "It is a shame for a god to give place to a mortal." Hercules had not yet been made a god. "You behold in me the lord of the waters which flow down their winding courses through your realm. If I wed your daughter, it will be no stranger from foreign shores, but I shall be one of your own countrymen, a part of your own kingdom. Only let it not be to my disadvantage that Queen Juno does not hate me, and that no labors are imposed upon me in consequence of her hate. For Jove, from whom you boast that you have sprung, O son of Alcmena, is either not your father, or is so to your disgrace. Through your mother's sin you claim your father. Choose then whether you prefer to say that your claim to Jove is false, or to confess yourself the son of shame." As I thus spoke, he eyed me for a long while with lowering gaze, and, unable to control his hot wrath longer, he answered just these words, "My hand is better than my tongue. Let me but win in fighting, and you may win in speech." And he came at me fiercely. I was ashamed to draw back after having spoken so boldly, and so I threw off my green coat, put up my arms, held my clenched hands out in front of my breast in position, and so prepared me for the fight. He caught up some dust in the hollow of his hand and threw it over me, and in turn himself became yellow with the tawny sand. And now he caught at my neck, now at my quick-moving legs, or you would think he did, and attacked me at every point. My weight protected me, and I was attacked in vain. Just like a cliff I stood, which, though the roaring waves dash against it, stands secure, safe in its own bulk. We draw apart a little space, then rush together again to the fray, and stand firm in our tracks, each determined not to yield. Foot locked with foot, fingers with fingers clenched, brow against brow, with all my body's forward-leaning weight, I pressed upon him. Like that I have seen two strong bulls rush together when they strive for the sleekest heifer in the pasture as the prize of conflict. The herd looks on in fear and trembling, not knowing to which one victory will award so great dominion. 3 times without success did Alcides strive to push away from him my opposing breast. At the 4th attempt he shook off my embrace, broke my hold, and, giving me a sharp buffet with his hand, I am determined to tell it as it was, he whirled me round and clung with all his weight upon my back. If you will believe me, for I am not trying to gain any credit by exaggeration, I seemed to bear the weight of a mountain on my back. With difficulty I thrust in my arms, streaming with sweat. With difficulty I broke his hard grip from my body. He pressed close upon me as I panted for breath, gave me no chance to regain my strength, and got me around the neck. Then at length I fell to my knees upon the earth and bit the dust. Finding myself no match for him in strength, I had recourse to my arts, and glided out of his grasp in the form of a long snake. But when I wound my body into twisting coils, and darted out my forked tongue, and hissed fiercely at him, the hero of Tiryns only laughed, and mocking at my arts, he said, "It was the task of my cradle days to conquer snakes. And though you should outdo all other serpents, Achelous, how small a part of that Lernaean monster would you, just one snake, be? For it throve on the wounds I gave, nor was any one of its 100 heads cut off, without its neck being the stronger by 2 succeeding heads. This creature, branching out with serpents sprung from death, and thriving on destruction, I overmastered, and having overmastered, destroyed. And what do you think will become of you, who, having assumed but a lying serpent form, make use of borrowed arms, who are masked in a shifting form?" So saying, he fixed his vice-like grip upon my throat. I was in anguish, as if my throat were in a forceps grip, and struggled to tear my jaws from his fingers. Conquered in this form also, there remained to me my third refuge, the form of a savage bull. And so in bull form I fought him. He threw his arms around my neck on the left, kept up with me as I ran at full speed, dragging upon me, and finally forced down my hard horns and thrust them into the earth, and laid me low in the deep dust. Nor was this enough. Holding my tough horn in his pitiless right hand, he broke it off and tore it from my forehead, mutilating me. This horn the Naiads took, filled it with fruit and fragrant flowers, and hallowed it. And now the goddess of glad abundance is enriched with my horn. So spoke the river god. And lo, a nymph, girt like Diana, one of the attendants with locks flowing free, appeared and served them from her bounteous horn with all the fruits of autumn, and wholesome apples for the second course. The dawn came on, and as the first rays of the sun smote the mountain tops, the youths took their departure. For they did not wait until the river should flow in peaceful current, and all the flood waters should subside. And Achelous hid his rustic features, and his head, scarred from the wrenched-off horn, beneath his waves. He was humbled indeed by the loss of his beauteous horn, which had been taken from him, though scatheless in all else, a loss which he could hide with willow boughs and reeds entwined about his head. But, O savage Nessus, a passion for the same maiden utterly destroyed you, pierced through the body by a flying arrow. Forsaking his native city with his bride, the son of Jove had come to the swift waters of Uranus. The stream was higher than its wont, swollen with winter rains, full of wild eddies, and quite impassable. As the hero stood undaunted for himself, but anxious for his bride, Nessus came up, strong of limb and well acquainted with the fords, and said, "By my assistance, Alcides, she shall be set on yonder bank, and do you use your strength and swim across." The Theban accordingly entrusted to Nessus' care the Caledonian maid, pale and trembling, fearing the river and the centaur himself. At once, just as he was, burdened with his quiver and the lion's skin, for he had tossed his club and curving bow across to the other bank, the hero said, "Since I have undertaken it, these waters shall be overcome." And in he plunged. Nor did he seek out where the stream was kindliest, and scorned to reach his goal by the courtesy of the waters. And now he had just gained the other bank, and was picking up his bow, which he had thrown across, when he heard his wife's voice calling, and to Nessus, who was in the act to betray his trust, he shouted,
"Where is your vain confidence in your fleetness carrying you, you ravisher? To you, two-formed Nessus, I am talking. Listen, and do not dare come between me and mine. If no fear of me has weight with you, At least your father's whirling wheel should prevent the outrage you intend.
Note: the father of Nessus, Ixion, also had been guilty of an outrage for which he suffered his well-known punishment in Hades. Return to text.
You shall not escape, however much you trust in your horse's fleetness. With my deadly wound, if not with my feet, I shall overtake you.
Suiting the action to his last words, he shot an arrow straight into the back of the fleeing centaur. The barbed point protruded from his breast. This he tore out, and spurting forth from both wounds came the blood mixed with the deadly poison of the Lernaean hydra. Nessus caught this, and muttering, "I shall not die unavenged," he gave his tunic, soaked with his warm blood, to Deianira as a gift potent to revive waning love. Meanwhile long years had passed. The deeds of the mighty Hercules had filled the earth, and had sated his stepmother's hate. Returning victorious from Oichalia, he was preparing to pay his vows to Jove at Canium, when tattling Rumour came on ahead to your ears, Deianira. Rumour, who loves to mingle false and true, and, though very small at first, grows huge through lying, and she reported that the son of Amphitryon, note, the husband of Alcmena, and putative father of Hercules, return to text, was enthralled by love of Iole, note, the daughter of Eurytus, king of Oichalia, return to text. The loving wife believes the tale, and completely overcome by the report of this new love, she indulges her tears at first, and, poor creature, pours out her grief in a flood of weeping. But soon she says, "Why do I weep? My rival would rejoice at my tears. But since she is on her way hither, I must make haste and devise some plan while I may, and while as yet another woman has not usurped my couch. Shall I complain, or shall I grieve in silence? Shall I go back to Calydon, or tarry here? Shall I leave my house, or, if I can nothing more, stay and oppose her? What if, O Meleager, remembering that I am your sister, I make bold to plan some dreadful deed, and by killing my rival prove how much a woman's outraged feelings and grief can do?" Her mind has various promptings, but to all other plans she prefers to send to her husband the tunic soaked in Nessus' blood, in the hope that this may revive her husband's failing love. And to Lycus, ignorant of what he bears, with her own hands she all unwittingly commits the cause of her future woe, and with honeyed words the unhappy woman bids him take this present to her lord. The hero innocently received the gift, and put on his shoulders the tunic soaked in the Lernaean hydra's poison. He was offering incense and prayers amid the kindling flames, and pouring wine from the libation bowl upon the marble altar. Then was the virulence of that pest aroused, and, freed by the heat, went stealing throughout the frame of Hercules. While he could, with his habitual manly courage he held back his groans, but when his endurance was conquered by his pain, he overthrew the altar and filled Woodietta with his cries. At once he tries to tear off the deadly tunic, but where it is torn away, it tears the skin with it, and, ghastly to relate, it either sticks to his limbs, from which he vainly tries to tear it, or else lays bare his torn muscles and huge bones. His very blood hisses and boils with the burning poison, as when a piece of red-hot metal is plunged into a cold pool. Without limit the greedy flames devour his vitals. The dark sweat pours from his whole body. His burnt sinews crackle, and while his very marrow melts with the hidden deadly fire, he stretches suppliant hands to heaven, and cries, "Come, feast, Saturnia," note, Juno, return to text, "upon my destruction. Feast, I say, look down, thou cruel one, from thy lofty seat. Behold my miserable end, and glut thy savage heart. Or if I merit pity even from my enemy, that is, from thee, take hence this hateful life, sick with its cruel sufferings, and born for toil. This will be a boon to me, surely a fitting boon for a stepmother to bestow. Was it for this I slew Bucyrus, who defiled his temples with strangers' blood? That I deprived the dread Antaeus of his mother's strength? That I did not fear the Spanish shepherd's triple form, note Gerion, return to text, nor thy triple form, O Cerberus? Was it for this, O hands, that you broke the strong bull's horns? That Elis knows your toil, the waves of Stymphalus, the Parthenian woods? That by your prowess the girdle wrought of Thermodonian gold in relief was secured, and that fruit guarded by the dragon's sleepless eyes? Was it for this, that the centaurs could not prevail against me, nor the boar that wasted Arcady? That it did not avail the hydra to grow by loss and gain redoubled strength? What, when I saw the Thracians' horses fat with human blood, and those mangers full of mangled corpses, and seeing, threw them down and slew the master, note Diomedes, return to text, and the steeds themselves? By these arms the monster of Nemea lies crushed. Upon this neck I upheld the sky. The cruel wife of Jove is weary of imposing toils, but I am not yet weary of performing them. But now a strange and deadly thing is at me, which neither by strength can I resist, nor yet by weapons, nor by arms. Deep through my lungs steals the devouring fire, and feeds through all my frame. But Eurystheus is alive and well, and there are those who can believe that there are gods. He spoke, and in sore distress went ranging along Hyetta. Just as a bull carries about the shaft that has pierced his body, though the giver of the wound has fled. See him there on the mountains, oft uttering heart-rending groans, oft roaring in agony, oft struggling to tear off all his garments, uprooting great trunks of trees, and raging o'er the mountains, or stretching out his arms to his father's skies. Of a sudden he caught sight of Lycus, cowering with fear and hiding beneath a hollow rock, and with all the accumulated rage of suffering he cried, "Was it you, Lycus, who brought this fatal gift, and shall you be called the author of my death?" The young man trembled, grew pale with fear, and timidly attempted to excuse his act, but while he was yet speaking, and striving to clasp the hero's knees, Alcides caught him up, and, whirling him thrice and again about his head, he hurled him far out into the Euboean Sea, swifter than a missile from a catapult. The youth stiffened as he yet hung high in air, and as drops of rain are said to congeal beneath the chilling blast and change to snow, then, whirling snowflakes, condense to a soft mass, and finally are packed in frozen hail, so, hurled by strong arms through the empty air, bloodless with fear, his vital moisture dried, he changed, old tradition says, to flinty rock. Even to this day, in the Euboean Sea, a low rock rises from the waves, keeping the semblance of a human form. This rock, as if it were sentient, the sailors fear to tread on, and they call it Lycus. But you, illustrious son of Jove, cut down the trees which grew on lofty Etta, built a huge funeral pyre, and bade the son of Poius, note Philoctetes, return to text, who set the torch beneath, to take, in recompense, your bow, capacious quiver, and arrows, destined once again to see the realm of Troy. And as the pyre began to kindle with the greedy flames, you spread the Nemean lion's skin on top of the pile of wood, and with your club for pillow, laid you down with peaceful countenance, as if, amid cups of generous wine and crowned with garlands, you were reclining on a banquet couch. And now on all sides the spreading flames were crackling fiercely, and licking at the careless limbs that scorned their power. The gods felt fear for the earth's defender. Then Saturnian Jove, well pleased, for he knew their thoughts, addressed them. Your solicitude is a joy to me, ye gods of heaven, and I rejoice with all my heart that I am called king and father of a grateful race of gods, and that my offspring is safe under your protecting favor also. For though you offer this tribute to his own mighty deeds, still I myself am much beholden to you. But let not your faithful hearts be filled with needless fear. Scorn not those flames. He who has conquered all things shall conquer these fires which you see, nor shall he feel Vulcan's power, save in the part his mother gave him. Immortal was the part which he took from me, and that is safe and beyond the power of death, which no flame can destroy. And when this is done with earth, I shall receive him on the heavenly shores, and I trust that this act of mine will be pleasing to all the gods. But if there is anyone, I say, who is going to be sorry that Hercules is made a god, why then he will begrudge the prize, but he will at least know that it was given deservedly, and will be forced to approve the deed. The gods assented. Even Juno seemed to take all else complacently, but not complacently the last words of Jove, and she grieved that she had been singled out for rebuke. Meanwhile, whatever the flames could destroy, Mulciber had now consumed, and no shape of Hercules that could be recognized remained, nor was there anything left which his mother gave. He kept traces only of his father, and as a serpent, its old age sloughed off with its skin, revels in fresh life, and shines resplendent in its bright new scales, so when the Terinthian put off his mortal frame, he gained new vigor in his better part, began to seem of more heroic size, and to become awful in his godlike dignity. Him the Almighty Father sped through the hollowed clouds with his team of 4, and set him amid the glittering stars. Atlas felt his weight, but not even now did Eurystheus, the son of Sthenelus, put away his wrath, but his bitter hatred for the father he still kept up towards his race. Now, spent with long-continued cares, Argive Alcmena had in Iole one to whom she could confide her old woman's troubles, to whom she could relate her son's labors witnessed by all the world, and her own misfortunes. For by Hercules' command Hyllus had received Iole to his arms and heart, and to him she was about to bear a child of that noble race. Thus spoke Alcmena to her: "May the gods be merciful to you at least, and give you swift deliverance in that hour when in your need you call on Ilithyia, goddess of frightened mothers in travail, whom Juno's hatred made so bitter against me. For when the natal hour of toil-bearing Hercules was near, and the tense sign was being traversed by the sun, my burden was so heavy, and what I bore so great, that you could know Jove was the father of the unborn child. Nor could I longer bear my pangs. Nay, even now as I tell it, cold horror holds my limbs, and my pains return even as I think of it. For 7 nights and days I was in torture. Then, spent with anguish, I stretched my arms to heaven, and with a mighty wail I called upon Lucina and the 3 guardian deities of birth. Lucina came, indeed, but pledged in advance to give my life to cruel Juno. There she sat upon the altar before the door, listening to my groans, with her right knee crossed over her left, and with her fingers interlocked, and so she stayed the birth. Charms also in low muttered words she chanted, and the charms prevented my deliverance. I fiercely strove, and mad with pain I shrieked out vain revilings against ungrateful Jove. I longed to die, and my words would have moved the unfeeling rocks. The Theban matrons stood around me, appealed to heaven, and strove to stay my grief. There was one of my attendants born of the common folk, Galanthus, with hair of reddish hue, active always in obedience to my commands, well loved by me for her faithful services. She felt assured that unjust Juno was working some spell against me, and as she was passing in and out the house, she saw the goddess seated on the altar holding her clenched hands upon her knees, and said to her, "Whoever you are, congratulate our mistress. Argive Alcmena is relieved, her prayers are answered, and her child is born." Up leaped the goddess of birth, unclinched her hands, and spread them wide in consternation. My bonds were loosed, and I was delivered of my child. They said Galanthus laughed in derision of the cheetah deity, and as she laughed, the cruel goddess caught her by the hair and dragged her on the ground. and as the girl strove to rise, she kept her there and changed her arms into the forelegs of an animal. Her old activity remained, and her hair kept its former hue, but her former shape was changed, and, because she had helped her labouring mistress with her deceitful lips, through her mouth must she bring forth her young. And still, as of yore, she makes our dwelling-place her home. Note: Galanthus was changed into a weasel. Return to text. She spoke, and, stirred by the warning fate of her former attendant, groaned deeply, and as she grieved, her daughter-in-law thus addressed her: "And yet, my mother, 'tis the changed form of one not of our blood you grieve for. What if I should tell you of the strange misfortunes of my own sister? And yet my tears and grief check me, and almost prevent my speech. She was her mother's only child, for I was born of my father's second wife, Dryope, the most beautiful of all the Arcadian maids. Her, a maid no more through the violence of him who rules at Delphi and at Delos, and Drymon took, and was counted happy in his wife. There is a pool whose shelving banks take the form of sloping shores, the top of which a growth of myrtle crowns. Dryope had come hither innocent of the fates, and, that you may be the more indignant, with the intention of gathering garlands for the nymphs. In her arms she bore a pleasing burden, her infant boy not yet a full year old, and nursed him at her breast. Near the margin of the pool a plant of the water lotus grew, full of bright blossoms, the harbingers of fruit. To please her little son, the mother plucked some of these blossoms, and I was in the act to do the same, for I was with her, when I saw drops of blood falling from the flowers, and all the branches shivering with horror. For you must know, as the slow rustics still relate, Lotis, a nymph, while fleeing from Priapus' vile pursuit, had taken refuge in this shape, changed as to features, but keeping still her name. But my sister knew naught of this, and when she started back in terror, and with prayers to the nymphs strove to leave the place, her feet clung root-like to the ground. She struggled to tear herself away, but nothing moved except the upper part of her body. The slow creeping bark climbed upward from her feet, and covered all her loins. When she saw this, she strove to tear her hair with her hands, but only filled her hands with leaves, for leaves now covered all her head. But the boy Amphissos, for so his grandsire Eurytus had named him, felt his mother's breast grow hard, nor could he any longer draw his milky feast. I stood and saw your cruel fate, my sister, nor could I bring you any aid at all. And yet, so far as I could, I delayed the change by holding your growing trunk and branches fast in my embrace, and, shall I confess it, I longed to hide me beneath that self-same bark. But lo, her husband Andrymon and her most unhappy father came seeking for Dryope, and Dryope, in response to their questionings, I showed them as the lotus tree. They printed kisses on the warm wood, and prostrate on the ground they clung about the roots of their darling tree. And now my dear sister had only her face remaining, while all the rest was tree. Her tears rained down upon the leaves made from her poor body, and while they could, and her lips afforded utterance for her voice, it poured forth these complaints into the air. If oaths of wretched sufferers have any force, I swear by the gods that I have not merited this dreadful thing. In utter innocence I am suffering, and in innocence I have always lived. If I say not the truth, parched with the drought may I lose my foliage, and may I be cut down by the axe and burned. But take this infant from his mother's limbs, and give him to a nurse. Beneath my tree let him often come and take his milk. Beneath my tree let him play, and when he learns to talk, have him greet his mother, and sadly say, Here in this tree trunk is my mother hid. Still let him fear the pool, pluck no blossoms from the trees, and think all shrubs are goddesses in disguise. Farewell, dear husband, and you, sister, and my father. Nay, if you love me still, protect my branches from the sharp knife, my foliage from the browsing sheep. And since it is not permitted me to bend down to you, reach up to me, and let me kiss you while I may, and reach me once more, my little son." Now I can say no more, for over my white neck the soft bark comes creeping, and I am buried in its overtopping folds. You need not close my eyes with your hands. Without your service, let the bark creep up and close my dying eyes. In the same moment did she cease to speak and cease to be, and long did the new-made branches keep the warmth of the transformed body. While Aeole was telling this wonderful tale, and while Alcmena, herself also in tears, was drying with her sympathetic hand the tears of the daughter of Eurytus, a startling circumstance banished the grief of both. For there, in the deep doorway, stood a youth, almost a boy, with delicate down covering his cheeks, Iolaus, note, the son of Iphicles, half-brother to Hercules, return to text, restored in features to his youthful prime. Hebe, Juno's daughter, won by her husband's prayers, note, i.e. Hercules, to whom, after his translation to heaven, Hebe had been given in marriage, return to text, had given him this boon. And when she was on the point of swearing that to no one after him would she bestow such gifts, Themis checked her vow. "For," said she, "Thebes is even now embroiled in civil strife. Capenius shall be invincible save by the hand of Jove himself. The two brothers," note, Eteocles and Polynices, "shall die by mutual wounds. The prophet king," note, Amphiaraus, return to text, "shall in the flesh behold his own spirits, engulfed by the yawning earth. And his own son," note, Alcmaeon, return to text, "shall avenge parent on parent," note, Euryphile, return to text, "filial and accursed in the same act. Stunned by these evil doings, banished from reason and from home, he shall be hounded by the Furies and by his mother's ghost, until his wife," note, Callirrhoe, return to text, "shall ask of him the fatal golden necklace, and the sword of Phageus shall have drained his kinsman's blood. And then, at last, shall Callirrhoe, daughter of Achelous, by prayer obtain from mighty Jove that her infant sons may attain at once to manly years, that so their victorious father's death be not long unavenged. Jove, thus prevailed upon, shall claim in advance for these the gifts of his stepdaughter," note, Hebe, return to text, "and daughter-in-law," note, Ibid, return to text, "and shall in an act change beardless boys to men." When Themis, who knew what was to come, thus spoke with prophetic lips, a confused murmur of varying demands arose among the gods, and they inquired why they were not allowed to grant the same boon to others. Palantis, note, Aurora, return to text, lamented her husband's hoary age, note, Tithonus, return to text. Mild Ceres bewailed Iasion's whitening locks. Mulciber demanded renewed life for Erichthonius, and Venus, too, with care for the future, stipulated that old Anchises' years should be restored. Each god had his own favorite, and the noisy partisan strife kept on until Jupiter opened his lips and spoke. "Oh, if you have any reverence for me, what are you coming to? Does any one suppose that he can so far prevail as to alter fate's decrees? 'Twas by the will of fate that Iolaus was restored to the years which he had passed. By fate also Callirrhoe's sons are destined to leap to manhood from infancy, and not by any ambition or strife of theirs. You too, I say this that you may be of better mind, and me also the fates control. If I could change them, old age would not bend low my Aeacus. Rhadamanthus too would enjoy perpetual youth, together with my Minos, who, because of the galling weight of age, is now despised, and no longer reigns in his former state." Jove's words appeased the gods, nor could any one complain when he saw Rhadamanthus, Aeacus, and Minos spent with years. Now Minos, while in his prime, had held great nations in fear of him by his very name. But at that time he was infirm with age, and in fear of Miletus, son of Daonian Phoebus, proud of his youthful strength and parentage. and though he believed that the youth was planning a rebellion against his kingdom, still he did not dare to banish him from his ancestral home. But of your own accord you fled, Miletus, and in your swift vessel crossed the Aegean Sea, and on the shores of Asia built a city which still bears its founder's name. There, while wandering along the banks of her father's winding stream, Cyane, a nymph of unrivalled beauty, daughter of Meander, who oft returns upon his former course, was known by you, and of this union Publius and Caunus, twin progeny, were born. Publius is a warning that girls should not love unlawfully. Publius, smitten with a passion for her brother, the grandson of Apollo. She loved him not as a brother, nor as a sister should. At first, indeed, she did not recognize the fires of love, nor think it wrong often to kiss him, often to throw her arms about a brother's neck, and she was long deceived by the semblance of sisterly affection. But gradually this affection changed to love. Carefully adorned, she came to see her brother, too anxious to seem lovely in his sight, and if any other seemed more beautiful to him, she envied her. But not yet did she have a clear vision of herself, felt no desire, prayed for no joy of love. But yet the hidden fire burned on. Now she called him her lord, now hated the name of brother, and wished him to call her Publius rather than sister. Still, in her waking hours she does not let her mind dwell on impure desires, but when she is relaxed in peaceful slumber, she often has visions of her love. She sees herself clasped in her brother's arms, and blushes, though she lies sunk in sleep. When sleep has fled, she lies still for long, and pictures again the visions of her slumber, and at last, with wavering mind, she exclaims, "O wretched girl that I am, what means this vision of the night? Oh, but I would not have it so. Why do I have such dreams? He is indeed beautiful, even to eyes that look unkindly on him, and is pleasing, and I could love him if he were not my brother, and he would be worthy of me, but it is my bane that I am his sister. If only when I am awake I make trial of no such thing, still may sleep often return with a dream like that. There's no one to tell in sleep, and there is no harm in imagined joy. O Venus, and winged Cupid with thy soft mother, how happy I was! How real my joy seemed! How my very heart melted within me as I lay! How sweet to remember it! And yet 'twas but a fleeting pleasure, and night was headlong, and envious of the joys before me. Oh, if only I could change my name, and be joined to you! How good a daughter, Caunus, I could be to your father! How good a son, Caunus, you could be to mine! We should have all things in common, if heaven allowed, except our grandparents. I should want you to be better born than I. You will be some one's husband, I suppose, a most beautiful. But to me, who have unfortunately drawn the same parents as yourself, you will never be anything but brother. What is our bane, that alone we shall have in common. What then do my dreams mean for me? But what weight have dreams? Or have dreams really weight? The gods forbid. But surely the gods have loved their sisters. So Saturn married Ops, bloodkin of his, Oceanus, Tethys, the ruler of Olympus, Juno. But the gods are a law unto themselves. Why should I try to measure human fashions by divine and far different customs? Either my passion will flee from my heart, if I forbid its presence, or if I cannot do this, I pray that I may die before I yield, and be laid out dead upon my couch, and as I lie there, may my brother kiss my lips. And yet that act requires the will of two. Supposing it please me, it will seem a crime to him. Yet the Aeolidae did not shun their sisters' chambers. But whence do I know these? Why do I quote these examples? Whither am I tending? Get you far hence, immodest love, and let not my brother be loved at all, save in sisterly fashion. And yet, if he himself had first been smitten with love for me, I might perchance smile upon his passion. Let me myself then woo him, since I should not have rejected his wooing. And can you speak? Can you confess? Love will compel me, I can. Or, if shame holds my lips, a private letter shall confess my secret love. This plan meets her approval. Upon this her wavering mind decides. She halfway rises, and, leaning upon her left elbow, says, Let me see. Let us confess our mad passion. Ah me, whither am I slipping? What hot love does my heart conceive? And she proceeds to set down with a trembling hand the words she has thought out. In her right hand she holds her pen, in her left an empty waxen tablet. She begins, then hesitates and stops, writes on and hates what she has written, writes and erases, changes, condemns, approves. By turns she lays her tablets down and takes them up again. What she would do she knows not. On the point of action she decides against it. Shame and bold resolution mingle in her face. She had begun with sister, but sister she decided to erase, and wrote these words on the amended wax. A health to you, which if you give it not to her, she will not have. One sends to you who loves you. Shamed, oh, she is ashamed to tell her name, and if you seek to know what I desire, I would that nameless I might plead my cause, and not be known as Publius, until my fond hopes were sure. You might have had knowledge of my wounded heart from my pale drawn face, my eyes oft filled with tears, my sighs for no seeming cause, my frequent embraces, and my kisses, which you might have known, had you but marked them, were more than sisterly. Yet though my heart was sore distressed, though full of hot passion, I have done everything, the gods are my witnesses, to bring myself to sanity. Long have I fought, unhappy that I am, to escape love's cruel charge, and I have borne more than you would think a girl could bear. But I have been overborne, and am forced to confess my love, and with timid prayers to beg help of you. For you alone can save, you only can destroy your lover. Choose which you will do. It is no enemy who prays to you, but one who, though most closely joined to you, seeks to be more fully joined, and to be bound by a still closer tie. Let old men know propriety, and talk of what is fitting, what is right and wrong, and preserve the nice discrimination of the laws. But love is compliant and heedless for those of our age. What is allowed we have not yet discovered, and we believe all things allowed. And in this we do but follow the example of the gods. You and I have no harsh father, no care for reputation, no fear to hold us back. And yet, even though there be cause for fear, beneath the sweet name of brother and sister we shall conceal our stolen love. I have full liberty to talk apart with you. We may embrace and kiss in open view of all. How much still is lacking! Pity her who confesses to you her love, but who would not confess if the utmost love did not compel her. And let it not be written on my sepulchre that for your sake I died. The tablet was full when she had traced these words, doomed to disappointment, the last line coming to the very edge. Straightway she stamped the shameful letter with her seal, which she moistened with her tears, for moisture failed her tongue. Then, blushing hotly, she called one of her attendants, and with timorous and coaxing voice said, Take these tablets, most faithful servant, to my, and after a long silence added, brother. While she was giving them, the tablets slipped from her hands and fell. Though much perturbed by the omen, she still sent the letter. The servant, finding a fitting time, went to the brother and delivered to him the message of confession. The grandson of Meander, in a passion of sudden rage, threw down the tablets which he had taken and read half through, and scarcely restraining his hands from the trembling servant's throat, he cried, "Flee while you may, you rascally promoter of a lawless love. But if your fate did not involve our own disgrace, you should have paid the penalty for this with death." He fled in terror, and reported to his mistress her brother's savage answer. When, Biblis, you heard that your love had been repulsed, you grew pale, and your whole body trembled in the grip of an icy chill. But when your senses came back, your mad love came back with equal force, and then with choked and feeble utterance you spoke. "Deservedly I suffer, for why did I so rashly tell him of this wound of mine? Why was I in such a haste to commit to tablets what should have been concealed? I should first have tried his disposition towards me by obscure hints. That my voyage might have a favourable wind, I should first have tested with a close-reefed sail what the wind was, and so have fared in safety. But now, with sails full spread, I have encountered unexpected winds, and so my ship is on the rocks. With the full force of ocean am I overwhelmed, and have no power to turn back upon my course. Nay, by the clearest omens I was warned not to confess my love, at the time when the letter fell from my hand as I bade my servant bear it, and taught me that my hopes must fall as well. Should not that day, or my whole purpose, should not the day have been postponed? God himself warned me, and gave me clear signs, had I not been mad with love. And yet I should have told him with my own lips. I should in person have confessed my passion, and not have trusted my inmost heart to waxen tablets. He should have seen my tears, he should have seen his lover's face. I could have spoken more than any tablets could hold. I could have thrown my arms about his unwilling neck, and if I were rejected, I could have seemed at the point of death, could have embraced his feet, and, lying prostrate there, have begged for life. I should have done all things, which together might have won his stubborn soul, if one by one they could not. Perhaps the servant whom I sent made some mistake, did not approach him rightly, chose an unfitting time, I suppose, nor sought an hour and mind that was free. All this has wrought against me, for he is no tigress' son, he has no heart of hard flint or solid iron or adamant. No lioness has suckled him. He shall be conquered. I must go to him again, nor shall I weary in my attempts while I have breath left in my body. For if it were not too late to undo what I have done, it was the best thing not to have begun at all. The second best is to win through with what I have begun. Though I should now abandon my suit, he cannot help remembering always how far I have already dared, and in that case, just because I did give up, I shall seem either to have been fickle in my desire, or else to have been trying to tempt him and catch him in a snare. Whichever of these he thinks of me, he certainly will not believe that I have been overcome by that God who more than all others rules and inflames our hearts, but actuated by lust alone. In short, I cannot now undo the wrong that I have done. I have both written and have wooed him, and rash I was to do so. Though I do nothing more, I cannot seem other than guilty in his sight. As for the rest, I have much to hope and naught to fear. Thus does she argue, and, so great is her uncertainty of soul, while she is sorry that she tried at all, she wants to try again. The wretched girl tries every art within her power, but is repeatedly repulsed. At length, when there seemed to be no limit to her importunity, the youth fled from his native land, and from this shameful wooing, and founded a new city, note Caunus in southwestern Caria, in another land. Then, they say, the wretched daughter of Miletus lost all control of reason. She tore her garments from her breast, and in mad passion beat her arms. Now before all the world she rages, and publicly proclaims her hope of unlawful love, disappointed in which she forsakes her land and her hated home, and follows her fleeing brother. And just as, crazed by thy thyrsus, O son of Semele, thy Ismarian worshippers throng thy triennial orgies, so the women of Bubassus, note, a town in Caria, return to text, beheld Byblus go shrieking through the broad fields. Leaving these behind, she wandered through the land of Caria by the well-armed Leleges and the country of the Lycians. And now she had passed by Cragus and Limere and Xanthus stream, and the ridge where dwelt Chimera, that fire-breathing monster with lion's head and neck and serpent's tail. Clear beyond the wooded ridge she went, and then, at last, wearied with pursuing, you fell, O Byblus, and lay there with your hair streaming over the hard ground and your face buried in the fallen leaves. Often the Lelegian nymphs try to lift her in their soft arms, often advise her how she may cure her love, and offer comfort to her unheeding soul. Byblus lies without a word, clutching the green herbs with her fingers, and watering the grass with her flowing tears. The Naiads are said to have given her a vein of tears which could never dry, for what greater gift had they to bestow? Straightway, as drops of pitch drip forth from the gashed pine bark, as sticky bitumen oozes from rich heavy earth, or as, at the approach of the soft-breathing west wind, the water which had stood frozen with the cold now melts beneath the sun, so Phoebean Byblus, consumed by her own tears, is changed into a fountain, which to this day in those valleys has the name of its mistress, and issues forth from under a dark ilex tree. The story of this unnatural passion would perhaps have been the talk of Crete's 100 towns, if Crete had not lately had a wonder of its own in the changed form of Iphis. For there once lived in the Festian country, not far from the royal town of Knossos, a man named Lygdus, otherwise unknown, of free-born but humble parentage. Nor was his property any greater than his birth, but he was of blameless life and trustworthy. When now the time drew near when his wife should give birth to a child, he warned and instructed her with these words: "There are 2 things which I would ask of heaven, that you may be delivered with the least possible pain, and that your child may be a boy. Girls are more trouble, and fortune has denied them strength. Therefore, and may heaven save the mark, if by chance your child should prove to be a girl, I hate to say it, and may I be pardoned for the impiety, let her be put to death." He spoke, and their cheeks were bathed in tears, both his who ordered and hers to whom the command was given. Nevertheless Telethusa ceaselessly implored her husband, though all in vain, not so to straiten her expectation, but Lygdus remained steadfast in his determination. And now the time was at hand when the child should be born, when at midnight, in a vision of her dreams, she saw, or seemed to see, the daughter, note, i.e. Io, worshipped as the goddess Isis. See Book 1, line 747, return to text. The daughter of Inachus standing before her bed, accompanied by a solemn train of sacred beings. She had crescent horns upon her forehead, and a wheaten garland yellow with bright gold about her head, a sight of regal beauty. Near her were seen the dog Anubis, sacred Bubastis, dappled Apis, and the god who enjoins silence with his finger on his lips, note, Harpocrates, return to text. There also were the sacred rattles, and Osiris, for whom none ever search enough, and the Egyptian serpent, swelling with sleep-producing venom. She seemed to be thoroughly awake, and to see all things about her clearly as the goddess spoke to her. O Telethusa, one of my own worshippers, put away your grievous cares, and think not to obey your husband's orders, and do not hesitate when Lucina has delivered you, to save your child, whatever it shall be. I am the goddess who bring help and succor to those who call upon me, nor shall you have cause to complain that you have worshipped a thankless deity." Having so admonished her, the goddess left the chamber. Then joyfully the Cretan woman arose from her bed, and raising her innocent hands in suppliance to the stars, she prayed that her vision might come true. When now her pains increased, and the birth was accomplished, and the child proved to be a girl, though without the father's knowledge, the mother, with intent to deceive, bade them feed the boy. Circumstances favored her deceit, for the nurse was the only one who knew of the trick. The father paid his vows and named the child after its grandfather. The grandfather had been Iphis. The mother rejoiced in the name, for it was of common gender, and she could use it without deceit. And so the trick, begun with pious fraud, remained undetected. The child was dressed like a boy, and its face would have been counted lovely whether you assigned it to a girl or boy. Meanwhile 13 years passed by, and then your father found you a bride, O Iphis, in golden-haired Ianthe, a girl the most praised among the Phæacian women for the rich dower of her beauty, the daughter of Cretan Telestes. The two were of equal age and equal loveliness, and from the same teachers had they received their first instruction in childish rudiments. Hence love came to both their hearts all unsuspected, and filled them both with equal longing. But they did not both love with equal hope. Ianthe looked forward confidently to marriage and the fulfillment of her troth, and believed that she whom she thought to be a man would some day be her husband, whereas Iphis loved without hope of her love's fulfillment, and for this very reason loved all the more, a girl madly in love with another girl. Scarcely holding back her tears, "Oh, what will be the end of me," she said, "whom a love possesses that no one ever heard of, a strange and monstrous love? If the gods wished to save me, they should have saved me. If not, and they wished to ruin me, they should at least have given me some natural woe within the bounds of experience. Cows do not love cows, nor mares mares, but the ram desires the sheep, and his own doe follows the stag. So also birds mate, and in the whole animal world there is no female smitten with love for female. I would I were no female. Nevertheless, that Crete might produce all monstrous things, the daughter of the sun," note Pasiphae, return to text, "loved a bull, a female to be sure, and male. My passion is more mad than that, if the truth be told. Yet she had some hope of her love's fulfillment. Yet she enjoyed her bull by a trick in the disguise of a heifer, and it was the lover who was deceived. Though all the ingenuity in the world should be collected here, though Daedalus himself should fly back on waxen wings, what could he do? With all his learned arts, could he make me into a boy from a girl? Or could he change you, Ianthe? Nay, then, be strong of soul, take courage, Iphis, and banish from your heart this hopeless, foolish love. See what you were born, unless you yourself deceive yourself as well as others. Seek what is lawful, and love as a woman ought to love. It is hope of fulfillment that begets love, and hope that keeps it alive. And of this hope the nature of things deprives you. No guardian keeps you from her dear embrace, no watchfulness of a jealous husband, no cruel father. Nor does she herself deny your suit, and yet you cannot have her. Nor can you be happy, though all things should favor you, though gods and men should work for you. And even now none of my prayers have been denied. The gods, compliant, have given me whatever was theirs to give, and what I wish my father wishes, she herself and her father all desire. But nature will not have it so, nature more mighty than they all, who alone is working my distress. And lo, the longed-for time is come, my wedding day is at hand, and soon Ianthe will be mine, and yet not mine. In the midst of water we shall thirst. Why do you come, Juno, goddess of brides, and Hymen, to these wedding rites, where no man takes the woman for his bride, but where both are brides?" She broke off speech with these words. The other maiden burned with equal love, and prayed Hymen that you would make haste to come. And Telethusa, fearing what Ianthe sought, put off the time, now causing delay because of a pretended sickness, often giving for reason some ill-omened vision she had seen. But now she had exhausted every possible excuse, and the postponed wedding day was close at hand, and but one more day remained. Then the mother took the encircling fillet from her own and her daughters' heads, and with flowing locks she prayed, clinging to the altar, "O Isis, who dwellest in Peritonium and the Mariotic fields, and Pharos and the sevenfold waters of the Nile, help us, I pray, and heal our sore distress. Thee, goddess, thee and these thy symbols once I saw, and recognized them all, the clashing sound, thy train, the torches, the rattling of the sistra, and with retentive mind I noted thy commands. That this my daughter still looks on the light, that I have not been punished, behold, is all of thy counsel and thy gift. Pity us too, and help us with thy aid. Tears followed on her words. The goddess seemed to move, nay, moved her altar. The doors of the temple shook, her moon-shaped horns shot forth gleams of light, and the sistrum rattled noisily. Not yet quite free from care, and yet rejoicing in the good omen, the mother left the temple, and Iphis walked beside her as she went, but with a longer stride than was her wont. Her face seemed of a darker hue, her strength seemed greater, her very features sharper, and her locks, all unadorned, were shorter than before. She seemed more vigorous than was her girlish wont. In fact, you, who but lately were a girl, are now a boy. Go make your offerings at the shrines, rejoice with gladness unafraid. They make their offerings at the shrines, and add a votive tablet. The tablet had this brief inscription: These gifts as man did Iphis pay, which once as maid he vowed. The morrow's sun had revealed the broad world with its rays, when Venus, Juno, and Hymen met at the marriage fires, and the boy Iphis gained his Ianthe. End of Book 9. End of Section 12. Section 13 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 10. Thence through the boundless air Hymen, clad in a saffron mantle, departed and took his way to the country of the Ciconians, and was summoned by the voice of Orpheus, though all in vain. He was present, it is true, but he brought neither the hallowed words, nor joyous faces, nor lucky omen. The torch also which he held kept sputtering, and filled the eyes with smoke, nor would it catch fire for any brandishing. The outcome of the wedding was worse than the beginning, for while the bride was strolling through the grass with a group of naiads in attendance, she fell dead, smitten in the ankle by a serpent's tooth. When the bard of Rhodope had mourned her to the full in the upper world, that he might try the shades as well, he dared to go down to the Stygian world, through the gate of Taenarus, and through the unsubstantial throngs and the ghosts who had received burial, he came to Persephone, and him who rules those unlovely realms, Lord of the Shades. Then, singing to the music of his lyre, he said, O ye divinities, who rule the world which lies beneath the earth, to which we all fall back, who are born mortal, if it is lawful, and you permit me to lay aside all false and doubtful speech, and tell the simple truth, I have not come down hither to seek dark Tartara, nor yet to bind the 3 necks of Medusa's monstrous offspring, rough with serpents. The cause of my journey is my wife, into whose body a trodden serpent shot his poison, and so snatched away her budding years. I have desired strength to endure, and I will not deny that I have tried to bear it. But love has overcome me, a god well known in the upper world, but whether here or not I do not know. And yet I surmise that he is known here as well, and if the story of that old-time ravishment is not false, you too were joined by love. By these fearsome places, by this huge void, and these vast and silent realms, I beg of you, unravel the fates of my Eurydice, too quickly run. We are in all things due to you, and though we tarry on earth a little while, slow or swift we speed to one abode. Hither we all make our way. This is our final home. Yours is the longest sway over the human race. She also shall be yours to rule, when of ripe age she shall have lived out her allotted years. I ask the enjoyment of her as a boon. But if the fates deny this privilege for my wife, I am resolved not to return. Rejoice in the death of two." As he spoke thus, accompanying his words with the music of his lyre, the bloodless spirits wept. Tantalus did not catch at the fleeing wave. Ixion's wheel stopped in wonder. The vultures did not pluck at the liver. Note, i.e. of Titius. Return to text. The Bellides rested from their urns, and thou, O Sisyphus, didst sit upon thy stone. Then first, tradition says, conquered by the song, the cheeks of the Eumenides were wet with tears. Nor could the queen, nor he who rules the lower world, refuse the suppliant. They called Eurydice. She was among the new shades, and came with steps halting from her wound. Orpheus the Thracian then received his wife, and with her this condition, that he should not turn his eyes backward until he had gone forth from the valley of Avernus, or else the gift would be in vain. They took the upsloping path through places of utter silence, a steep path, indistinct and clouded in pitchy darkness. And now they were nearing the margin of the upper earth, when he, afraid that she might fail him, eager for sight of her, turned back his longing eyes, and instantly she slipped into the depths. He stretched out his arms, eager to catch her, or to feel her clasp, but, unhappy one, he clasped nothing but the yielding air. And now, dying a second time, she made no complaint against her husband, for of what could she complain, save that she was beloved? She spake one last farewell, which scarcely reached her husband's ears, and fell back again to the place whence she had come. By his wife's double death, Orpheus was stunned, like that frightened creature, note, a man unknown, who is said to have turned to stone at sight of Cerberus laid in chains by Hercules, return to text, who saw the three-headed dog with chains on his middle neck, whose numbing terror left him only when his former nature left, and the petrifying power crept through his body. Or like that Olinos, who took sin upon himself, and was willing to seem guilty. And like you, luckless Lethia, too boastful of your beauty, once two hearts joined in close embrace, but now two stones which well-watered Ida holds. Orpheus prayed and wished in vain to cross the Styx a second time, but the keeper drove him back. 7 days he sat there on the bank in filthy rags, and with no taste of food. Care, anguish of soul, and tears were his nourishment. Complaining that the gods of Erebus were cruel, he betook himself to high Rhodope and wind-swept Hymus. 3 times had the sun finished the year and come to watery Pisces, and Orpheus had shunned all love of womankind, whether because of his ill success in love, or whether he had given his troth once for all. Still many women felt a passion for the bard, many grieved for their love repulsed. He set the example for the people of Thrace of giving his love to tender boys, and enjoying the springtime and first flower of their youth. A hill there was, and on the hill a wide extending plain, green with luxuriant grass. But the place was devoid of shade. When here the heaven-descended bard sat down and smote his sounding lyre, shade came to the place. There came the Chaonian oak, the grove of the Heliades, note, the poplar trees, return to text, the oak with its deep foliage, the soft linden, the beech, the virgin laurel tree, the brittle hazel, the ash, suitable for spear shafts, the smooth silver fir, the ilex tree, bending with acorns, the pleasant plane, the many-colored maple, river-haunting willows, the lotus, lover of the pools, the evergreen boxwood, the slender tamarisk, the double-hued myrtle, the viburnum with its dark blue berries. You also, pliant-footed ivy, came, and along with you tendrilled grapes and the elm trees draped with vines. the mountain ash, the forest pines, the arbute tree loaded with ruddy fruit, the pliant palm, the prize of victory, the bare-trunked pine, with broad leafy top, pleasing to the mother of the gods, since Attis, dear to Cybele, exchanged for this his human form, and stiffened in its trunk. Amidst this throng came the cone-shaped cypress, now a tree, but once a boy, beloved by that god who strings the lyre and strings the bow. For there was a mighty stag, sacred to the nymphs who haunt the Carthian plains, whose wide-spreading antlers gave ample shade to his own head. His antlers gleamed with gold, and down on his shoulders hung a gem-mounted collar set on his rounded neck. Upon his forehead a silver boss bound with small thongs was worn, and worn there from his birth. Pendant from both his ears, about his hollowed temples, were gleaming pearls. He, quite devoid of fear, and with none of his natural shyness, frequented men's homes, and let even strangers stroke his neck. But more than to all the rest, O Kyparissus, loveliest of the Scian race, was he dear to you. 'Twas you who led the stag to fresh pasturage, and to the waters of the clear spring. Now would you weave bright garlands for his horns, now, sitting like a horseman on his back, now here, now there, would gleefully guide his soft mouth with purple reins. 'Twas high noon on a summer's day, when the spreading claws of the shore-loving crab were burning with the sun's hot rays. Weary, the stag had lain down upon the grassy earth, and was drinking in the coolness of the forest shade. Him, all unwittingly, the boy Kyparissus pierced with a sharp javelin, and when he saw him dying of the cruel wound, he resolved on death himself. What did not Phoebus say to comfort him? How he warned him to grieve in moderation, and consistently with the occasion. The lad only groaned, and begged this as a boon he most desired from heaven, that he might mourn for ever. And now, as his life forces were exhausted by endless weeping, his limbs began to change to a green color, and his locks, which but now overhung his snowy brow, were turned to a bristling crest, and he became a stiff tree, with slender top, looking to the starry heavens. The god groaned, and full of sadness said, "You shall be mourned by me, shall mourn for others, and your place shall always be where others grieve." Such was the grove the bard had drawn, and he sat the central figure in an assembly of wild beasts and birds. And when he had tried the chords by touching them with his thumb, and his ears told him that the notes were in harmony, although they were of different pitch, he raised his voice in this song: "From Jove, O Muse, my mother, for all things yield to the sway of Jove, inspire my song. Oft have I sung the power of Jove before. I have sung the giants in a heavier strain, and the victorious bolts hurled on the Phlegrean plains. But now I need the gentler touch, for I would sing of boys beloved by gods, and maidens inflamed by unnatural love, and paying the penalty of their lust. The king of the gods once burned with love for Phrygian Ganymede, and something was found which Jove would rather be than what he was. Still he did not deign to take the form of any bird, save only that which could bear his thunderbolts. Without delay he cleft the air on his lying wings, and stole away the Trojan boy, who even now, though against the will of Juno, mingles the nectar and attends the cups of Jove. You also, youth of Amyclae, note Hyacinthus, return to text, Phoebus would have set in the sky, if grim fate had given him time to set you there. Still, in what fashion you may, you are immortal. As often as spring drives winter out, and the ram succeeds the watery fish, so often do you come up, and blossom on the green turf. Above all others did my father love you, and Delphi, set at the very center of the earth, lacked its presiding deity, while the god was haunting Eurota's stream, and Sparta the unwalled, note the home of Hyacinthus, return to text. No more has he thought for zither or for bow. Entirely heedless of his usual pursuits, he refuses not to bear the nets, nor hold the dogs in leash, nor go as comrade along the rough mountain ridges. And so with long association he feeds his passion's flame. And now Titan was about midway twixt the coming and the banished night, standing at equal distance from both extremes. They strip themselves, and, gleaming with rich olive oil, they try a contest with the broad discus. This, well poised, Phoebus sent flying through the air, and cleft the opposite clouds with the heavy iron. Back to the wonted earth after long time it fell, revealing the hurler's skill and strength combined. Straightway the Taenarian youth, note, Taenarian, poetic for Laconian, the Spartan, return to text, heedless of danger, and moved by eagerness for the game, ran out to take up the discus. But it bounded back into the air from the hard earth beneath, full in your face, O Hyacinthus. The god grows deadly pale even as the boy, and catches up the huddled form. Now he seeks to warm you again, now tries to staunch your dreadful wound, now strives to stay your parting soul with healing herbs. But his arts are of no avail, the wound is past all cure. Just as when in a garden, if someone has broken off violets, or brittle poppies or lilies, still hanging from the yellow stems, fainting, they suddenly droop their withered heads, and can no longer stand erect, but gaze with tops bowed low upon the earth. So the dying face lies prone, the neck, its strength all gone, cannot sustain its own weight, and falls back upon the shoulders. Thou art fallen, defrauded of thy youth's prime, Orbalides, says Phoebus, note, descendant of Ovidus, Spartan, return to text, and in thy wound do I see my guilt. Thou art my cause of grief and self-reproach. My hand must be proclaimed the cause of thy destruction. I am the author of thy death, and yet what is my fault, unless my playing with thee can be called a fault, unless my loving thee can be called a fault? And oh, that I might give up my life for thee, so well deserving, or give it up with thee! But since we are held from this by the laws of fate, thou shalt be always with me, and shalt stay on my mindful lips. Thee shall my lyre, struck by my hand, thee shall my songs proclaim, and as a new flower by thy marking shalt thou imitate my groans. Also the time will come when a most valiant hero, note Ajax, return to text, shall be linked with this flower, and by the same markings shall he be known. While Apollo thus spoke with truth-telling lips, behold, the blood which had poured out on the ground and stained the grass ceased to be blood, and in its place there sprang a flower brighter than Tyrian dye. It took the form of the lily, save that the one was of purple hue, while the other was silvery white. Phoebus, not satisfied with this, for 'twas he who wrought the honoring miracle, himself inscribed his grieving words upon the leaves, and the flower bore the marks, I, letters of lamentation drawn thereon. Sparta too was proud that Hyacinthus was her son, and even to this day his honor still endures, and still, as the anniversary returns, as did their sires, they celebrate the Hyacinthia in solemn festival. But if you should chance to ask Amythus, rich in veins of ore, if she is proud of her Propoetides, she would repudiate both them and those whose foreheads once were deformed by 2 horns, whence also they took their name, Cerastae. Before their gates there used to stand an altar sacred to Jove, the god of hospitality. If any stranger, ignorant of the crime, had seen this altar all smeared with blood, he would suppose that suckling calves or 2-year-old sheep of Amythus had been sacrificed thereon. 'Twas the blood of slaughtered guests. Outraged by these impious sacrifices, fostering Venus was preparing to desert her cities and her Ophiusian plains. But, said she, wherein have these pleasant regions, wherein have my cities sinned? What crime is there in them? Rather let this impious race pay the penalty by exile or by death, or by some punishment midway betwixt death and exile. And what other can that be than the penalty of a changed form? While she hesitates to what she shall change them, her eyes fall upon their horns, and she reminds herself that these can still be left to them, and so she changes their big bodies into savage bulls. But the foul Propoetides dared to deny the divinity of Venus. In consequence of this, through the wrath of the goddess, they are said to have been the first to prostitute their bodies and their fame. And as their shame vanished, and the blood of their faces hardened, note, i.e., they lost the power to blush, return to text, they were turned with but small change to hard stones. Pygmalion had seen these women spending their lives in shame, and disgusted with the faults which in such full measure nature had given the female mind, he lived unmarried, and long was without a partner of his couch. Meanwhile, with wondrous art he successfully carves a figure out of snowy ivory, giving it a beauty more perfect than that of any woman ever born. And with his own work he falls in love. The face is that of a real maiden, whom you would think living and desirous of being moved, if modesty did not prevent. So does his art conceal his art. Pygmalion looks in admiration, and is inflamed with love for this semblance of a form. Often he lifts his hands to the work to try whether it be flesh or ivory, nor does he yet confess it to be ivory. He kisses it, and thinks his kisses are returned. He speaks to it, grasps it, and seems to feel his fingers sink into the limbs when he touches them, and then he fears lest he leave marks of bruises on them. Now he addresses it with fond words of love, now brings it gifts pleasing to girls, shells and smooth pebbles, little birds and many-hued flowers, and lilies and colored balls, with tears of the Heliades, note, i.e., amber, return to text, that drop down from the trees. He drapes its limbs also with robes, puts gemmed rings upon its fingers, and a long necklace around its neck. Pearls hang from the ears, and chains adorn the breast. All these are beautiful, but no less beautiful is the statue unadorned. He lays it on a bed spread with coverlets of Tyrian hue, calls it the consort of his couch, and rests its reclining head upon soft downy pillows, as if it could enjoy them. And now the festal day of Venus had come, which all Cyprus thronged to celebrate. Heifers with spreading horns covered with gold had fallen 'neath the death-stroke on their snowy necks, and the altar smoked with incense. Pygmalion, having brought his gift to the altar, stood and falteringly prayed, "If ye, O gods, can give all things, I pray to have as wife," he did not dare add "my ivory maid," but said, "one like my ivory maid." But golden Venus, for she herself was present at her feast, knew what that prayer meant, and as an omen of her favouring deity, thrice did the flame burn brightly and leap high in air. When he returned, he sought the image of his maid, and bending over the couch, he kissed her. She seemed warm to his touch. Again he kissed her, and with his hands also he touched her breast. The ivory grew soft to his touch, and, its hardness vanishing, gave and yielded beneath his fingers, as Hymetian wax grows soft under the sun, and, moulded by the thumb, is easily shaped to many forms, and becomes usable through use itself. The lover stands amazed, rejoices, still in doubt, fears he is mistaken, and tries his hopes again, and yet again with his hand. Yes, it was real flesh. The veins were pulsing beneath his testing finger. Then did the Paphian hero pour out copious thanks to Venus, and again pressed with his lips, real lips at last. The maiden felt the kisses, blushed, and lifting her timid eyes up to the light, she saw the sky and her lover at the same time. The goddess graced with her presence the marriage she had made, and ere the 9th moon had brought her crescent to the full, a daughter was born to them, Paphos, from whom the island takes its name. Cinyras was her son, and had he been without offspring, might have been counted fortunate. A horrible tale I have to tell. Far hence be daughters, far hence fathers. Or if your minds find pleasure in my songs, do not give credence to this story, and believe that it never happened. Or if you do believe it, believe also in the punishment of the deed. If, however, nature allows a crime like this to show itself, I congratulate the Asmarian people and this our country. I congratulate this land on being far away from those regions where such iniquity is possible. Let the land of Penchaia be rich in balsam, let it bear its cinnamon, its costum, its frankincense exuding from the trees, its flowers of many sorts, so long as it bears its myrrh tree too. A new tree was not worth so great a price. Cupid himself avers that his weapons did not harm you, Myrrha, and clears his torches from that crime of yours. One of the three sisters with firebrand from the Styx and with swollen vipers blasted you. 'Tis a crime to hate one's father, but such love as this is a greater crime than hate. From every side the pick of princes desire you. From the whole Orient young men are here vying for your couch. Out of them all choose one for your husband, Myrrha. Only let not one, note, i.e. your father, return to text, be among them all. She indeed is fully aware of her vile passion, and fights against it, and says within herself, to what is my purpose tending? What am I planning? O gods, I pray you, in piety and the sacred rights of parents, keep this sin from me, and fight off my crime, if indeed it is a crime. But I am not sure, for piety refuses to condemn such love as this. Other animals mate as they will, nor is it thought base for a heifer to endure her sire, nor for his own offspring to be a horse's mate. The goat goes in among the flocks which he has fathered, and the very birds conceive from those from whom they were conceived. Happy they who have such privilege. Human civilization has made spiteful laws, and what nature allows, the jealous laws forbid. And yet they say that there are tribes among whom mother with son, daughter with father mates, so that natural love is increased by the double bond. O wretched me, that it was not my lot to be born there, and that I am thwarted by the mere accident of place. Why do I dwell on such things? Avaunt, lawless desires! Worthy to be loved is he, but as a father. Well, if I were not the daughter of great Cinyras, to Cinyras could I be joined. But as it is, because he is mine, he is not mine. And while my very propinquity is my loss, would I as a stranger be better off? It is well to go far away, to leave the borders of my native land, if only I may flee from crime. But unhappy passion keeps the lover here, that I may see Cinyras face to face, may touch him, speak with him, and kiss him, if nothing else is granted. But can you hope for aught else, you unnatural girl? Think how many ties, how many names you are confusing. Will you be the rival of your mother, the mistress of your father? Will you be called the sister of your son, the mother of your brother? And have you no fear of the sisters with black snakes in their hair, whom guilty souls see brandishing cruel torches before their eyes and faces? But you, while you have not yet sinned in body, do not conceive sin in your heart. Defile not great nature's law with unlawful union. Grant that you wish it, facts themselves forbid. He is a righteous man, and heedful of moral law, and oh, how I wish a like passion were in him. She spoke, but Cinyras, whom a throng of worthy suitors caused to doubt what he should do, inquired of herself, naming them over, whom she wished for husband. She is silent at first, and with gaze fixed on her father's face, wavers in doubt, while the warm tears fill her eyes. Cinyras, attributing this to maidenly alarm, bids her not to weep, dries her cheeks and kisses her on the lips. Myrrha is too rejoiced at this, and, being asked what kind of husband she desires, says, "One like you." But he approves her word, not understanding it, and says, "May you always be so filial." At the word filial, the girl, conscious of her guilt, casts down her eyes. It was midnight, and sleep had set free men's bodies from their cares. But the daughter of Cinyras, sleepless through the night, is consumed by ungoverned passion, renews her mad prayers, is filled now with despair, now with lust to try, feels now shame and now desire, and finds no plan of action. And just as a great tree, smitten by the axe, when all but the last blow has been struck, wavers which way to fall, and threatens every side, so her mind, weakened by many blows, leans unsteadily now this way and now that, and falteringly turns in both directions, and no end nor rest for her passion can she find, save death. She decides on death. She rises from her couch, resolved to hang herself, and, tying her girdle to a ceiling beam, she says, "Farewell, dear Cinyras, and know why I die," and is in the act of fitting the rope about her death-pale neck. They say that the confused sound of her words came to the ears of the faithful nurse who watched outside her darling's door. The old woman rises and opens the door, and when she sees the preparations for death, all in the same moment she screams, beats her breasts, and rends her garments, and seizes and snatches off the rope from the girl's neck. Then at last she has time to weep, time to embrace her, and ask the reason for the noose. The girl is stubbornly silent, gazes fixedly on the ground, and grieves that her attempt at death, all too slow, has been detected. The old woman insists, bares her white hair and thin breasts, and begs by the girl's cradle and her first nourishment that she trust to her nurse her cause of grief. The girl turns away from her pleadings with a groan. The nurse is determined to find out, and promises more than confidence. "Tell me," she says, "and let me help you. My old age is not without resources. If it be madness, I know one who has healing charms and herbs. Or if someone has worked an evil spell on you, you shall be purified with magic rites. Or if the gods are wroth with you, wrath may be appeased by sacrifice. What further can I think? Surely your household fortunes are prosperous as usual. Your mother and your father are alive and well." At the name of father, Myrrha sighed deeply from the bottom of her heart. Even now the nurse had no conception of any evil in the girl's soul, and yet she had a presentiment that it was some love affair, and with persistent purpose she begged her to tell her whatever it was. She took the weeping girl on her aged bosom, and so, holding her in her feeble arms, she said, "I know. You are in love, and in this affair I shall be entirely devoted to your service. Have no fear. Nor shall your father ever know." With a bound the mad girl leaped from her bosom, and burying her face in her couch, she said, "Go away, I pray you, and spare my unhappy shame." Still pressed, "Go away," she said again, "or cease asking why I grieve. It is a crime, what you want so much to know." The old woman is horrified, and stretching out her hands, trembling with age and fear, she falls pleadingly at her nursling's feet, now coaxing and now frightening her if she does not tell. She both threatens to report the affair of the noose and attempt at death, and promises her help if she will confess her love. The girl lifts her head and fills her nurse's bosom with her rising tears. Often she tries to confess, and often checks her words, and hides her shamed face in her robes. Then she says, "O mother, blessed in your husband," only so much, and groans. Cold horror stole through the nurse's frame, for she understood, and her white hair stood up stiffly over all her head, and she said many things to banish, if she might, the mad passion. The girl knew that she was truly warned. Still she was resolved on death if she could not have her desire. "Live, then," said the other. "Have your—" She did not dare say father. She said no more, calling on heaven to confirm her promises. It was the time when married women were celebrating that annual festival of Ceres, at which, with bodies robed in white raiment, they bring garlands of wheaten ears as the first offerings of their fruits, and for 9 nights they count love and the touch of man among things forbidden. In that throng was Cencreas, wife of the king, in constant attendance on the secret rites, and so, since the king's bed was deprived of his lawful wife, the over-officious nurse, finding Cinyras drunk with wine, told him of one who loved him truly, giving a false name, and praised her beauty. When he asked the maiden's age, she said, "The same as Murray's." Bidden to fetch her, when she had reached home, she cried, "Rejoice, my child, we win!" Not with all her heart did the unhappy girl feel joy, and her mind was filled with sad forebodings, but still she did also rejoice, so inconsistent were her feelings. It was the time when all things are at rest, and between the bears Bootes had turned his wain with down-pointing pole. Note: at midnight these constellations attain their highest point in the heavens, and thereafter begin their downward course. Return to text. She came to her guilty deed. The golden moon fled from the sky. Black clouds hid the skulking stars. Night was without her usual fires. You were the first, Icarus, to cover your face, and you, Erigone, deified for your pious love of your father. Thrice was Murra stopped by the omen of the stumbling foot. Thrice did the funereal screech-owl warn her by his uncanny cry. Still on she went, her shame lessened by the black shadows of the night. With her left hand she holds fast to her nurse, and with the other she gropes her way through the dark. Now she reaches the threshold of the chamber. Now she opens the door. Now is led within. But her knees tremble and sink beneath her. Color and blood flee from her face, and her senses desert her as she goes. The nearer she is to her crime, the more she shudders at it, repents her of her boldness, would gladly turn back unrecognized. As she holds back, the aged crone leads her by the hand to the side of the high bed, and, delivering her over, says, "Take her, Cinyras, she is yours," and leaves the doomed pair together. The father receives his own flesh in his incestuous bed, strives to calm her girlish fears, and speaks encouragingly to the shrinking girl. It chanced, by a name appropriate to her age, he called her daughter, and she called him father, that names might not be lacking to their guilt. Forth from the chamber she went, full of her father, with crime conceived within her womb. The next night repeated their guilt, nor was that the end. At length Cinyras, eager to recognize his mistress after so many meetings, brought in a light, and beheld his crime and his daughter. Speechless with woe, he snatched his bright sword from the sheath which hung near by. Murra fled, and escaped death by grace of the shades of the dark night. Groping her way through the broad fields, she left palm-bearing Arabia and the Panchaean country. Then, after 9 months of wandering, in utter weariness she rested at last in the Sabaean land. And now she could scarce bear the burden of her womb. Not knowing what to pray for, and in a strait betwixt fear of death and weariness of life, she summed up her wishes in this prayer: "O gods, if any there be who will listen to my prayer, I do not refuse the dire punishment I have deserved, but lest, surviving, I offend the living, and dying I offend the dead, drive me from both realms, change me, and refuse me both life and death." Some god did listen to her prayer. Her last petition had its answering gods. For even as she spoke, the earth closed over her legs. Roots burst forth from her toes, and stretched out on either side the supports of the high trunk. Her bones gained strength, and while the central pith remained the same, her blood changed to sap, her arms to long branches, her fingers to twigs, her skin to hard bark. And now the growing tree had closely bound her heavy womb, had buried her breast, and was just covering her neck. But she could not endure the delay, and meeting the rising wood, she sank down and plunged her face in the bark. Though she has lost her old-time feelings with her body, still she weeps, and the warm drops trickle down from the tree. Even the tears have fame, and the myrrh which distills from the tree trunk keeps the name of its mistress, and will be remembered through all the ages. But the misbegotten child had grown within the wood, and was now seeking a way by which it might leave its mother and come forth. The pregnant tree swells in mid-trunk, the weight within straining on its mother. The birth-pangs cannot voice themselves, nor can Lucina be called upon in the words of one in travail. Still, like a woman in agony, the tree bends itself, groans oft, and is wet with falling tears. Pitying Lucina stood near the groaning branches, laid her hands on them, and uttered charms to aid the birth. Then the tree cracked open, the bark was rent asunder, and it gave forth its living burden, a wailing baby boy. The Naiads laid him on soft leaves, and anointed him with his mother's tears. Even envy would praise his beauty, for he looked like one of the naked loves portrayed on canvas. But the dress may make no distinction. You should either give the one a light quiver, or take it from the other. Time glides by imperceptibly, and cheats us in its flight, and nothing is swifter than the years. That son of his sister and his grandfather, who was but lately concealed within his parent tree, but lately born, then a most lovely baby boy, is now a youth, now man, now more beautiful than his former self. Now he excites even Venus' love, and avenges his mother's passion. For while the goddess' son, with quiver on shoulder, was kissing his mother, he chanced unwittingly to graze her breast with a projecting arrow. The wounded goddess pushed her son away with her hand, but the scratch had gone deeper than she thought, and she herself was at first deceived. Now, smitten with the beauty of a mortal, she cares no more for the borders of Cythera, nor does she seek Paphos girt by the deep sea, nor fish-haunted Cnidos, nor Amathus rich in precious ores. She stays away even from the skies. Adonis is preferred to heaven. She holds him fast, is his companion, and, though her want has always been to take her ease in the shade, and to enhance her beauty by fostering it, now over mountain ridges, through the woods, over rocky places set with thorns, she ranges with her garments girt up to her knees, after the manner of Diana. She also cheers on the hounds, and pursues those creatures which are safe to hunt, such as the headlong hares, or the stag with high branching horns, or the timid doe. But from strong wild boars she keeps away, and from ravenous wolves, and she avoids bears, armed with claws, and lions, reeking with the slaughter of cattle. She warns you too, Adonis, to fear these beasts, if only it were of any avail to warn. Be brave against timorous creatures, she says, but against bold creatures boldness is not safe. Do not be rash, dear boy, at my risk, and do not provoke those beasts which nature has well armed, lest your glory be at great cost to me. Neither youth nor beauty, nor the things which have moved Venus, move lions and bristling boars, and the eyes and minds of wild beasts. Boars have the force of a lightning stroke in their curving tusks, and the impetuous wrath of tawny lions is irresistible. I fear and hate them all. When he asks her why, she says, I would tell, and you shall marvel at the monstrous outcome of an ancient crime. But now I am a-weary with my unaccustomed toil. And see, a poplar, happily at hand, invites us with its shade, and here is grassy turf for couch. I would fain rest here on the grass with you. So saying, She reclined upon the ground, and, pillowing her head against his breast, and mingling kisses with her words, she told the following tale. You may perchance have heard of a maid who surpassed swift-footed men in the contest of the race. And that was no idle tale, for she did surpass them. Nor could you say whether her fleetness or her beauty was more worthy of your praise. Now when this maid consulted the oracle about a husband, the god replied, A husband will be your bane, O Atalanta. Flee from the intercourse of husband. And yet you will not escape, and though living, you will lose yourself. Terrified by the oracle of the god, she lived unwedded in the shady woods, and with harsh terms she repulsed the insistent throng of suitors. I am not to be won, she said, till I be conquered first in speed. Contest the race with me. Wife and couch shall be given as prize unto the swift, but death shall be the reward of those who lag behind. Be that the condition of the race. She in truth was pitiless, but such was the witchery of her beauty, even on this condition a rash throng of suitors came to try their fate. Now Hippomenes had taken his seat as a spectator of this cruel race, and had exclaimed, Who would seek a wife at so great peril to himself? And he had condemned the young men for their headstrong love. But when he saw her face and her disrobed form, such beauty as is mine, or as would be yours if you were a woman, he was amazed, and stretching out his hands, he cried, Forgive me, ye whom but now I blamed. I did not yet realize the worth of the prize you strove for. As he praises, his own heart takes fire, and he hopes that none of the youths may outstrip her in the race, and is filled with jealous fears. But why is my fortune in this contest left untried? He cries. God himself helps those who dare. While thus Hippomenes was weighing the matter in his mind, the girl sped by on winged feet. Though she seemed to the Aeonian youth to go not less swiftly than a Scythian arrow, yet he admired her beauty still more. And the running gave a beauty of its own. The breeze bore back the streaming pinions on her flying feet, her hair was tossed over her white shoulders, the bright bordered ribbons at her knees were fluttering, and over her fair girlish body a pink flush came, just as when a purple awning, drawn over a marble hall, stains it with borrowed hues. While the stranger marked all this, the last goal was passed, and Atalanta was crowned victor with a festal wreath. But the conquered youths with groans paid the penalty, according to the bond. Not deterred by the experience of these, however, Hippomenes stood forth, and fixing his eyes upon the girl, exclaimed, Why do you seek an easily won renown by conquering sluggish youth? Come, strive with me. If fortune shall give me the victory, 'twill be no shame for you to be overcome by so great a foe. For Megarius of Onchestus is my father, and his grandfather is Neptune. Hence I am the great-grandson of the King of the Waters. Nor is my manly worth less than my race. Or if I shall be defeated, you will have a great and memorable name for the conquest of Hippomenes. As he said this, the daughter of Squinius gazed on him with softening eyes, being in a strait betwixt her desire to conquer and to be conquered. And thus she spoke. What god, envious of beauteous youths, wishes to destroy this one, and prompts him to seek wedlock with me at the risk of his own dear life? I am not worth so great a price, if I am the judge. Nor is it his beauty that touches me, and yet I could be touched by this as well. But the fact that he is still but a boy. It is not he himself who moves me, but his youth. What of his manly courage and his soul fearless of death? What that he claims by birth to be the fourth from the monarch of the seas? What of his love for me, and that he counts marriage with me of so great worth that he would perish if cruel fate denies me to him? O stranger, go hence while still you may. Flee from this bloody wedlock. Marriage with me is a fatal thing. No other maiden will refuse to wed you, and it may well be that a wiser girl will seek your love. Yet why this care for you, since so many have already perished? Let him look to himself. let him perish too, since by the death of so many suitors he was not warned, and cares so little for his life. And shall he die because he wished to live with me, and suffer undeserved death as the penalty of love? My victory will be attended by unbearable hatred against me, but the fault is none of mine. Oh, sir, I would that you might desist, or, since you are so madly set upon it, would that you might prove the swifter. Ah, how girlish is his youthful face! Ah, poor Hippomenes! I would that you had never looked on me, you were so worthy of life. But if I were of happier fortune, and if the harsh fates did not deny me marriage, you were the only he with whom I should want to share my couch. So speaks the maid, and all untutored, feeling for the first time the impulse of love, ignorant of what she does, she loves, and knows it not. Meanwhile the people and her father demanded the accustomed race. Then did the Neptunian youth Hippomenes with suppliant voice call on me. O may Cytherea, he said, be near, I pray, and assist the thing I dare, and smile upon the love which he has given. A kindly breeze bore this soft prayer to me, and I confess it moved my heart. And there was but scanty time to give him aid. There is a field, the natives call it the field of Tamasus, the richest portion of the Cyprian land, which in ancient times men set apart to me, and bade my temples be enriched with this. Within this field there stands a tree, gleaming with golden leaves, and its branches crackle with the same bright gold. Fresh come from there, I chanced to have in my hand 3 golden apples which I had plucked. Revealing myself to no one save to him, I approached Hippomenes, and taught him how to use the apples. The trumpets had sounded for the race, when they both, crouching low, flashed forth from their stalls, and skimmed the surface of the sandy course with flying feet. You would think that they could graze the sea with unwet feet, and pass lightly over the ripened heads of the standing grain. The youth was cheered on by shouts of applause, and the words of those who cried to him. Now is the time to bend to the work, Hippomenes. Go on, now use your utmost strength. No tarrying, you're sure to win. It is a matter of doubt whether the heroic son of Megarius or the daughter of Scoenius took more joy of these words. Oh, how often, when she could have passed him, did she delay, and, after gazing long upon his face, reluctantly leave him behind. And now dry, panting breath came from his weary throat, and the goal was still far away. Then at length did Neptune's scion throw one of the 3 golden apples. The maid beheld it with wonder, and, eager to possess the shining fruit, she turned out of her course, and picked up the rolling golden thing. Hippomenes passed her by, while the spectators roared their applause. She, by a burst of speed, made up for her delay, and the time that she had lost, and again left the youth behind her. Again she delayed at the tossing of the 2nd apple, followed, and passed the man. The last part of the course remained. Now be near me, goddess, author of my gift, he said, and obliquely into a side of the field, returning whence she would lose much time, with all his youthful strength he threw the shining gold. The girl seemed to hesitate whether or no she should go after it. I forced her to take it up, and added weight to the fruit she carried, and so impeded her equally with the weight of her burden and with her loss of time. And lest my story be longer than the race itself, the maiden was outstripped. The victor led away his prize. And was I not worthy, Adonis, of being thanked, and of having the honor of incense paid to me? But, forgetful of my services, he neither thanked nor offered incense to me. Then was I changed to sudden wrath, and smarting under the slight, and resolved not to be slighted in the future, I decided to make an example of them, and urged myself on against them both. They were passing by a temple deep hidden in the woods, which in ancient times illustrious Echion had built to the mother of the gods, note Cybele, return to text, in payment of a vow, and the long journey persuaded them to rest. There incontinent desire seized on Hippomenes, who was kindled by my divinity. Hard by the temple was a dimly lighted, cave-like place, built of soft native rock, hallowed by ancient religious veneration, where the priest had set many wooden images of the olden gods. This place he entered. This holy presence he defiled by lust. The sacred images turned away their eyes. The tower-crowned mother was on the verge of plunging the guilty pair beneath the waves of Styx. But the punishment seemed light, and so tawny manes covered their necks, but now smooth, their fingers curved into claws, their arms changed to legs, their weight went chiefly to their chests, with tails they swept the surface of the sandy ground. Harsh were their features, rough growls they gave for speech, and for marriage chamber they haunted the wild woods. And now as lions, to others terrible, with tamed mouths they champed the bits of Cybele. These beasts, and with them all other savage things which turn not their backs in flight, but offer their breasts to battle, do you for my sake, dear boy, avoid, lest your manly courage be the ruin of us both. Thus the goddess warned, and through the air, drawn by her swans, she took her way. But the boy's manly courage would not brook advice. It chanced his hounds, following a well-marked trail, roused up a wild boar from his hiding-place, and as he was rushing from the wood, the young grandson of Cinyras pierced him with a glancing blow. Straightway the fierce boar, with his curved snout, rooted out the spear, wet with his blood, and pursued the youth, now full of fear and running for his life. Deep in the groin he sank his long tusks, and stretched the dying boy upon the yellow sand. Borne through the middle air by flying swans on her light car, Cytherea had not yet come to Cyprus, when she heard afar the groans of the dying youth, and turned her white swans to go to him. And when from the high air she saw him lying, lifeless and weltering in his blood, she leaped down, tore both her garments and her hair, and beat her breasts with cruel hands. Reproaching fate, she said, "But all shall not be in your power. My grief, Adonis, shall have an enduring monument, and each passing year, in memory of your death, shall give an imitation of my grief. But your blood shall be changed to a flower." Or was it once allowed to thee, Persephone, to change a maiden's form, note the nymph Menthe, return to text, to fragrant mint? And shall the change of my hero, offspring of Cinyras, be grudged to me? So saying, with sweet-scented nectar she sprinkled the blood, and this, touched by the nectar, swelled as when clear bubbles rise up from yellow mud. With no longer than an hour's delay, a flower sprang up of blood-red hue, such as pomegranates bear, which hide their seeds beneath the tenacious rind. But short-lived is their flower, for the winds from which it takes its name, note anemone, the wind-flower, return to text, shake off the flower so delicately clinging, and doomed too easily to fall. End of Book 9. End of Section 13. Section 14 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 11. While with such songs the bard of Thrace drew the trees, held beasts enthralled, and constrained stones to follow him, behold, the crazed women of the Cicones, with skins flung over their breasts, saw Orpheus from a hilltop, fitting songs to the music of his lyre. Then one of these, her tresses streaming in the gentle breeze, cried out, "See, see, here is the man who scorns us," and hurled her spear straight at the tuneful mouth of Apollo's bard. But this, wreathed in leaves, marked without harming him. Another threw a stone, which, even as it flew through the air, was overcome by the sweet sound of voice and lyre, and fell at his feet, as if 'twould ask forgiveness for its mad attempt. But still the assault waxed reckless. Their passion knew no bounds. Mad fury reigned. and all their weapons would have been harmless under the spell of song, but the huge uproar of the Berecintian flutes, mixed with discordant horns, the drums, and the breast-beatings and howlings of the bacchanals, drowned the lyre's sound, and then at last the stones were reddened with the blood of the bard, whose voice they could not hear. First away went the multitudinous birds, still spellbound by the singer's voice, with the snakes and the train of beasts, the glory of Orpheus' audience, harried by the Maenads. Then these turned bloody hands against Orpheus, and flocked around like birds when they see the bird of night wandering in the daylight. And as when in the amphitheatre, in the early morning of the spectacle, the doomed stag in the arena is the prey of dogs. They rushed upon the bard, and hurled at him their wands, wreathed with green leaves, not made for such use as this. Some threw clods, some branches torn from trees, and some threw stones. And that real weapons might not be wanting to their madness, it chanced that oxen, toiling beneath the yoke, were ploughing up the soil. And not far from these, stout peasants were digging the hard earth and sweating at their work. When these beheld the advancing horde, they fled away, and left behind the implements of their toil. Scattered through the deserted fields lay hoes, long mattocks, and heavy grubbing tools. These the savage women caught up, and first tearing in pieces the oxen who threatened them with their horns, they rushed back to slay the bard. And as he stretched out his suppliant hands, uttering words then but never before unheeded, and moving them not a whit by his voice, the impious women struck him down. And oh, the pity of it, through those lips to which rocks listened, and to which the hearts of savage beasts responded, the soul breathed out went faring forth in air. The morning birds wept for the Orpheus, the throng of beasts, the flinty rocks, and the trees which had so often gathered to thy songs. Yes, the trees shed their leaves, as if so tearing their hair in grief for thee. They say that the rivers also were swollen with their own tears, and that naiads and dryads alike mourned with dishevelled hair and with dark-bordered garments. The poet's limbs lay scattered all around, but his head and lyre, O Hebrus, thou didst receive, and, a marvel, while they floated in midstream, the lyre gave forth some mournful notes. Mournfully the lifeless tongue murmured, mournfully the banks replied. And now, borne onward to the sea, they left their native stream and gained the shore of Lesbos, near the city of Methymna. Here, as the head lay exposed upon a foreign strand, a savage serpent attacked it, and its streaming locks still dripping with the spray. But Phoebus at last appeared, drove off the snake just in the act to bite, and hardened and froze to stone, just as they were, the serpent's widespread yawning jaws. The poet's shade fled beneath the earth, and recognized all the places he had seen before, and, seeking through the blessed fields, found Eurydice, and caught her in his eager arms. Here now, side by side they walk. Now Orpheus follows her as she proceeds, now goes before her. Now may in safety look back upon his Eurydice. However, Laius did not suffer such crime as this to go unavenged. Grieved at the loss of the bard of his sacred rites, he straightway bound fast all those Thracian women who saw the impious deed with twisted roots. For he prolonged their toes, and, insofar as each root followed down, he thrust their tips into the solid earth. And as a bird, when it has caught its foot in the snare which the cunning fowler has set for it, and feels that it is caught, flaps and flutters, but draws its bonds tighter by its struggling, so, as each of these women, fixed firmly in the soil, had stuck fast, with wild affright, but all in vain, she attempted to flee. The tough roots held her, and though she struggled, kept firm their grasp. And when she asked where were her fingers, where her feet, her nails, she saw the bark come creeping up her shapely legs. Striving to smite her thighs with hands of grief, she smote on oak. Her breasts also became of oak, oaken her shoulders. Her arms you would think had been changed to long branches. nor would your thought be wrong. Nor is this enough for Bacchus. He leaves the very fields, and with a worthier band seeks the vineyards of his own Tmolus and his Pactolus, although this was not at that time a golden stream, nor envied for its precious sands. His usual company, satyrs and bacchanals, thronged round him, but Silenus was not there. Him, stumbling with the weight of years and wine, the Phrygian rustics took captive, bound him with wreaths, and led him to Midas, their king. To this Midas, together with the Athenian Eumolpus, Thracian Orpheus had taught the rites of Bacchus. When now the king recognized the comrade and assistant of his revels, right merrily to celebrate the coming of his guest, he ordered a festival, which they kept for 10 continuous days and nights. And now the 11th dawn had driven away the ranks of stars on high, when the king with joyful heart came to the Lydian fields, and gave Silenus back to his dear foster child. Then did the god, rejoicing in his foster father's safe return, grant to the king the free choice of a boon, a pleasing but useless gift. Midas, fated to make an ill use of his gift, exclaimed, "Grant that whatsoever I may touch with my body may be turned to yellow gold." Bacchus granted his prayer, and gave him the baleful gift, grieving the while that he had not asked better. The Berecyncian hero gaily went his way, rejoicing in his fatal gift, and tried his promised powers by touching this and that. Scarcely daring to believe, from a low oak branch he broke off a green twig. The twig was changed to gold. He picked up a stone from the ground. The stone also showed a light golden hue. He touched a clod. Beneath that magic touch the clod became a mass of gold. He plucked some ripe wheat heads. It was a golden harvest. He picked an apple from a tree and held it in his hand. You would suppose the Hesperides had given it. If he laid his fingers on the lofty pillars, the pillars gleamed before his eyes. When he bathed his hands in water, the water flowing over his hands could cheat a Danae. His mind itself could scarcely grasp its own hopes, dreaming of all things turned to gold. As he rejoiced, his slaves set a table before him loaded with meats, nor was bread wanting. Then, indeed, if he touched the gift of Ceres with his hand, the gift of Ceres went stiff and hard. Or if he tried to bite a piece of meat with hungry teeth, where his teeth touched the food, they touched but yellow plates of gold. He mingled pure water with the wine of Bacchus, giver of his gift, but through his jaws you would see the molten gold go trickling. Amazed by this strange mishap, rich and yet wretched, he seeks to flee his wealth, and hates what he but now has prayed for. No store of food can relieve his hunger. His throat is parched with burning thirst, and through his own fault he is tortured by hateful gold. Lifting his hands and shining arms to heaven, he cries, "Oh, pardon me, Linnaeus, father, I have sinned. Yet have mercy, I pray thee, and save me from this curse that looks so fair." The gods are kind. Bacchus restored him to his former condition when he confessed his fault, and he relieved him of the boon which he had given in fulfillment of his pledge. "And that you may not remain encased in gold, which you have so foolishly desired," he said, "go to the stream which flows by mighty Sardis town, and take your way along the Lydian hills up the tumbling stream until you come to the river's source. There plunge your head and body beneath the foaming fountain, where it comes leaping forth, and by that act wash your sin away." The king went to the stream as he was bid. The power of the golden touch imbued the water, and passed from the man's body into the stream. And even to this day, receiving the seed of the original vein, the fields grow hard and yellow, their soil soaked with water of the golden touch. But Midas, hating wealth, haunted the woods and fields, worshipping Pan, who has his dwelling in the mountain caves. But stupid his wits still remained, and his foolish mind was destined again, as once before, to harm its master. For Tmolus, looking far out upon the sea, stands stiff and high, with steep sides extending with one slope to Sardis, and on the other reaches down to little Hypaepe. There, while Pan was singing his songs to the soft nymphs and playing airy interludes upon his reeds, close joined with wax, he dared speak slightingly of Apollo's music in comparison with his own, and came into an ill-matched contest with Tmolus as the judge. The old judge took his seat upon his own mountain top, and shook his ears free from the trees. His dark locks were encircled by an oak wreath only, and acorns hung around his hollow temples. He, looking at the shepherd god, exclaimed, "There is no delay on the judge's part." Then Pan made music on his rustic pipes, and with his rude notes quite charmed King Midas, for he chanced to hear the strains. After Pan was done, venerable Tmolus turned his face towards Phoebus, and his forest turned with his face. Phoebus' golden head was wreathed with laurel of Parnassus, and his mantle, dipped in Tyrian dye, swept the ground. His lyre, inlaid with gems and Indian ivory, he held in his left hand, while his right hand held the plectrum. His very pose was that of an artist. Then, with trained thumb, he plucked the strings, and, charmed by those sweet strains, Tmolus ordered Pan to lower his reeds before the lyre. All approved the judgment of the sacred mountain god, and yet it was challenged and called unjust by Midas' voice alone. The Delian god did not suffer ears so dull to keep their human form, but lengthened them out and filled them with shaggy gray hair. He also made them unstable at the base, and gave them power of motion. Human in all else, in this one feature was he punished, and wore the ears of a slow-moving ass. Disfigured and ashamed, he strove to hide his temples beneath a purple turban. But the slave who was wont to trim his long hair beheld his shame, and he, since he dared not reveal the disgraceful sight, yet eager to tell it out, and utterly unable to keep it to himself, went off and dug a hole in the ground, and into the hole, with low muttered words, he whispered of his master's ears which he had seen. Then, by throwing back the earth, he buried the evidence of his voice, and having thus filled up the hole again, he silently stole away. But a thick growth of whispering reeds began to spring up there, and these, when at the year's end they came to their full size, betrayed the sower, for, stirred by the gentle breeze, they repeated his buried words, and exposed the story of his master's ears. His vengeance now complete, Latona's son retires from Tmolus, and, borne through the liquid air, without crossing the narrow sea of Helle, daughter of Nephele, he came to earth in the country of Laomedon. Midway between the Sigean and Rhetian promontories was an ancient altar, sacred to the Panomphean thunderer. There Apollo saw Laomedon beginning to build the walls of his new city, Troy. And perceiving that the mighty task was proceeding with great difficulty, and demanded no slight resources, he, together with the trident-bearing father of the swollen sea, put on mortal form, and built the walls for the Phrygian king, having first agreed upon a sum of gold for the walls. There stood the work, but the king repudiated his debt, and, as a crowning act of perfidy, swore that he had never promised the reward. "But you shall not go unpunished," the sea-god said, and he set all his waters flowing against the shores of miserly Troy. He flooded the country till it looked like a sea, swept away the farmers' crops, and whelmed their fields beneath his waters. Nor was this punishment enough. The king's daughter also must be sacrificed to a monster of the deep. But while she was bound there to the hard rocks, Alcides set her free, and then demanded his promised wage, the horses that were agreed upon. But the great task's price was again refused, and so the hero took the twice perjured walls of conquered Troy. Nor did Telamon, the partner of his campaign, go without reward, and Hesione was given him. For Peleus, Peleus also had assisted Hercules in this exploit, return to text, was honored with a goddess for his bride, and was not more proud of his grandfather's name than of his father-in-law, since it had fallen to not one alone to be grandson of Jove, but to him alone had it fallen to have a goddess for his wife. For old Proteus had said to Thetis, O goddess of the waves, conceive. Thou shalt be the mother of a youth who, when to manhood grown, shall outdo his father's deeds, and shall be called greater than he. Because of this, lest the earth should produce anything greater than himself, though he had felt the hot fires of love deep in his heart, Jove shunned the arms of Thetis, goddess of the sea, and bade his grandson, the son of Aeacus, assume the place of lover in his stead, and seek a union with this virgin of the deep. There is a bay on the Thessalian coast, rounded like a curved sickle, with arms running out. 'Twould be a safe port for ships, if the water were deeper. The sea spreads smooth over the sandy bottom. The shore is firm, such as leaves no trace of feet, delays no journey, is free from seaweed. A myrtle wood grows close at hand, thick hung with two-colored berries. There is a grotto in this grove, whether made by nature or art, one may not surely say, but rather by art. To this grot oftentimes, riding thy bridal dolphin, O Thetis, naked thou wast wont to come. There then did Publius seize thee as thou layest wrapped in slumber. And since, though entreated by his prayers, thou didst refuse, he prepared to force thy will, entwining thy neck with both his arms. And hadst thou not, by changing oft thy form, had recourse to thine accustomed arts, he would have worked his daring will on thee. But now didst thou take the form of a bird. Still he held fast to the bird. Now wast thou a sturdy tree. Around the tree did Publius tightly cling. Thy third disguise was a spotted tigress form. In fear of that, Publius loosed his hold on thee. Then did he pray unto the gods of the sea with wine poured out upon the water, with entrails of sheep, and with the smoke of incense, until the Carpathian seer from his deep pools rose and said to him, O son of Aeacus, thou shalt yet gain the bride thou dost desire. Only do thou, when she lies within the rocky cave, deep sunk in sleep, bind her in her unconsciousness with snares and close-clinging thongs. And though she take 100 lying forms, let her not escape thee, but hold her close, whatever she may be, until she take again the form she had at first. So spoke Proteus, and hid his face beneath the waves, as he let his waters flow back again over his final words. Now Titan was sinking low, and kept the western sea beneath his down-sloping chariot, when the fair Nereid, seeking again the grot, lay down upon her accustomed couch. There scarce had Publius well laid hold on her virgin limbs, when she began to assume new forms, until she perceived that she was held firmly bound, and that her arms were pinioned wide. Then at length she groaned, and said, "'Tis not without some god's assistance that you conquer," and gave herself up as Thetis. Her, thus owning her defeat, the hero caught in his embrace, attained his desire, and begat on her the great Achilles. Peleus was blessed in his son, blessed in his wife, and to him only good befell, if you except the crime of the murdered Phocus. Driven from his father's house, with his brother's blood upon his hands, he found asylum in the land of Thracis. Here ruled in peaceful, bloodless sway Ceyx, son of Lucifer, with all his father's bright gladness in his face. But at that time he was sad, and unlike himself, for he was mourning the taking off of his brother. To him the son of Aeacus came, worn with his cares and journeyings, and entered his city with but a few retainers following. He left the flocks of sheep and the cattle which he had brought with him in a shady vale not far from the city's walls. Then, when first he was allowed to approach the monarch, stretching out with suppliant hand an olive branch wound with woolen fillets, he told him who he was and from what father sprung. He concealed only his crime, and lied concerning the reason for his flight. He begged for a chance to support himself in city or in field. To him the Trachinian monarch with kind words replied, The opportunities of our realm lie open, Publius, even to humble folk, and we do not rule an inhospitable kingdom. To this, our kindly disposition, you add the strong incentive of an illustrious name and descent from Jove. Then waste no time in prayer. You shall have all you seek. Call all this your own, whatsoever you see, and I would that you saw better. He spoke and wept. When Publius and his companions asked him the cause of his great grief, he answered them, Perchance you think that yonder bird, which lives on rapine and is the terror of all birds, was always a feathered creature. He was once a man, and so fixed his character, his only qualities were harshness, eagerness for war, readiness for violence. By name Daedalian. We too were born of that god who wakes the dawn and passes last from the sky. I was by nature peaceful, and my care was always for preserving peace and for my wife. But cruel war was my brother's pleasure. His fierce courage subdued kings and nations, and now in changed form it pursues the doves of Thisbe. Note, a little town on the coast of Boeotia, famous for its wild doves. Return to text. He had a daughter, Chione, a girl most richly dowered with beauty, who had 1,000 suitors when she had reached the marriageable age of 14 years. It chanced that Phoebus and the son of Maia, returning the one from Delphi, the other from high Selene, beheld her both at once, and both at once were filled with love of her. Apollo put off his hope of love till night-time, but the other brooked no delay, and touched the maiden's face with his sleep-compelling wand. She lay beneath the god's magic touch, and endured his violence. Now night had spangled the heavens with the stars, when Phoebus, assuming an old woman's form, gained his forestalled joy. When the fullness of time was come, a son was born to the wing-footed god, Autolycus, of crafty nature, well versed in cunning wiles, for he could make white of black and black of white, a worthy heir of his father's art. To Phoebus also, for the birth was twin, was born Philammon, famous for song and zither. But what profits it that she bore 2 sons, that she found favor with 2 gods, that she herself was sprung from a brave sire and shining grandsire? Is not glory a bane as well? It has been a bane to many, surely to her, for she boldly set herself above Diana, and criticized the goddess Beauty. But to her the goddess, moved by hot rage, exclaimed, Then by our deeds we'll please you. Upon the word she bent her bow, sent an arrow swift flying from the string, and pierced that guilty tongue with the shaft. The tongue was stilled, nor voice nor attempted words came more. Even as she tried to speak, her life fled forth with her blood. Wretched, I embraced her, feeling her father's grief in my heart, and to my dear brother I spoke words of comfort. The father heard them as the crags hear the murmurs of the sea, and kept ever bewailing his lost child. But when he saw her burning, 4 times he made to rush into the blazing pile. 4 times thrust back, he took to mad flight, and like a bullock whose neck is pierced by hornet stings, over trackless ways he rushed. Even then he seemed to me to run faster than human powers allow, and you would have thought his feet had taken wings. So then he fled us all, and quickly, bent on destruction, he gained Parnassus' top. Apollo, pitying him, when Daedalian had hurled himself from that high cliff, made him a bird, held him suspended there on sudden wings, and gave him a hooked beak, gave him curved claws. But he left him his old-time courage and strength greater than his body. And now, as a hawk, friendly to none, he vents his cruel rage on all birds, and suffering himself, makes others suffer too. While the son of Lucifer was telling this marvelous story of his brother, Phocion Onitor, Peleus' herdsman, came running in with breathless haste, crying, Peleus, Peleus, I come to tell you news of dreadful slaughter. Peleus bade him tell his news, while the Trachinian king himself waited in trembling anxiety. The herdsman went on. I had driven the weary herd down to the curving shore when the high sun was midway in his course, beholding as much behind him as still lay before. A part of the cattle had kneeled down upon the yellow sands, and lying there were looking out upon the broad level sea. Part was wandering slowly here and there, while others still swam out and stood neck-deep in water. A temple stood near the sea, not resplendent with marble and gold, but made of heavy timbers, and shaded by an ancient grove. The place was sacred to Nereus and the Nereids. These, a sailor told me, were the gods of that sea, as he dried his nets on the shore. Hard by this temple was a marsh, thick set with willows, which the backwater of the sea made into a marsh. From this a loud crashing noise filled the whole neighborhood with fear. A huge beast, a wolf, he came rushing out, smeared with marsh mud, his great murderous jaws all bloody and flecked with foam, and his eyes blazing with red fire. He was mad with rage and hunger, but more with rage. For he stayed not to sate his fasting and dire hunger on the slain cattle, but mangled the whole herd, slaughtering all in wanton malice. Some of us also, while we strove to drive him off, were sore wounded by his deadly fangs and given over to death. The shore, the shallow water, and the swamps, resounding with the bellowings of the herd, were red with blood. But delay is fatal, nor is there time to hesitate. While there's still something left, let us all rush on together, and let us take arms, and make a combined attack upon the wolf. So spoke the rustic. Publius was not stirred by the story of his loss, but, conscious of his crime, he well knew that the bereaved Nereid, note, Psamathe, the mother of Phocus, whom Publius had accidentally killed, return to text, was sending this calamity upon him as a sacrificial offering to her slain Phocus. The Aeaean king bade his men put on their armor and take their deadly spears in hand, and at the same time was making ready to go with them himself. But his wife, Alcyone, roused by the loud outcries, came rushing out of her chamber, her hair not yet all arranged, and sending this flying loose, she threw herself upon her husband's neck, and begged him with prayers and tears that he would send aid, but not go himself, and so save 2 lives in one. Then said the son of Aeacus to her, Your pious fears, O queen, become you, but have no fear. I am not ungrateful for your proffered help, but I have no desire that arms be taken in my behalf against the strange monster. I must pray to the goddess of the sea. There was a tall tower, a lighthouse on the top of the citadel, a welcome landmark for storm-tossed ships. They climbed up to its top, and thence with cries of pity looked out upon the cattle lying dead upon the shore, and saw the killer reveling with bloody jaws, and with his long shaggy hair stained red with blood. There, stretching out his hands to the shores of the open sea, Publius prayed to the sea-nymph Psamathe, that she put away her wrath and come to his help. She indeed remained unmoved by the prayers of Publius, but Thetis, adding her prayers for her husband's sake, obtained the nymph's forgiveness. But the wolf, though ordered off from his fierce slaughter, kept on, mad with the sweet draughts of blood, until, just as he was fastening his fangs upon the torn neck of a heifer, the nymph changed him into marble. The body, save for its color, remained the same in all respects, but the color of the stone proclaimed that now he was no longer wolf, that now he no longer need be feared. But still the fates did not suffer the banished Publius to continue in this land. The wandering exile went on to Magnesia, and there, at the hands of the Haemonian king Acastus, he gained full absolution from his blood-guiltiness. Meanwhile, King Ceyx was much disturbed and anxious, not alone about the strange thing that happened to his brother, but also about others that had happened since his brother's fate. Accordingly, that he might consult the sacred oracles, the refuge of mankind in trouble, he planned to journey to the Clarion god. For the infamous Phorbas, with the followers of Phlegyas, was making the journey to the Delphic oracle unsafe. But before he started, he told his purpose to you, his most faithful wife, Alcyone. Straightway she was chilled to the very marrow of her bones. Her face grew pale as boxwood, and her cheeks were wet with her flowing tears. 3 times she tried to speak, 3 times watered her face with weeping. At last, her loving complaints broken by her sobs, she said, "What fault of mine, O dearest husband, has brought your mind to this? Where is that care for me, which used to stand first of all? Can you now abandon your Alcyone with no thought of her? Is it your pleasure now to go on a long journey? Am I now dearer to you when absent from you? But I suppose your journey is by land, and I shall only grieve, not fear, for you, and my cares shall have no terror in them. The sea affrights me, and the stern visage of the deep, and but lately I saw some broken planks upon the beach, and often have I read men's names on empty tombs. And let not your mind have vain confidence in that the son of Hippotes is their father-in-law, who holds the stout winds behind prison bars, and when he will can calm the sea. For when once the winds have been let out, and have gained the open deep, no power can check them, and every land and every sea is abandoned to their will. Nay, they harry the very clouds of heaven, and rouse the red lightnings with their fierce collisions. The more I know them, for I do know them, and have often seen them when a child in my father's home, the more I think them to be feared. But if no prayers can change your purpose, dear husband, and if you are over-bent on going, take me with you too, for surely we shall then be storm-tossed together. Nor shall I fear, save only what I feel, and together we shall endure whatever comes. Together over the broad billows we shall fare." With these words and tears of the daughter of Aeolus, the star-born husband was deeply moved, for the fire of love burned no less brightly in his heart, and yet he was unwilling either to give up his proposed journey on the sea, or to take Alcyone as sharer of his perils. His anxious love strove to comfort her with many soothing words, but for all that he did not win her approval. He added this comforting condition also, by which alone he gained his loving wife's consent. "Every delay, I know, will seem long to us, but I swear to you by my father's fires, if only the fates will let me, I will return before the moon shall twice have filled her orb." When by these promises of return her hope had been awakened, straightway he ordered his ship to be launched and duly supplied with her equipment. But when Alcyone saw this, as if forewarned of what was to come, she fell to trembling again. Her tears flowed afresh, and embracing her husband in the depth of woe, she said a sad farewell at last, and then fainted away completely. But the young men, though Ceyx sought excuses for delay, in double rows drew back the oars to their strong breasts, and rent the waters with their rhythmic strokes. Then Alcyone lifted her tear-wet eyes, and saw her husband standing on the high-curved poop, and waving his hand in first signal to her, and she waved tokens back again. When the land drew further off, and her eyes could no longer make out his features, while yet she could, she followed with her gaze their fast-receding ship. When even this was now so distant that it could not be seen, still she watched the sails floating along at the top of the mast. When she could not even see the sails, heavy-hearted, she sought her lonely couch, and threw herself upon it. The couch and the place renewed her tears, for they reminded her of the part that was gone from her. They had left the harbor, and the breeze had set the cordage rattling. At that the captain shipped his oars, ran the yard up to the top of the mast, and spread all his sails to catch the freshening breeze. The ship was now skimming along about midway of the sea, and the land on either side was far away, when, as night came on, the water began to whiten with the roughening waves, and the wind driving ahead to blow with increased violence. "Lower the yard at once," the captain cries, "and tight reef the sail." So he orders, but the blast blowing in his face drowns out his orders, nor does the uproar of the sea let his voice be heard. Still, of their own will, some hastily draw in the oars, some close the oar-holes, and some reef the sails. Here one is bailing out the water and pouring the sea into the sea, while another hastily secures the spars. While these things are being done, all in confusion, the storm is increasing in violence, and from every quarter the raging winds make their attacks and stir up the angry waves. The captain himself is in terror, and admits that he does not know how the vessel stands, nor what either to order or forbid, so great is the impending weight of destruction, so much more mighty than his skill. All is a confused uproar, shouts of men, rattling of cordage, roar of the rushing waves, and crash of thunder. The waves run mountain high, and seem to reach the very heavens, and with their spray to sprinkle the lowering clouds. Now the water is tawny, with the sands swept up from the bottom of the sea, and now blacker than the very waters of the Styx. At other times the waves spread out, white with the hissing foam. The Trachinian ship herself also is driven on in the grasp of chance. Now, lifted high as from a mountain top, she seems to look down into deep valleys and the pit of Acheron. Now, as she sinks far down and the writhing waters close her in, she seems to be looking up to the top of heaven from the infernal pools. Often with mighty thuds the vessel's sides resound, beaten by crashing waves as heavily as when sometimes an iron ram or ballista smites a battered fortress. And as savage lions, gaining new strength as they come rushing to the attack, want to breast the hunter's arms and ready spears, so, when the waves had been lashed to fury by the opposing winds, they rushed against the bulwarks of the bark and towered high over them. And now the tightening wedges of the hull spring loose, and yawning chinks appear, their covering of wax clean washed away, and give passage to the deadly tide. Behold, the rain falls in sheets from the bursting clouds, and you would think that the whole heavens were falling down into the sea, and that the swollen sea was leaping up into the regions of the sky. The sails are soaked with rain, and with the waters from the sky the ocean's floods are mingled. No stars gleam in the sky, and the black night is murky with its own and the tempest's gloom. Still flashing lightnings cleave the shadows and give light, and the waves gleam red beneath the lightning's glare. Now also the flood comes pouring within the vessel's hollow hull, and as a soldier, more eager than his fellows, when he has often essayed to scale a beleaguered city's walls, at last succeeds, and fired with a passion for praise, o'erleaps the wall, and stands one man amidst 1,000, so when the waves 9 times have battered at the lofty sides, the 10th wave, leaping with a mightier heave, comes on, nor does it cease its attack upon the weary ship, until over the ramparts of the conquered bark it leaps within. So, now a part of the sea still tries to invade the ship, and part is already within its hold. All are in terrified confusion, just as a city is confused when some from without seek to undermine its walls, and some hold the walls within. Skill fails and courage falls, and as many separate deaths seem rushing on and bursting through as are the advancing waves. One cannot restrain his tears, another is struck dumb, still another cries they are fortunate whom burial rites await. One calls on the gods in prayer, and lifts unavailing arms to the unseen heavens, begging for help. One thinks upon his brothers and his sire, one on his home and children, and each on that which he has left behind. But Ceyx thinks on Alcyone. Upon the lips of Ceyx there is no one save Alcyone, and though he longs for her alone, yet he rejoices that she is far away. How he would love to look towards his native shores again, and turn his last gaze upon his home. But where he is, he knows not, for the sea boils in such whirling pools, and the shadows of the pitchy clouds hide all the sky and double the darkness of the night. The mast is broken by a whirling rush of wind. The rudder, too, is broken. One last wave, like a victor rejoicing in his spoils, heaves itself high and looks down upon the other waves, and, as if one should tear from their foundations Athos and Pindus, and hurl them bodily into the open sea, so fell this wave headlong, and with its overwhelming weight plunged the ship down to the very bottom. And with the ship the great part of the sailors perished, sucked down in the eddying flood, never more to see the light of day. But some still clung to broken pieces of the vessel. Ceyx himself, with the hand that was wont to hold the sceptre, clung to a fragment of the wreck, and called upon his father-in-law and on his father. Alas, in vain. But most of all is the name of Alcyone on the swimmer's lips. He remembers her, and names her o'er and o'er. He prays that the waves may bear his body into her sight, and that in death he may be entombed by her dear hands. While he can keep afloat, as often as the waves allow him to open his mouth, he calls the name of his Alcyone far away, and murmurs it even as the waves close over his lips. See, a dark billow of waters breaks over the surrounding floods and buries his head deep beneath the seething waves. Dim and unrecognizable was Lucifer that dawn, and since he might not leave his station in the skies, he wrapped his face in thick clouds. Meanwhile the daughter of Aeolus, in ignorance of this great disaster, counts off the nights. Now hastens on to weave the robes which he is to put on, and now those which she herself will wear when he comes back, and pictures to herself the homecoming which can never be. She dutifully burns incense to all the gods, but most of all she worships at Juno's shrine, and approaches the altars on behalf of the man who is no more, that her husband may be kept safe from harm, that he may return once more, loving no other woman more than her. And only this prayer of all her prayers could be granted her. But the goddess could no longer endure these entreaties for the dead, and that she might free her altar from the touch of the hands of mourning, she said, Iris, most faithful messenger of mine, go quickly to the drowsy house of sleep, and bid him send to Alcyone a vision in dead Ceyx form, to tell her the truth about his fate. She spoke, and Iris put on her cloak of 1,000 hues, and trailing across the sky in a rainbow curve, she sought the cloud-concealed palace of the King of Sleep. Near the land of the Cimmerians there is a deep recess within a hollow mountain, the home and chamber of sluggish sleep. Phoebus can never enter there with his rising, noontide, or setting rays. Clouds of vapor breathe forth from the earth, and dusky twilight shadows. There no wakeful crested cock with his loud crowing summons the dawn, no careful watchdog breaks the deep silence with his voice, or goose, still shrewder than the dog. There is no sound of wild beast or of cattle, of branches rustling in the breeze, of clamorous tongues of men. There mute silence dwells, but from the bottom of the cave there flows the stream of Lethe, whose waves, gently murmuring over the gravelly bed, invite to slumber. Before the cavern's entrance abundant poppies bloom, and countless herbs, from whose juices dewy night distills sleep, and spreads its influence over the darkened lands. There is no door in all the house, lest some turning hinge should creak, no guardian on the threshold. But in the cavern's central space there is a high couch of ebony, downy soft, black-hued, spread with a dusky coverlet. There lies the god himself, his limbs relaxed in languorous repose. Around him on all sides lie empty dream shapes, mimicking many forms, many as ears of grain in harvest time, as leaves upon the trees, as sands cast on the shore. When the maiden entered there, and with her hands brushed aside the dream shapes that blocked her way, the awesome house was lit up with the gleaming of her garments. Then the god, scarce lifting his eyelids, heavy with the weight of sleep, sinking back repeatedly and knocking his breast with his nodding chin, at last shook himself free of himself, and, resting on an elbow, asked her, for he recognized her, why she came. And she replied, O sleep, thou rest of all things, sleep, mildest of the gods, balm of the soul, who puttest care to flight, soothest our bodies, worn with hard ministries, and preparest them for toil again, fashion a shape that shall seem true form, and bid it go in semblance of the king to Alcyone in Trachis, famed for Hercules. there let it show her the picture of the wreck. This Juno bids. When she had done her task, Iris departed, for she could no longer endure the power of sleep, and when she felt the drowsiness stealing upon her frame, she fled away and retraced her course along the arch over which she had lately passed. But the father rouses Morpheus from the throng of his 1,000 sons, a cunning imitator of the human form. No other is more skilled than he in representing the gait, the features, and the speech of men, the clothing also, and the accustomed words of each he represents. His office is with men alone. Another takes the form of beast or bird, or the long-bodied serpent. Him the gods call Icolos, but mortals name him Phobetor. A third is Phantasos, versed in different arts. He puts on deceptive shapes of earth, rocks, water, trees, all lifeless things. These shapes show themselves by night to kings and chieftains. The rest haunt the throng of common folk. These the old sleep god passes by, and chooses out of all the brethren Morpheus alone to do the bidding of Iris, Thaumas' daughter. This done, once more in soft drowsiness he droops his head, and settles it down upon his high couch. But Morpheus flits away through the darkness on noiseless wings, and quickly comes to the Haemonian city. There, putting off his wings, he takes the face and form of Ceyx, wan like the dead, and stands naked before the couch of the hapless wife. His beard is wet, and water drips heavily from his sodden hair. Then with streaming eyes he bends over her couch, and says, "Do you recognize your Ceyx, O most wretched wife? Or is my face changed in death? Look on me. You will know me then, and find in place of husband your husband's shade. No help, Alcyone, have your prayers brought to me. I am dead. Cherish no longer your vain hope of me. For stormy Auster caught my ship on the Aegean sea, and tossing her in his fierce blasts, wrecked her there. My lips, calling vainly upon your name, drank in the waves. And this tale no uncertain messenger brings to you, nor do you hear it in the words of vague report. But I myself, wrecked as you see me, tell you of my fate. Get you up then, and weep for me. Put on your mourning garments, and let me not go unlamented to the cheerless land of shades." These words spoke Morpheus, and that too in a voice she might well believe her husband's. He seemed also to weep real tears, and had the very gesture of her Ceyx's hands. Alcyone groaned, shed tears, and in sleep, seeking his arms and to clasp his body, held only air in her embrace. She cried aloud, "Wait for me! Whither do you hasten? I will go with you." Aroused by her own voice, and by the image of her husband, she started wide awake. And first she looked around to see if he was there, whom but now she had seen, for her attendant, startled by her cries, had brought a lamp into her chamber. When she did not find him anywhere, she smote her cheeks, tore off her garment from her breast, and beat her breasts themselves. She stayed not to loose her hair, but rent it, and to her nurse, who asked what was their cause of grief, she cried, "Alcyone is no more, no more. She has died together with her Ceyx. Away with consoling words. He's shipwrecked, dead. I saw him, and I knew him, and I stretched out my hands to him as he vanished, eager to hold him back. It was but a shade, and yet it was my husband's true shade, clearly seen. He had not, to be sure, his wonted features, nor did his face light as it used to do, but wan and naked, with hair still dripping. Oh, woe is me! I saw him. See there, on that very spot, he himself stood, piteous." And she strove to see if any footprint still remained. This it was which with foreboding mind I feared, and I begged you not to leave me and sail away. But surely I should have wished, since you were going to your death, that you had taken me as well. How well had it been for me to go with you, for in that case neither should I have spent any of my life apart from you, nor should we have been separated in our death. But now, far from myself I have perished, Far from myself also I am tossed about upon the waves, and without me the sea holds me. My heart would be more cruel to me than the sea itself, if I should strive still to live on, and struggle to survive my sorrow. But I shall neither struggle, nor shall I leave you, my poor husband. Now, at least, I shall come to be your companion, and if not the entombed urn, at least the lettered stone shall join us. If not your bones with mine, still shall I touch you, name with name. Grief checked further speech, wailing took place of words, and groans drawn from her stricken heart. Morning had come. She went forth from her house to the seashore, and sadly sought that spot again from which she had watched him sail. And while she lingered there, and while she was saying, "Here he loosed his cable, on this beach he kissed me as he was departing," while she was thus recalling the incidents and the place, and gazing seaward, away out upon the streaming water she saw something like a corpse. At first she was not sure what it was, but after the waves had washed it a little nearer, although it was still some distance off, yet it clearly was a corpse. She did not know whose it was. Yet because it was a shipwrecked man, she was moved by the omen, and as if she would weep for the unknown dead, she cried, "Alas for you, poor man, whoever you are, and alas for your wife, if wife you have." Meanwhile the body had been driven nearer by the waves, and the more she regarded it, the less and still less could she contain herself. Ah, and now it had come close to land. Now she could see clearly what it was. It was her husband. "'Tis he!" she shrieked, and tearing her cheeks, her hair, her garments, all at once, she stretched out her trembling hands to Ceyx, crying, "Thus, O dearest husband, is it thus, poor soul, you come back to me?" Near by the water was a mole-built, which broke the first onslaught of the waters, and took the force of the rushing waves. Thither she ran, and leaped into the sea. 'Twas a wonder that she could. She flew, and fluttering through the yielding air on sudden wings, she skimmed the surface of the water, a wretched bird. And as she flew, her croaking mouth, with long slender beak, uttered sounds like one in grief and full of complaint. But when she reached the silent, lifeless body, she embraced the dear limbs with her new-found wings, and strove vainly to kiss the cold lips with her rough bill. Whether Ceyx felt this, or whether he but seemed to lift his face by the motion of the waves, men were in doubt, but he did feel it. And at last, through the pity of the gods, both changed to birds. Though thus they suffered the same fate, still even thus their love remained, nor were their conjugal bonds loosened because of their feathered shape. Still do they mate and rear their young, and for 7 peaceful days in the winter season Alcyone broods upon her nest floating upon the surface of the waters. At such a time the waves of the sea are still, for Aeolus guards his winds, and forbids them to go abroad, and for his grandson's sake gives peace upon the sea. Seeing these birds flying in loving harmony over the broad waters, some old man spoke in praise of their affection, kept unbroken to the end. Then one near by, or perhaps the same speaker, pointing to a long-necked diver, said, "That bird also, which you see skimming along over the water and trailing his slender legs, is of royal birth, and his ancestors, if you wish an unbroken line to come down to him himself, were Ilus and Assaracus, Ganymede, whom Jove stole away, old Laomedon, and Priam, who came by fate on Troy's last days. He there was the brother of Hector, and had he not met his strange fate in early manhood, perhaps he would have a name no less renowned than Hector's. While the daughter of Dymas, note Hecuba, return to text, bore the one, the other, Aesicus, is said to have been born in secret beneath the shades of Ida by Alexiroe, daughter of the horned Granicus. He hated towns, and far from glittering palace halls dwelt on remote mountain sides and in lowly country places, and rarely sought the company of the men of Ilium. Still his heart was not boorish, nor averse to love, and often he pursued through all the woody glades Hesperia, daughter of Cebrane, whom he beheld drying her hair, tossed on her shoulders in the sun upon her father's bank. The nymph fled at sight of him, as the frightened hind flees the tawny wolf, or as the wild duck, surprised far from her forsaken pool, flees from the hawk. But the Trojan hero followed her, swift on the wings of love, as she was swift on the wings of fear. Behold, a serpent, hiding in the grass, pierced her foot with his curved fangs as she fled along, and left his poison in her veins. Her flight stopped with life. Beside himself, her lover embraced the lifeless form, and cried, "Oh, I repent me, I repent that I followed you. But I had no fear of this, nor was it worth so much to me to win you. We have destroyed you, poor maid, two of us. The wound was given you by the serpent, by me was given the cause. I am more guilty than he. But by my death will I send death's consolation to you." So saying, from a lofty cliff, where the hoarse waves had eaten it out below, he hurled himself down into the sea. But Tethys, pitying his case, received him gently as he fell, covered him with feathers as he floated on the waters, and so denied him the privilege of the death he sought. The lover was wroth that he was forced to live against his will, and that his spirit was thwarted as it desired to leave its wretched seat. And when he had gained on his shoulders his new-sprung wings, he flew aloft, and once more hurled his body down to the sea. But his light plumage broke his fall. In wild rage Aesicus dived deep down below the water, and tried endlessly to find the way to death. His passion made him lean. His legs between the joints are long. His long neck is still long. His head is far from his body. He still loves the sea, and has his name, note, Mergus, a diver, return to text, because he dives beneath it. End of Book 11. End of Section 14. Section 15 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 12. Father Priam, not knowing that Aesicus was still alive in feathered form, mourned for his son. At an empty tomb also, inscribed with the lost one's name, Hector with his brothers had offered sacrifices in honor of the dead. Paris was not present at the sad rite. Paris, who a little later brought a long-continued war upon his country with his stolen wife. 1,000 ships, and the whole Pelasgian race, banded together, pursued him. Nor would vengeance have been postponed had not stormy winds made the sea impassable, and had not the land of Boeotia kept the ships, though ready to set sail, at fish-haunted Aulis. When here, after their country's fashion, they had prepared to sacrifice to Jove, and just as the ancient altar was glowing with the lighted fires, the Greeks saw a dark green serpent crawling up a plane tree, which stood near the place where they had begun their sacrifices. There was a nest with 8 young birds in the top of the tree, and these, together with the mother, who was flying around her doomed nestlings, the serpent seized and swallowed in his greedy maw. They all looked on in amazement. But the Storides, the augur, who saw clearly the meaning of the portent, said, "We shall conquer. Rejoice, ye Greeks, Troy shall fall. But our task will be of long duration." And he interpreted the 9 birds as 9 years of war. Meanwhile, the serpent, just as he was, coiled round the green branches of the tree, was changed to stone, and the stone kept the form of the climbing serpent. But Nereus continued to be boisterous on the Aeonian waters, and refused to transport the war. And there were some who held that Neptune was sparing Troy because he had built its walls. But not so the son of Thestor, for he was neither ignorant of the truth, nor did he withhold it, that the wrath of the virgin goddess, note Diana, return to text, must be appeased with the virgin's blood. After consideration, for the public weal had overcome the faction, and the father had been vanquished by the king, and just as midst the weeping attendants Iphigenia was standing before the altar ready to shed her innocent blood, the goddess was moved to pity, and spread a cloud before their eyes. And there, while the sacred rites went on, midst the confusion of the sacrifice and the cries of suppliants, she is said to have substituted a hind for the maiden of Mycenae. When, therefore, as 'twas fitting, Diana had been appeased by their sacrifice of blood, when Phoebe's and the ocean's wrath had subsided together, the 1,000 ships found the winds blowing astern, and after suffering many adventures, they reached the shores of Phrygia. There is a place in the middle of the world, twixt land and sea and sky, the meeting point of the threefold universe. From this place, whatever is, however far away, is seen, and every word penetrates to these hollow ears. Rumor dwells here, having chosen her house upon a high mountain-top, and she gave the house countless entrances, 1,000 apertures, but with no doors to close them. Night and day the house stands open. It is built all of echoing brass. The whole place is full of noises, repeats all words, and doubles what it hears. There is no quiet, no silence, anywhere within. And yet there is no loud clamor, but only the subdued murmur of voices, like the murmur of the waves of the sea if you listen afar off, or like the last rumblings of thunder when Jove has made the dark clouds crash together. Crowds fill the hall, shifting throngs come and go, and everywhere wander thousands of rumors, falsehoods mingled with the truth, and confused reports flit about. Some of these fill their idle ears with talk, and others go and tell elsewhere what they have heard, while the story grows in size, and each new teller makes contribution to what he has heard. Here is credulity, here is heedless error, unfounded joy and panic fear, here sudden sedition and unauthentic whisperings. Rumor herself beholds all that is done in heaven, on sea and land, and searches throughout the world for news. Now she had spread the tidings that the Greek fleet was approaching, full of brave soldiery, and so not unlooked for did the invading army come. The Trojans were ready to prevent the enemy's landing, and to protect their shores. You first fell, Protesilaus, before Hector's deadly spear. Those early battles proved costly to the Greeks, and they soon learned Hector's warlike mettle by the slaughter that he dealt. And the Phrygians learned, too, at no slight cost of blood, how puissant was the Grecian hand. And now the Sigean shores grew red. Now Neptune's son, Cygnus, had given 1,000 men to death. Now was Achilles pressing on in his chariot, and laying low whole ranks with the stroke of his spear that grew on Pelion. And as he sought through the battle's press either Cygnus or Hector, he met with Cygnus. Hector's fate had been postponed until the 10th year. Then Achilles, shouting to his horses, whose snowy necks were straining at the yoke, drove his chariot full at the enemy, and brandishing his spear with his strong arm, cried, "Whoever you are, O youth, have it for solace of your death that you were slain by Achilles of Thessaly." So spoke Aeacides. His heavy spear followed on the word. But although there was no swerving in the well-aimed spear, the flying weapon struck with its sharp point without effect, and only bruised his breast as by a blunt stroke. Then Cygnus said, "O son of Thetis, for rumor has already made you known to me, why do you marvel that I am unscathed?" For he was amazed. "Neither this helmet which you behold, yellow with its horsehair crest, nor yet this hollow shield which burdens my left arm is intended for a protection. 'Tis ornament that is sought from them. Mars, too, for this cause wears his armor. Remove the protection of this covering, still shall I escape unharmed. It is something to be the son not of Nereus' daughter, but of him who rules both Nereus and his daughters, and the whole sea besides." He spoke, and hurled against Aeacides his spear, destined only to stick in the curving shield. Through brass and through 9 layers of bull's hide it tore its way, but stopped upon the 10th. Shaking the weapon off, the hero again hurled a quivering spear with his strong hand. Again his foeman's body was unwounded and unharmed, nor did a 3rd spear avail to scratch Cygnus, though he offered his body quite unprotected. Achilles raged at this, just like a bull in the broad arena when with his deadly horns he rushes on the scarlet cloak, the object of his wrath, and finds it ever eluding his fierce attack. He examined the spear to see if the iron point had not been dislodged. It was still on the wooden shaft. "Is my hand then so weak," he said, "and has the strength which it once had ebbed away in this case alone? For surely I had strength enough when I, as leader of the attack, overthrew Lyrnessus' walls, or when I caused Tenedos and Thebes, the city of Eetion, to flow with their own blood, when the Caicus ran red with the slaughter of its neighboring tribes, and when Telephus twice felt the strength of my spear. On this field also, with so many slain, heaps of whose corpses upon this shore I have both made and see, my right hand has been mighty, and still is mighty." He spoke, and, as if he distrusted his former prowess, he hurled the spear full at Menoetes, one of the Lycian commons, and smote clean through his breastplate and his breast beneath. As his dying victim fell clanging down head first upon the solid earth, Achilles plucked out the spear from the hot wound, and cried, "This is the hand, this the spear with which I have just conquered. I likewise shall use it on this foeman, and may the outcome be the same on him, I pray." So saying, he hurled again at Cygnus, and the ashen spear went straight and struck, unshunned, with a thud upon the left shoulder, whence it rebounded as from a wall or from a solid cliff. Yet where the spear struck, Achilles saw Cygnus marked with blood, and rejoiced, but vainly. There was no wound. It was Menoetes' blood. Then truly in headlong rage he leaped down from his lofty chariot, and seeking his invulnerable foe in close conflict with his gleaming sword, he saw both shield and helmet pierced through, but on the unyielding body his sword was even blunted. The hero could brook no more, but with shield and sword hilt again and again he beat upon the face and hollow temples of his uncovered foe. As one gives way, the other presses on, buffets and rushes him, gives him no pause to recover from the shock. Fear gets hold on Cygnus. Dark shadows float before his eyes, and as he steps backward, a stone lying on the plain blocks his way. As he lies with bent body pressed back upon this, Achilles whirls him with mighty force and dashes him to the earth. Then, pressing with buckler and hard knees upon his breast, he unlaces his helmet thongs. With these applied beneath his chin, he chokes his throat and cuts off the passage of his breath. He prepares to strip his conquered foe. He sees the armor empty, for the sea god has changed the body into the white bird whose name he lately bore. This struggle, this battle, brought a truce of many days, and each side laid its weapons down and rested. And while a watchful guard was patrolling the Phrygian walls, and a watchful guard patrolled the trenches of the Greeks, there came a festal day when Cygnus' conqueror, Achilles, was sacrificing to Pallas with blood of a slain heifer. When now the entrails had been placed upon the blazing altars, and the odor which gods love had ascended to the skies, the holy beings received their share, and the rest was set upon the tables. The chiefs reclined upon the couches, and ate their fill of the roasted flesh, while they relieved their cares and quenched their thirst with wine. Nor were they entertained by sound of cithern, nor by the voice of song, nor by the long flute of boxwood pierced with many holes, but they drew out the night in talk, and valor was the theme of their conversation. Of battles was their talk, the enemies' and their own, and 'twas joy to tell, over and over again in turn, the perils they had encountered and endured. For of what else should Achilles speak, or of what else should others speak in great Achilles' presence? Especially did the talk turn on Achilles' last victory and Cygnus' overthrow. It seemed a marvel to them all that a youth should have a body which no spear could penetrate, invulnerable, which blunted the sword's edge. Aeacides himself and the Greeks were wondering at this, when Nestor said, "In this your generation there has been one only, Cygnus, who could scorn the sword, whom no stroke could pierce. But I myself long ago saw one who could bear 1,000 strokes with body unharmed, Thessalian Caeneus. Caeneus of Thessaly, I say, who once dwelt on Mount Orpheus, famed for his mighty deeds. And to enhance the marvel of him, he had been born a woman." All who heard were struck with wonder at this marvel, and begged him to tell the tale. Among the rest, Achilles said, "Tell on, old man, eloquent wisdom of our age, for all of us alike desire to hear. Who was this Caeneus? Why was he changed in sex? In what campaign did you know him, and fighting against whom? By whom was he conquered, if he was conquered by anyone?" Then said the old man, "Though time has blurred my memory, though many things which I saw in my young years have quite gone from me, still can I remember much, nor is there anything midst so many deeds of war and peace that clings more firmly in my memory than this. And if long extended age could have made any one an observer of many deeds, I have lived for 2 centuries, and now am living in my 3rd. Famous for beauty was Elatus' daughter Caeneus, most lovely of all the maids of Thessaly, both throughout the neighboring cities and your own, for she was of your city, Achilles, and she was the longed-for hope of many suitors. Peleus, too, perchance, would have tried to win her, but he had either already wed your mother, or she was promised to him, and Caeneus would not consent to any marriage. But, so report had it, while walking along a lonely shore, she was ravished by the god of the sea. When Neptune had tasted the joys of his new love, he said, "Make now your prayers without fear of refusal. Choose what you most desire." This also is part of the same report. Then Caeneus said, "The wrong that you have done me calls for a mighty prayer, the prayer that I may never again be able to suffer so. Grant me that I be not woman, then you will have granted me all." She spoke the last words with a deeper tone, which could well seem to have been uttered by a man. And so it was, for already the god of the deep ocean had assented to her prayer, and had granted her besides that she should be proof against any wounds, and should never fall before any sword. Atracides, note, i.e. the Thessalian Caeneus, the transformed Caeneus, return to text, went away rejoicing in his gift, spent his years in manly exercises, and ranged the fields of Thessaly. Bold Ixion's son, note, Pirithous, return to text, had wed Hippodame, and had invited the cloud-born centaurs to recline at the tables, set in order in a well-shaded grotto. The Thessalian chiefs were there, and I myself was there. The palace, in festal array, resounded with the noisy throng. Behold, they were singing the nuptial song. The great hall smoked with the fires, and in came the maiden, escorted by a throng of matrons and young wives, herself of surpassing beauty. We congratulated Pirithous upon his bride, an act which all but undid the good omen of the wedding. For your heart, Eurytus, wildest of the wild centaurs, was inflamed as well by the sight of the maiden as with wine, and it was swayed by drunken passion, redoubled by lust. Straightway the tables were overturned, and the banquet in an uproar, and the bride was caught by her hair and dragged violently away. Eurytus caught up Hippodame, and others each took one for himself according as he fancied, or as he could, and the scene looked like the sacking of a town. The whole house resounded with the women's shrieks. Quickly we all sprang up, and Theseus first cried out, "What madness, Eurytus, drives you to this, that while I still live you dare provoke Pirithous, and, not knowing what you do, attack 2 men in one?" The great-souled hero, that he might justify his threat, thrust aside the opposing centaurs, and rescued the ravished maid from their mad hands. The other made no reply, for with words he could not defend such deeds, but with unruly hands he rushed upon the avenger, and beat upon his face and noble breast. There chanced to stand near by an antique mixing vat, rough with high-wrought figures. This Theseus, rising to his fullest height, himself caught up, and hurled full into the other's face. He, spouting forth gouts of blood along with brains and wine from wound and mouth alike, stumbled backward upon the reeking ground. His twy-formed brothers, inflamed with passion at his death, cried all with one accord, "To arms! To arms!" vying with one another. Wine gave them courage, and in the first onslaught wine-cups and brittle flasks went flying through the air, and deep-rounded basins, utensils once meant for use of feasting, but now for war and slaughter. First Amycus, Ophion's son, scrupled not to rob the inner sanctuary of its gifts, and first snatched from the shrine a chandelier thick hung with glittering lamps. This, lifted on high, as when one strives to break a bull's white neck with sacrificial axe, he dashed full at the head of Celadon, one of the Lapiths, crushing his face past recognition. His eyes leaped from their sockets, the bones of his face were shattered, and his nose driven back and fastened in his throat. But Peletes of Pella, wrenching off the leg of a table of maple wood, hurled Amycus to the ground, his chin driven into his breast, and as he spat forth dark blood and teeth commingled, his enemy with a second blow dispatched him to the shades of Tartarus. Then Grinius, gazing with wild eyes upon the smoking altar near which he stood, cried out, "Why not use this?" And catching up the huge altar, fire and all, he hurled it amidst a throng of Lapiths, and crushed down two, Proteus and Aureus. Now Aureus' mother was Mycale, who, men said, had by her incantations oft-times drawn down the horns of the moon, despite her struggles. "You shall not escape unscathed, if I may but lay hand upon a weapon." So cried Exaudius, and found for weapon the antlers of a stag hung on a tall pine-tree as a votive offering. Grinius' eyes were pierced by the double branching horns, and his eyeballs gouged out. One of these stuck to the horn, and the other rolled down upon his beard, and hung there in a mass of clotted blood. Then Retius caught up a blazing brand of plum wood from the altar, and whirling it on the right, smashed through Charaxus' temples, covered with yellow hair. The hair, caught by the greedy flames, burned fiercely like a dry field of grain, and the blood, scorching in the wound, gave forth a horrid sizzling sound, such as a bar of iron glowing red in the fire gives when the smith takes it out in his bent pincers and plunges it into a tub of water. It sizzles and hisses as it is thrust into the tepid pool. The wounded man shook off the greedy fire from his shaggy locks, then tore up from the ground and heaved upon his shoulders a threshold stone, a weight for a team of oxen. But its very weight prevented him from hurling it to reach his enemy. The massive stone, however, did reach Charaxus' friend, Cometes, who stood a little nearer, and crushed him to the ground. At this Retius could not contain his joy, and said, "So, I pray, may the rest of the throng on your side be brave." And he redoubled his attack with the half-burned brand, and with heavy blows thrice and again he broke through the joinings of his skull, until the bones sank down into his fluid brains. The victor next turned against Euagrus, Corythus, and Dryas. When one of these, young Corythus, whose first downy beard was just covering his cheeks, fell forward, Euagrus cried, "What glory do you get from slaying a mere boy?" Retius gave him no chance to say more, but fiercely thrust the red flaming brand into the man's mouth while still open in speech, and through his mouth clear down into his breast. "You also, savage Dryas," he pursued, whirling the brand about his head, "but his attack upon you did not have the same result. As he came on, rejoicing in his successive killings, with a charged stake you thrust him through where neck and shoulder join. Retius groaned aloud, with a mighty effort wrenched the stake out from the hard bone, and then fled, reeking with his own blood. Orneus also fled, and Lycabas and Medon, wounded in his right shoulder, Anthaumus and Picenor, and Mermeros, who but lately had surpassed all in speed of foot, now fared more slowly because of the wound he had received. Pholus also fled, and Melanius and Abas, hunter of the boar, and Asbolus the augur, who had in vain attempted to dissuade his friends from battle. He said to Nessus, who also fled with him in fear of wounds, "Do not you flee, you will be reserved for the bow of Hercules." But Eurynomus and Lycidas, Arius and Imbraeus did not escape death, for all these the right hand of Dryas slew as they fought fronting him. In front you also, Crinius, received your wound, although you had turned in flight, for as you looked back, you received a heavy javelin between the eyes, where nose and forehead join. Midst all this uproar, Aphidus lay, buried in endless sleep, which filled all his veins, unawakened, still holding his cup full of mixed wine in his sluggish hand, and stretched at full length upon an Ossian bear's shaggy skin. Him, all in vain, striking no blow, Phorbus spied at a distance, and, fitting his fingers in the thong of his javelin, cried out, "Mingle your wine with the Styx, and drink it there." Straightway he hurled his javelin at the youth, and the iron-tipped ash was driven through his neck as he chanced to lie with head thrown back. He was not conscious of death, and from his full throat out upon the couch and into the very wine-cup the dark blood flowed. I saw Petreius striving to tear from the earth an acorn-laden oak. While he held this in both his arms, bending it this way and that, and just as he was wrenching forth the loosened trunk, Pirithous hurled a spear right through his ribs, and pinned his writhing body to the hard oak. They say that Lycus fell by the might of Pirithous, by the might of Pirithous Chromis, but Dictys and Helops gave greater fame to the conqueror than either of these. Helops was thrust through by a javelin which passed through his temples, and, hurled from the right, pierced to his left ear. Dictys, while fleeing in desperate haste from Ixion's son, who pressed him hard, stumbled on the edge of a steep precipice, and, falling headlong, crashed into a huge ash-tree's top with all his weight, and impaled his body on the broken spikes. Apharius, at hand to avenge him, essays to hurl a rock torn from the mountain-side, but even as he hurled it, the son of Aegeus caught him with an oaken club, and broke the great bones of his elbow joint. Having no time nor care to inflict further injury on his maimed body, he sprang on tall Bianor's back, that never before had carried any but himself, and pressing his knees into the centaur's sides, and with his left hand clutching his flowing locks, he crushed face and mouth, screaming out threatenings, and hard temples with his knotty club. With the club he slew Nadimnus and Lycopes, famed for the javelin throw, Hippasos, his breast covered by his flowing beard, and Ripheus, who overtopped the trees in height. Therius as well, who used to catch bears upon the Thessalian mountains and carry them home alive and struggling. Demoleon could no longer brook Theseus' unchecked success. He had been wrenching away with all his might at an old pine, trying to tear it up, trunk and all. Failing in this, he broke it off and hurled it at his foe. But Theseus, seeing the weapon coming, withdrew beyond its range, for so had Pallas directed him. At least that is what he himself would have us understand. But the tree trunk did not fall without effect, for it shore off tall Crantor's breast and left shoulder from the neck. He had been your father's armor-bearer, Achilles, whom Amyntor, king of the Dolopians, when overcome in war, had given to Aeacides as a faithful pledge of peace. When Pelias, at some space away, saw him so horribly dismembered, he cried, "At least receive a funeral offering, Crantor, dearest of youths." So saying, with his sturdy arm, and with all his might of soul as well, he hurled his ashen spear at Demoleon, and this burst through his framework of ribs, and hung there quivering in the bones. Without the head, the centaur wrenched out the wooden shaft. Even the shaft scarce yields. The head stuck fast within his lungs. His very anguish gave him frantic courage. Wounded as he was, he reared up against his foe, and beat the hero down with his hoofs. But Pelias received the blows on helm and resounding shield, and, while protecting himself, he held his own weapon ready. With this he thrust the centaur through the shoulder, with one blow piercing his two breasts, note, i.e. where horse form and man form meet. Return to text. Before this encounter Peleus had already slain Phlegreus and Hyles, hurling from a distance, and, in close conflict, Iphinous and Clanis. To these he now added Doralus, who wore a cap of wolf's hide on his head, and in place of deadly spear a notable pair of curving bull's horns, reeking red with blood. To him, for my courage gave me strength, I cried, "See now how little your horns avail against my spear," and I hurled the spear. Since he could not dodge this, he threw up his right hand to protect his forehead from the wound, and there his hand was pinned against his forehead. A mighty shout arose, but Peleus, for he was near him, while the centaur stood pinned and helpless with that sore wound, smote him with his sword full in the belly. He leaped fiercely forward, trailing his entrails on the ground, and as he trailed he trod upon them, and burst them as he trod, tangled his legs in them, and fell with empty belly to the earth. But your beauty, Silurus, did not save you from death in that great fight, if indeed we grant beauty to your tribe. His beard was just in his first growth, a golden beard, and golden locks fell down from his neck upon his shoulders. He had a pleasing sprightliness of face, and his neck, shoulders, breast, and hands, and all his human parts, you would praise as equal to an artist's perfect work. His equine part, too, was without blemish, no way less perfect than his human part. Give him but neck and head, and he will be worthy of Castor's use. So shaped for the seat his back, so bold stood out the muscles on his deep chest. All blacker than pitch he was, yet his tail was white. His legs also were snowy white. Many females of his own kind sought him, but Hylonome alone had won him, than whom there was no other centaur made more comely in all the forest depths. She, by her coaxing ways, by loving and confessing love, alone possessed Silurus, and by her toilet too, so far as such a thing was possible to such a form. For now she smoothed her long locks with a comb, now twined rosemary, now violets or roses in her hair, and sometimes she wore white lilies. Twice each day she bathed her face in the brook that fell down from a wooded height by Pegasa, and twice dipped her body in the stream. Nor would she wear on shoulder or left side aught but becoming garments, skins of well-chosen beasts. They both felt equal love. Together they would wander on the mountain-sides, together rest within the caves. On this occasion also they had come together to the palace of the Lapiths, and were waging fierce battle side by side. Thrown from an unknown hand, a javelin came from the left, and pierced you, Silurus, below where the chest rises to the neck. The heart, though but slightly wounded, grew cold, and the whole body also, after the weapon had been drawn out. Straightway Hylonome embraced the dying body, fondled the wound with her hand, and placing her lips upon his lips, strove to hold from its passing the dying breath. But when she saw that he was dead, with some words which the surrounding uproar prevented me from hearing, she threw herself upon the spear which had pierced Silurus, and fell in a dying embrace upon her lover. Still there stands clear before my eyes one who had with knotted thongs bound together 6 lion hides, Phiocomes, thus protecting both man and horse. Hurling a log which 2 yokes of cattle could scarce move, he struck Tactaphos, the son of Olenus, a crushing blow upon the head. The broad dome of his head was shattered, and through his mouth, through hollow nostrils, eyes, and ears, oozed the soft brains, as when curdled milk drips through oaken withies. Note referring to the process of straining curds in cheese-making. Return to text. Or a thick liquid mass trickles through a coarse sieve weighted down, and is squeezed out through the crowded apertures. But I, even as he made ready to spoil his fallen victim, your father can testify to this, thrust my sword deep into the spoiler's groin. Chthonius also and Telebous fell by my sword. The one had carried a forked stick as weapon, the other had a spear, and with this spear he gave me a wound. You see the mark. The old scar is still visible. Those were the days when I should have been sent to capture Pergama. Then with my arms I could have checked, if not surpassed, the arms of Hector. But at that time mighty Hector was either not yet born, or was but a little boy, and now old age has sapped my strength. What need to tell you how Periphas overcame the double-formed Pirithous? Why, tell of Ampyx, who with a pointless shaft thrust through the opposing front of the four-footed Echeclus. Macarius hurled a crowbar at the breast of Pelethronian Erigippus, and laid him low. And I remember also how a hunting spear thrown by the hand of Nessus was buried in the groin of Simolas. Nor must you deem that Mopsus, the son of Ampycus, was only a seer telling what was to come. Note, he did indeed have prophetic powers, but here he is pictured as a mighty warrior. Return to text. For by Mopsus' weapon the two-formed Hodates fell, striving in vain to speak, for his tongue had been pinned to his chin, and his chin to his throat. Caeneus had already put 5 to death, Stephelus and Bromus, Antimachus and Elymas and Perachmos, armed with a battle-axe. I do not remember their wounds, but their number and names I marked well. Then forth rushed one, armed with the spoils of Emathian Halasus, whom he had slain, Latreus, of enormous bulk of limb and body. His years were midway between youth and age, but his strength was youthful. Upon his temples his hair was turning grey. Conspicuous for his shield and sword and Macedonian lance, and facing either host in turn, he clashed his arms and rode round in a circle, insolently pouring out many boasts on the empty air. You too, Caeneus, shall I brook, for woman shall you always be to me. Caeneus shall you be. Does not your birth remind you? Do you not remember for what act you were rewarded, at what price you gained this false appearance of a man? Heed well what you were born, and what you have endured. Go then, take distaff and wool basket, and twist the spun thread with practised thumb, but leave wars to men. As he thus boasted, Caeneus, hurling his spear, ploughed up the centaur's side, stretched in the act of running, just where man and horse were joined. Mad with the pain, the other smote the Philian youth full in the naked face with his long lance, but this leaped back again like a hailstone from a roof, or a pebble from a hollow drum. Then he closed up, and strove to thrust his sword in his unyielding side. The sword found no place of entrance. But you shall not escape. With the sword's edge I'll slay you, though its point be blunt, the centaur cried. Then turned his sword edgewise, and reached with his long right arm for his foeman's loins. The blow resounded on the flesh as if on stricken marble, and the blade, striking the hardened skin, broke into pieces. When long enough he had stood unharmed before his amazed enemy, Caeneus exclaimed, Come now, let me try your body with my steel. And clear to the hilt he drove his deadly sword in the other's side, and there in his vitals twisted and turned the buried weapon, inflicting wound within wound. Now, quite beside themselves, the double monsters rushed on with huge uproar, and all together against that single foe they aimed and drove their weapons. The spears fell blunted, and Caeneus, the son of Elatus, still stood, for all their strokes, unwounded and unstained. The strange sight struck them speechless. Then Monachus exclaimed, Oh, what a shame is this! We, a whole people, are defied by one, and he scarcely a man. And yet he is the man, while we, with our weak attempts, are what he was before. Of what advantage are our monster forms? What our twofold strength? What avails it that a double nature has united in our bodies the strongest living things? We are not sons of any goddess, nor Ixion's sons, I think, for he was high-souled enough to aspire to be great Juno's mate, while we are conquered by an enemy but half man. Come then, let us heap stones and tree trunks on him, mountains at a time. Let's crush his stubborn life out with forests for our missiles. Let forests smother his throat, and for wounds let weight suffice." He spoke, and chancing on a tree trunk overthrown by mad Auster's might, he hurled it at his sturdy foe. The others followed him, and in short time Othrys was stripped of trees, and Pelion had lost his shade. Buried beneath that huge mound, Caeneus heaved against the weight of trees, and bore up the oaken mass upon his sturdy shoulders. But indeed, as the burden mounted over lips and head, he could get no air to breathe. Gasping for breath, at times he strove in vain to lift his head into the air and to throw off the heaped-up forest. At times he moved just as if lofty Ida, which we see yonder, should tremble with an earthquake. His end is doubtful. Some said that his body was thrust down by the weight of woods to the Tartarian pit. But the son of Ampycus denied this, for from the middle of the pile he saw a bird with golden wings fly up into the limpid air. I saw it too, then for the first time and the last, as Mopsus watched him circling round his camp in easy flight, and heard the loud clangor of his wings. He followed him both with soul and eyes, and cried, "All hail, Caeneus, thou glory of the Lapithian race, once most mighty hero, now sole bird of thy kind." This story was believed because of him who told it. Then grief increased our wrath, and we were indignant that one man should be overwhelmed by so many foes. Nor did we cease to ply sword on behalf of our mad grief, till half our foes were slain, and flight and darkness saved all the rest. As Pylian Nestor told this tale of strife betwixt the Lapiths and half-human centaurs, Tlepolemus could not restrain his resentment that Alcides had been passed by without a word, and said, "Old sir, 'tis strange that you have forgotten to speak in praise of Hercules, for surely my father used often to tell me of the cloud-born creatures he had overcome." And sternly the Pylian answered him, "Why do you force me to remember wrongs, to reopen a grief that was buried by the lapse of years, and to rehearse the injuries that make me hate your father? He has done deeds beyond belief, heaven knows, and filled the earth with well-earned praise, which I would gladly deny him if I could. But neither Deiphobus nor Polydamas nor even Hector do we praise, for who cares to praise his enemy? That sire of yours once laid low Messene's walls, brought undeserved destruction upon Elis and Pylos, and devastated my own home with fire and sword. To say nothing of the others whom he slew, there were 12 of us sons of Neleus, a noble band of youths, and all 12, save me alone, fell by Hercules' might. That others could be conquered must be borne, but strange was the death of Periclymenus, for to him Neptune, father of Neleus, had given power to assume any form he pleased, and to put it off again at will. When now he had vainly changed to each of his forms in turn, he took the form of the bird which carries the thunderbolts in his hooked talons, a bird most dear to the king of the gods. With all his might of wings, of curved beak and hooked claws, he had torn the hero's face. Then the Terinthian aimed his too unerring bow at him as he bore his body high into the clouds and hung poised there, and smote him where wing joins side. The wound was not severe, but the sinews severed by the wound failed of their office, and refused motion and power of flight. Down to the earth he fell, his weakened wings no longer catching the air, and the arrow, where it had lightly pierced the wing, pressed by the weight of the body in which it hung, was driven clear through the upper breast from the left side into the throat. And now, O fairest leader of the Rhodian fleet, what cause have I, think you, to sing the praises of your Hercules? Yet for my brothers I seek no other vengeance than to ignore his mighty deeds. 'Twixt me and you there is unbroken amity." When Nestor with sweet speech had told this tale, At the conclusion of the old man's words, the wine-cup went around once more, and they rose from the couches. The remainder of the night was given to sleep. But the god who rules the waters of the sea with his trident was still filled with the father's grief for his son, whose body he had changed into the bird of Phaeton, note the swan, return to text, and, hating the murderous Achilles, he indulged his unforgetting wrath excessively. And now for nigh 10 years the war had been prolonged, when he thus addressed Sminthian Apollo of the unshorn locks. O thou, by far the best beloved of my brother's sons, thou who with me, though vainly, didst build the walls of Troy, dost thou not groan at sight of these battlements so soon to fall? Dost thou not grieve that so many thousands have been slain in defending these walls? Not to name them all, does not Hector's image come before thee, dragged around his own Pergama? But Achilles, fierce and more cruel than war itself, still lives, the destroyer of our handiwork. Let him but come within my reach, I'll make him feel what I can do with my 3-forked spear. But since it is not granted me to meet my enemy face to face, do thou bring him to sudden death by thy unseen arrow. The Delian nodded assent, and, indulging equally his own and his uncle's desire, wrapped in a cloud, came to the Trojan lines. There, midst the bloody strife of heroes, he saw Paris taking infrequent shots at the nameless crowd. Revealing his divinity, he said, "Why do you waste your arrows in killing common folk? If you would serve your people, aim at Aeacides, and avenge your slaughtered brothers." He spoke, and pointing where Pelides was working havoc on the Trojans with his spear, he turned the bow in his direction, and guided the well-aimed shaft with his death-dealing hand. This was the first cause for joy which old Priam had since Hector's death. So then, Achilles, thou conqueror of the mightiest, thou art thyself o'ercome by the cowardly ravisher of a Grecian's wife. But if thou hadst been fated to fall by a woman's battle-stroke, how gladly wouldst thou have fallen by the Amazon's double axe. And now that terror of the Phrygians, that ornament and bulwark of the Pelasgian name, Aeacides, the invincible captain of the war, was burned. One and the same god armed him and consumed him too. Now he is but dust, and of Achilles once so great there remains a pitiful handful, hardly enough to fill an urn. But his glory lives, enough to fill the whole round world. This is the true measure of the man, and in this the son of Peleus is still his real self, and does not know empty Tartarus. His very shield, that you might know to whom it once belonged, still wages war, and for his arms are taken up. Neither Tydides nor Ajax, Oileus' son, dares to claim them, nor the lesser Atrides, note Menelaus, return to text, nor the greater, in prowess as in age, note Agamemnon, return to text, nor other chieftains. Only the son of Telamon, note Ajax, return to text, and Laertes' son, note Ulysses, return to text, were bold enough to claim so great a prize. To escape the hateful burden of a choice between them, Tantalides, note Agamemnon, return to text, bade the Grecian captains assemble in the midst of the camp, and he referred to all the decision of the strife. End of Book 12. End of Section 15. Section 16 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 13, Part 1. The chiefs took their seats, while the commons stood in a ring about them. Then uprose Ajax, lord of the sevenfold shield. With uncontrolled indignation he let his lowering gaze rest awhile on the Stygian shores and on the fleet. Then, pointing to these, "By Jupiter," he cried, "in the presence of these ships I plead my cause, and my competitor is Ulysses." But he did not hesitate to give way before Hector's torches, which I withstood, nay, which I drove away from this fleet. 'Tis safer then to fight with lying words than with hands. But I am not prompt to speak, as he is not to act. And I am as much his master in the fierce conflict of the battle line as he is mine in talk. As for my deeds, O Greeks, I do not think I need rehearse them to you, for you have seen them. Let Ulysses tell of his, done without witness, done with the night alone to see them. I own that it is a mighty prize I strive for, but such a rival takes away the honor of it. It is no honor for Ajax to have gained a prize, however great, to which Ulysses has aspired. Already he has gained reward enough in this contest, because when conquered he still can say he strove with me. And even if my valor were in doubt, I should still be his superior in birth. For Telamon was my father, who in company with valiant Hercules took the walls of Troy, and with the Pegassian ship sailed to Colchis. His father was Aeacus, who is passing judgment in that silent world where Sisyphus Aeolides strains to his heavy stone. And most high Jupiter acknowledges Aeacus as his son. Thus Ajax is the third remove from Jove. But let this descent be of no avail to my cause, O Greeks, if I do not share it with the great Achilles. He was my cousin. A cousin's arms I seek. Why do you, the son of Sisyphus, exactly like him in his tricks and fraud, seek to associate the Aeacidae with the name of an alien family? Aye. Is it because I came first to arms, needing no detection, note, referring to Palamedes, who had exposed Ulysses' feigned madness and brought him to the war, return to text, that arms are denied me? And shall he appear the better man who came last to arms, and by feigned madness shirked the war, till one more shrewd than he, but not to his own advantage, the son of Nauplius, uncovered this timid fellow's trick, and dragged him forth to the arms that he shunned? Shall he take the best because he wanted to take none? And shall I go unhonored, denied my cousin's gifts, just because I was the first to front the danger? And oh, that his madness either had been real or had never been detected, and that this criminal had never come with us against the Phrygians. Then, son of Poias, Lemnos would not possess you, landed there to our sin and shame, you, who, they say, hidden in forest lairs, move the very rocks with your groans, and call down curses on Laertes' son, which he has richly merited, and which, if there are any gods, you do not call down in vain. And now he who took oath with us for this same war, alas, one of our chieftains, who fell heir to Alcides' shafts, now, broken with disease and hunger, is clothed and fed by the birds, and in pursuit of birds uses those arrows which fate intended for Troy. But yet he lives at least, because he did not keep on with Ulysses. Ill-fated Palamedes, too, would prefer to have been left behind. He would be living still, or at least would have died without dishonor, whom that fellow there, all too mindful of the unfortunate exposure of his madness, charged with betraying the Greek cause, and in proof of his false charge showed the gold which he had already hidden there. So then, either by exile or by death, he has been drawing off the Grecian strength. So does Ulysses fight. So must he be feared. Though he should surpass even trusty Nestor in his eloquence, he will never make me believe that his desertion of Nestor was other than a crime. For when he, slow from his horse's wound, and spent with extreme age, appealed to Ulysses he was deserted by his friend, and that I am not making up this tale, Tydides knows full well, for he repeatedly called upon him by name, and chided his timid friend for flight. But the gods regard the affairs of men with righteous eyes. Behold, he is in need of aid who rendered none, and as he left another, so was he fated to be left. He had established his own precedent. He cried aloud upon his friends. I came and saw him trembling, pale with fear, shrinking from impending death. I thrust forward my massive shield and covered him where he lay, and I saved his worthless life. Small praise in that. If you persist in this contention, let us go back to that spot. Bring back the enemy, your wound, and your accustomed fear. Hide behind my shield, and contend with me beneath it. But after I rescued him, he, who because of his wounds had had no strength to stand, now fled away, not hindered by his wounds at all. Here is Hector, and he brings the gods with him into battle. And where he rushes on, not you alone are terrified, Ulysses, but brave men also, so much terror does he inspire. Him, rejoicing in the success of his bloody slaughter, I laid low upon the ground with a huge stone which I threw. And when he challenged one to meet him, I alone bore the brunt of his attack. You prayed, O Greeks, that the lot might fall to me, and your prayers were heard. If you ask the outcome of the battle, at least I was not overcome by him. Behold, the Trojans bring sword and fire and Jove against the Greek ships. Where now is the eloquent Ulysses? But I, with my own breast, stood bulwark for the 1,000 ships, the hope of your return. Grant me these arms for all those ships. But if I may speak truth, the arms claim greater honor than do I. They share my glory, and the arms seek Ajax, not Ajax the arms. Let the Ithacan compare with these deeds, his Rhesus and unwarlike Dolon, his Helenus, Priam's son, taken captive, and the stolen Palladium. Nothing done in the light of day, nothing apart from Diomede. If you are really giving that armor for so cheap deserts, divide it, and let the larger share in them be Diomede's. But why give them to the Ithacan, who always does things stealthily, always unarmed, relying upon tricks to catch the enemy off his guard? The very glint of the helmet gleaming with bright gold will betray his snares, and discover him as he hides. But neither will the Dulichian's head beneath the helmet of Achilles be able to bear so great a weight, nor can the spear shaft, cut on Pelion, be otherwise than burdensome and heavy to his unwarlike arm. The shield also, a moulded picture of the vast universe, will not become his timid hand, the left one, made for stealing. Why do you seek a prize, you shameless fellow, that will overtax your strength? A prize which, if by some mistake the Greeks should give it to you, will be reason for the foe to spoil, not fear you. And flight, in which alone you surpass all others, most timid as you are, will prove but slow for you, if you carry such a weight. Consider also that that shield of yours, so rarely used in battle, is quite uninjured, while mine, pierced in 1,000 places by the thrusts of spears, needs a fresh shield to take its place. Finally, what need of words? Let us be seen in action. Let the brave hero's arms be sent into the enemy's midst. Bid them be recovered, and to their rescuer present the rescued arms. The son of Telamon finished, and the applause of the crowd followed his closing words. At length Laertes' heroic son stood up, and, holding his eyes for a little on the ground, he raised them to the chiefs, and broke silence with the words for which they waited. Nor was grace of manner lacking to his eloquent speech. If my prayers and yours had availed, O Greeks, there would be no question as to the next heir in this great strife, and you, Achilles, would still have your own armor, and we should still have you. But since the unjust fates have denied him to me and you, and with his hand he made as if to wipe tears from his eyes. Who would better receive the great Achilles' arms than he through whom the Greeks received the great Achilles? Only let it not be to this fellow's profit that he seems to be, as indeed he is, slow of wit. And let it not be, O Greeks, to my hurt that I have always used my wit for your advantage. And let this eloquence of mine, if I have any, which now speaks for its owner, but often for you as well, incur no enmity, and let each man make the most of his own powers. For as to race and ancestry, and the deeds that others than ourselves have done, I call those in no true sense our own. But the truth is, since Ajax claims to be great-grandson of Jove, Jove is the founder of my race as well, and I am just as many steps removed from him. For Laertes is my father, Arcesius his, and he the son of Jupiter. Nor in this line is there any exiled criminal. I have also on my mother's side another claim to noble birth, Silenius, note, Mercury, return to text. Through both my parents have I divine descent, but neither because through my mother I am more nobly born, nor because my father is guiltless of his brother's blood, do I seek the armor that lies there. Weigh the cause on desert alone. Only count it not any desert of Ajax that Telamon and Peleus were brothers, and let not strains of blood, but the honor of manhood be considered in the award. Or if you seek for next of kin and lawful heir, Peleus is Achilles' father, Pyrrhus his son. What room is there for Ajax? Bear the armor hence to Phthia or to Scyrus, note, Phthia the home of Peleus, Scyrus the home of Pyrrhus, return to text. And Teucer is no less Achilles' cousin than he, yet does he seek the arms? And if he did seek, would he gain them? So then, since 'tis a sheer strife of deeds, I have done more deeds than I can well enumerate. Still, I will tell them in their order. Achilles' Nereid mother, foreseeing her son's destruction, had disguised him, and the trick of clothing that he wore deceived them all, Ajax among the rest. But I placed among women's wares some arms such as would attract a man. The hero still wore girls' clothing when, as he laid hands on shield and spear, I said to him, O son of Thetis, Pergama, doomed to perish, is keeping herself for you. Why do you delay the fall of mighty Troy? And I laid my hand on him, and sent the brave fellow forth to do brave deeds. So then, all that he did is mine. 'Twas I who conquered the warring Telephus with my spear, and healed him, vanquished and begging aid. That Thebes fell is my deed. Credit Lesbos to me Tenedos, Chrysae, and Scylla, cities of Apollo, and Scyrus too. Consider that by my hand the walls of Lyrnessus were battered to the ground, and, not to mention others, 'twas I indeed who gave the man who could destroy the warlike Hector. Through me illustrious Hector lies low. These arms I seek in return for those by which Achilles was discovered. Arms I gave the living. After his death I asked them back. When the sorrow of one man came to all the Greeks, and 1,000 ships were gathered at Euboean Aulis, there were no winds, though they waited for them long, or they blew contrary to the fleet. Then a cruel oracle bade Agamemnon sacrifice his innocent daughter to pitiless Diana. This the father refused to do, and was angry at the gods themselves, having a father's feelings, though he was a king. It was I who, by my words, turned the kind father-heart to a consideration of the public weal. I, indeed, I confess it, and may Atrides pardon as I confess, had a difficult cause to plead, and that too before a partial judge. Still, the people's good, his brother, and the chief place of command assigned to him, all moved upon him to balance praise with blood. Then I was sent to the mother, who was not to be exhorted, but deceived by craft. But if the son of Telamon had gone to her, our sails would even now be destitute of their winds. I was sent also as a bold ambassador to Ilium's stronghold, and visited and entered the senate house of lofty Troy. It was still full of heroes. Undaunted, I pleaded the cause which united Greece had entrusted to me. I denounced Paris, demanded the return of Helen and the booty, and I prevailed on Priam and Antenor, who sided with Priam. But Paris and his brothers and his companions in the robbery scarce restrained their impious hands from me. You know that, Menelaus. That was the first day of my dangers shared with you. It would take a long time to tell the things I accomplished for your good, both with thought and deed, during the long-drawn war. After the first battles, the enemy kept himself for a long time within his city's walls, and there was no chance for open conflict. At last, in the 10th year, we fought. What were you doing in the meantime, you whose only knowledge is of battles? Of what service were you then? If you ask what I was doing, I laid snares for the enemy. I surrounded the fortifications with a trench. I encouraged our allies so that they might bear patiently the tedium of the long war. I advised as to how we should be fed and armed. I was sent on missions where circumstance demanded. Behold, at Jove's command, being deceived by a vision of the night, the king bids us give up the burden of the war we have undertaken. He can defend his order by quoting the source of it. Now let Ajax prevent this movement. Let him demand that Pergama be destroyed, and, what he can do, let him fight. Why does he not stay those who are starting home? Why does he not take arms and give something for the straggling mob to rally round? This was not too much for one who never speaks except in boasting. But what of the fact that he himself fled also? I saw you, and I was ashamed to see when you turned your back and were for spreading your dishonored sails. Instantly I cried, What are you doing? What madness, my friends, is driving you to abandon Troy, which is already captured? What are you taking home after 10 years of war except disgrace? With such and other words, to which my very grief had made me eloquent, I turned them from their intended flight and led them back. Atrides assembled the allies, still perturbed and fearful, and even then the son of Telamon did not dare utter a single syllable. But Thersites dared indeed, and chid the kings with words, unruly fellow, but thanks to me not without punishment. I arose, and urged my faint-hearted comrades against the enemy, and by my words I aroused again their courage. From that time on, whatever brave deed my rival here can claim to have accomplished belongs to me, who brought him back from flight. Finally, who of the Greeks praises you, or seeks your company? But Diomed shares his deeds with me, approves me, and is ever confident with Ulysses at his side. Surely 'tis something, alone out of the many 1,000 Greeks to be picked out by Diomed. And it was not the casting of lots that bade me go. Still, spurning all perils of night and of the enemy, I went forth and slew Phrygian Dolon, who was on the same perilous errand with ourselves. And yet I did not slay him till I had forced him to tell all he knew, and had learned what treacherous Troy was planning. I had found out all, and had no further cause for spying, and I could now go back with the praise which I had striven for. But not content with this, I turned to Rhesus' tents, and in his very camp I slew the captain and his comrades too. And so, victorious, and with my prayers accomplished, I went on my way in my captured chariot in manner of a joyful triumph. Now refuse his arms to me, whose horses my enemy had demanded as the price of his night's work, and let Ajax be the kinder. Note, this is a reference to Ajax's ironical proposition in line 102 to divide the armor between Ulysses and Diomed. Return to text. Why should I mention the Lycian Sarpedon's ranks, which my sword cut to pieces? I laid low in bloody slaughter Corenos, the son of Iphitus, Alastor and Chromius, Alcander, Halius, Nuemon, Prytanis, Sleuthoon and Chersidamus, Charopes, Enamos, driven by the pitiless fates, and others less renowned fell by my hand beneath their cities' walls. I too have wounds, my comrades, noble for the very place of them, and trust no empty words of mine for that. See here, and he threw open his garment with his hand. Here is my breast, which has ever suffered for your cause. But the son of Telamon in all these years has lost no blood in his friend's behalf, and his body can show no wound at all. And what matters it if he says that he stood up in arms for the Greek fleet against the Trojans and the power of Jove? I grant he did, for it is not my way maliciously to belittle the good that he has done. But let him not alone claim the honor that belongs to all, and let him give some credit to you also. 'Twas the son of Actor, note Patroclus, return to text, safe neath the semblance of Achilles, who drove off the Trojans from the fleet, which else had burned together with its defender. He thinks that he alone dared stand up against Hector's spear, ignoring the king, the chieftains, and myself. He but the 9th in proffered service, and by the lot's grace preferred to us. But what was the outcome of your battle, bravest of men? Hector retired without a wound. Ah me, with what grief am I forced to recall that time when Achilles fell, the bulwark of the Greeks, and yet neither tears, nor grief, nor fear kept me from lifting up his body from the ground. On these shoulders, yes, on these very shoulders, I bore Achilles' body, armor and all, arms which now also I seek to bear. I have strength enough to bear their ponderous weight, and I have a mind that can appreciate the honor you would do me. Was it for this, forsooth, that the hero's mother, goddess of the sea, was ambitious for her son, that those heavenly gifts, the work of heavenly art, should clothe a rough and stupid soldier? For he knows nothing of the relief work of the shield, the sea, the lands, the deep starry heavens, the Pleiades, the Hyades, Arctos forbidden the sea, the scattered cities, and Orion's gleaming sword. He asks that he may receive armor which he cannot appreciate. What of his chiding me with trying to shun the hardships of the war, and of coming late when the struggle had begun? Does he not know that he is reviling the great Achilles also? If you call it a crime to have pretended, we both pretended. If delay is culpable, I was the earlier of the two. A loving wife detained me. A loving mother detained Achilles. Our first time was given to them, the rest to you. I do not fear a charge, even granted I could not answer it, which I share with so great a hero. Yet he was discovered by Ulysses' wit, not by Ajax' wit, Ulysses. And let us not wonder that he pours out against me the insults of his stupid tongue, for he vents on you also shameful words. Was it base for me to have accused Palamedes on a false charge, and honorable for you to have condemned him? But neither was the son of Nauplius, note Palamedes, return to text, able to defend a crime so great, so clearly proved, nor did you merely hear the charge against him, you saw the proof, as it lay clearly revealed by the bribe. Nor should I be blamed because Vulcanian Lemnos holds the son of Poius, note Philoctetes, return to text. Defend your own deed, for you consented to it. But I will not deny that I advised that he withdraw from the hardships of the war and the journey thither, and seek to soothe his terrible anguish by a time of rest. He took the advice, and lives. And not alone was this advice given in good faith, but it was fortunate as well, though it is enough that it was given in good faith. Now, since our seers say that he is necessary for the fall of Pergama, do not entrust the task to me. Telamon's son will better go, and by his eloquence he will calm the hero, mad with pain and rage, or else by some shrewd trick will bring him to us. Nay, Simois will flow backward, Ida stand without foliage, and Greece send aid to Troy, before the craft of stupid Ajax would avail the Greeks, in case I should seek to work for your advantage. Though you have a deadly hatred, O harsh Philoctetes, for the allied Greeks, and the king, and me myself, though you heap endless curses on my head, and long in your misery to have me in your power, to drink my blood, and pray that, as I was given a chance at you, so you may have a chance at me, still would I go to you, and strive to bring you back with me. And I should get possession of your arrows, should fortune favor me, just as I got possession of the Dardanian seer, whom I made captive, just as I discovered the oracles of the gods and the fates of Troy, just as I stole away from the midst of the enemy the enshrined image of Phrygian Minerva. And does Ajax compare himself to me? The fact is, the fates declared that we could not capture Troy without this sacred statue. Where now is the brave Ajax? Where are those big words of the mighty hero? Why do you fear in such a crisis? Why does Ulysses dare to go out beyond the sentinels, commit himself to the darkness, and through the midst of cruel swords enter not alone the walls of Troy, but even the citadel's top, steal the goddess from her shrine, and bear her captured image through the enemy? Had I not done this, in vain would the son of Telamon have worn on his left arm the sevenfold bull's hide shield. On that night I gained the victory over Troy. At that moment did I conquer Pergama, when I made it possible to conquer her. Cease by your looks and mutterings to remind us that Tydides was my partner. He has his share of praise. You too, when you held your shield in defense of the allied fleet, were not alone. You had a throng of partners, I but one. And if Diomed did not know that a fighter is of less value than a thinker, and that the prize was not due merely to a right hand, however dauntless, he himself also would be seeking it. So would the lesser Ajax, warlike Eurypylus, and the son of illustrious Andrymon, and no less so Idomeneus and his fellow countryman Meriones. Yes, Menelaus too would seek the prize. But all these men, though stout of hand, fully my equals on the battlefield, have yielded to my intelligence. Your right arm is useful in the battle, but when it comes to thinking, you need my guidance. You have force without intelligence, while mine is the care for tomorrow. You are a good fighter, but it is I who help Atrides select the time of fighting. Your value is in your body only, mine in mind. And as much as he who directs the ship surpasses him who only rows it, as much as the general excels the common soldier, so much greater am I than you. For in these bodies of ours, the heart, note, i.e. the mind or understanding, we should make contrast between head and hand. Return to text. The heart is of more value than the hand. All our real living is in that. But do you, O princes, award the prize to your faithful guardian. In return for the many years which I have spent in anxious care, grant me this honor as the reward of all my services. And now my task is at an end. I have removed the obstructing fates, and by making it possible to take tall Pergama, I have taken her. Now by our united hopes, by the Trojan walls doomed soon to fall, by the gods, of whom but lately I deprived the foe, by whatever else remains still to be done with wisdom, if still some bold and hazardous deed must be attempted, if you think aught still is lacking to the fate of Troy, I beg you remember me. Or, if you do not give the arms to me, give them to her. And he pointed to the fateful statue of Minerva. The company of chiefs was moved, and their decision proved the power of eloquence, and the eloquent man bore off the brave man's arms. Then he who had so often, all alone, withstood great Hector, so often sword and fire and Jove, could not withstand passion only, and resentment conquered the unconquered hero. Then, snatching out his sword, he cried, "But this, at least, is mine. Or does Ulysses claim this also for himself? This I must employ against myself, and the sword which has often reeked with Phrygian blood will now reek with its master's, lest any man save Ajax ever conquer Ajax." He spoke, and deep in his breast, which had not until then suffered any wound, where the way was open for the blow, he plunged his fatal sword. No hand was strong enough to draw away the deep-driven steel. The blood itself drove it out. The ensanguined ground produced from the green sod a purple flower, which in old time had sprung from hyacinthus blood. The petals are inscribed with letters, serving alike for hero and for boy, this one a name, and that a cry of woe. Note, a name, Aias, a cry of woe, I. Return to text. To the land of Queen Hypsipyle, note, Lemnos, return to text, and the illustrious Thoas, once infamous for its murdered men of olden time, victorious Ulysses now set sail to bring thence the Terinthian arrows, note, Terinthian, i.e. of Hercules, return to text. After he had brought these to the Greeks, and their master with them, note, Philoctetes, return to text, the final blow was at last given to the long-drawn war. Troy fell, and Priam with it. The poor wife of Priam, after all else, lost her human form, and with strange barking affrighted the alien air, where the long Hellespont narrows to a strait. Ilium was in flames, nor had its fires yet died down, and Jove's altar had drunk up the scanty blood of aged Priam. The priestess of Apollo, note Cassandra, return to text, dragged by the hair, was stretching to the heavens her unavailing hands. The Trojan women, embracing the images of their country's gods while still they might, and crowding their burning temples, the victorious Greeks dragged off, an enviable booty. And Astyanax was hurled down from that tower where he was wont often to sit and watch his father, whom his mother pointed out fighting for honor and safeguarding his ancestral realm. And now the north wind called them on their way, and the sails flapped loud, swelled by the favoring breeze. The mariner gives command to sail. "O Troy, farewell, we are forced away," the Trojan women cry. They kiss their land, and turn their backs upon their smoking homes. The last to go on board, a pitiable sight, was Hecuba, discovered midst the sepulchres of her sons. There, as she clung to their tombs, striving to give her farewell kisses to their bones, the hands of the Dulichian dragged her away. Yet she rescued Hector's ashes only, and bore the rescued dust with her in her bosom. And on Hector's tomb she left locks of her hoary hair, a meager offering, her hair and tears. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 13, Part 2. Opposite to Phrygia, where Troy stood, there lies a land where dwelt the Bistones. There was the luxurious court of Polymestor, to whom your father Polydorus secretly commended you for care, sending you far from Phrygia's strife, a prudent plan, if he had not sent with you a great store of treasure, the prize of crime, a temptation to a greedy soul. When the Phrygian fortunes waned, the impious Thracian king took his sword and thrust it into his young charge's throat, and just as if a murder could be disposed of with the victim's body, he threw the corpse from a cliff into the waves below. On this Thracian coast Atrides had moored his fleet until the sea should quiet down, and the winds be more favorable. Here, on a sudden, up from the wide gaping earth Achilles sprang, large as he was in life. He had a threatening manner, and a look as on that day when, with his hostile sword, he fiercely challenged Agamemnon. "And are you then departing, ye Greeks," he cried, "forgetful of me? And have your thanks for my services been buried with me? It shall not be, and that my tomb may not lack its fitting honor, let Polyxena be sacrificed, and so appease Achilles' shade." He spoke, and the allied Greeks obeyed the pitiless ghost. Torn from her mother's arms, of whom she was well nigh the only comfort left, the brave, ill-fated maid, with more than woman's courage, was led to the fatal mound, and there was sacrificed upon the cruel tomb. Self-possessed she was, even when she had been placed before the fatal altar, and knew the grim rites were preparing for her. And when she saw Neoptolemus standing, sword in hand, with his eyes fixed upon her face, she exclaimed, "Spill at last my noble blood, for I am ready, or plunge your sword deep in my throat or breast." And she bared her throat and breast. Polyxena, be sure, would not desire to live in slavery to any man. "Not by such a rite as this will you appease any god. Only I would that my mother may know nothing of my death. My mother prevents and destroys my joy of death. And yet she should not deprecate my death, but rather her own life. Only do you, that I may go free to the Stygian spirits, stand back, if my request is just, and let no hand of man touch my virgin body. More acceptable to him, whoever he is, whom by my sacrifice you are seeking to appease, will my free blood be. But if my last words move any of you, 'tis the daughter of King Priam, and not a captive maid, who asks it. Restore my body to my mother without ransom, and let her pay in tears and not in gold for the sad privilege of sepulture. She did pay in gold also when she could." She spoke, and the throng could not restrain their tears, though she restrained her own. Then did the priest, himself also weeping and remorseful, with deep-driven weapon pierce her proffered breast. She, sinking down to earth with fainting knees, kept her look of dauntless courage to the end, and even then, as she was falling, she took care to cover her body and to guard the honor of her modesty. The Trojan women take up her body, and count one by one the lamented Priamidae, and all the woes which this one house has suffered. "You, royal maid," they weep, "and you, who but yesterday were called queen consort and queen mother, you, once the embodiment of proud Asia, but now suffering hard lot even for a captive, one whom victorious Ulysses would not desire, save that she had given birth to Hector. A lord for his mother Hector scarcely found. She, embracing the lifeless body of that brave spirit, gives to it also the tears which she has shed so often for country, sons, and husband. She pours her tears into her daughter's wound, covers her face with kisses, and beats the breasts that have endured so many blows. Then, sweeping her white hair in the clotted blood, and tearing her breast, this and much more she cried, "O child, your mother's last cause for grief, for what else is left me? My child, lo you lie, and I see your wound, my wound. Behold, that I might lose none of my children without violence, you also have your wound. But you, because you were a woman, I thought safe from the sword. Even though a woman, you have fallen by the sword, and that same Achilles, who had destroyed all your brothers, has destroyed you too, that curse of Troy, bereaver of my heart. But when he fell by Paris and by Phoebus' arrows, surely I said, now is Achilles to be feared no more. But even now I was still to fear him. His very ashes, though he is dead and buried, are savage against our race. Even in the tomb we have felt him for our enemy. For Achilles have I been fruitful. Great Troy lies low, and by a woeful issue the public calamity is ended. Yet it was ended, For me alone Pergama still survives, my woes still run their course. But late on the pinnacle of fame, strong in my many sons, my daughters, and my husband, now exiled, penniless, torn from the tombs of my loved ones, I am dragged away as prize for Penelope. And as I sit spinning my allotted task of wool, she will point me out to the dames of Ithaca and say, This woman is Hector's noble mother. This is Priam's queen. And now, after so many have been lost, you, who alone were left to console your mother's grief, you have been sacrificed upon our foeman's tomb. Yes, I have but borne a victim for my enemy. And to what end do I, unfeeling wretch, live on? Why do I linger? To what end, O wrinkled age, do you keep me here? To what end, ye cruel gods, save that I still may see fresh funerals? Do you prolong an old woman's life? Who would suppose that Priam could be called happy when Pergama was o'erthrown? Happy is he in death. He does not see you, my daughter, lying murdered here. He left his life and kingdom both at once. But I suppose, O royal maiden, you will be dowered with funeral rites, and your body buried in your ancestral tomb. Such is no longer the fortune of our house. Your funeral gifts shall be your mother's tears, your burial the sand of an alien shore. We have lost all. But still there's something left, some reason why, for a brief span, I may endure to live. His mother's dearest, now her only child, once youngest of my sons, my Polydorus, sent to these shores to the Thracian king. But why do I delay meanwhile to wash my daughter's cruel wounds with water, her face bespattered with unpitying blood? She spoke, and with tottering steps of age went to the shore, tearing her grey hair as she went. Give me an urn, ye Trojan women, the wretched creature said, intending to dip up some water from the sea. And there she saw the body of Polydorus, cast up upon the shore, covered with gaping wounds made by Thracian spears. The Trojan women shrieked at the sight, but she was dumb with grief. Her very grief engulfed her powers of speech, her rising tears. Like a hard rock, immovable she stood, now held her gaze fixed upon the ground, and at times lifted her awful face to the heavens. Now she gazed upon the features of her son as he lay there in death, now on his wounds, but mostly on his wounds, arming herself and heaping up her rage. When now her rage blazed out, as if she still were queen, she fixed on vengeance, and was wholly absorbed in the punishment her imagination pictured. And as a lioness rages when her suckling cub has been stolen from her, and follows the discovered tracks of her enemy, whom she does not see, so Hecuba, wrath mingling with her grief, regardless of her years but not her deadly purpose, went straight to Polymestor, who wrought the heartless murder, and sought an audience with him, pretending that she wished to show him a store of gold which she had hoarded for her son and now would give him. The Thracian was deceived, and led by his habitual lust for gain, he came to the hiding place. Then craftily, with smooth speech, he said, Come, Hecuba, make haste. Give me the treasure for your son. I swear by the gods of heaven all shall be his, what you give now and what you have given before. She grimly eyed him as he spoke, and swore his lying oath. Then did her rising wrath boil over, and calling the captive women to the attack, she seized upon him, dug her fingers into his lying eyes, and gouged his eyeballs from their sockets, so mighty did wrath make her. Then she plunged in her hands, and stained with his guilty blood, she plucked out not his eyes, for they were gone, but the places of his eyes. The Thracians, incensed by their king's disaster, began to set upon the Trojan with shafts and stones. But she, with hoarse growls, bit at the stones they threw, and, though her jaws were set for words, barked when she tried to speak. The place still remains, and takes its name from this incident. Note, Cynosema, the sign or monument of the dog, return to text, where she, long remembering her ancient ills, still howled mournfully across the Sithonian plains. Her sad fortune touched the Trojans and her Grecian foes, and all the gods as well, yes, all. For even Juno, sister and wife of Jove, declared that Hecuba had not deserved such an end. But Aurora, though she had lent her aid to the Trojan arms, had no time to lament the ruin and the fall of Troy and Hecuba. A nearer care, grief for her own son, harassed her, the loss of Memnon, whom she, his bright mother, had seen dead by Achilles' spear on the Phrygian plain. She saw, and those bright hues by which the morning skies flush rosy red grew dull, and the heavens were overcast with clouds. And when his corpse was laid upon the funeral pyre, his mother endured not to look upon it, but with streaming hair, just as she was, she disdained not to throw herself at the knees of mighty Jove, and with many tears to pray, "Though I am least of all whom the golden heaven upholds, for in all the world but few and scattered temples rise to me, still as a goddess I come. I ask not that thou give me shrines and sacred days and altars to flame with sacrificial fires, and yet shouldst thou consider what service I, though but a woman, render thee, when each new dawn I guard the borders of the night, then wouldst thou deem that I should have some reward. But that is not my care, nor is that Aurora's errand, to demand honors which she may have earned. Bereft of my Memnon I come, who bore brave arms, though all in vain, in his uncle's service, and in his early years has fallen by Achilles' warlike hand, for so you willed it. Grant then, I beg, some honor to him, as solace for his death, O most high ruler of the gods, and soothe the mother's wounded heart." Jove nodded his consent, when Memnon's lofty pyre, wrapped in high-leaping flames, crumbled to earth, and the day was darkened by the thick black smoke, as when rivers send forth the fogs they have begotten, beneath whose pall the sunlight cannot come. Dark ashes whirled aloft, and there, packed and condensed, they seemed to take on form, drew heat and vitality from the fire. Its own lightness gave it wings. At first 'twas like a bird, but soon, a real bird, it flew about on whirring pinions, and along with it were countless sisters winging their noisy flight, and all were sprung from the same source. Thrice round the pyre they flew, and thrice their united clamor rose into the air. At the fourth flight the flock divided, and in two warring bands the fierce contestants fought together, plying beak and hooked talons in their rage, wearying wing and breast in the struggle. At last these shapes, kin to the buried ashes, fell down as funeral offerings, and remembered that they were sprung from that brave hero. The author of their being gave his name to the new-sprung birds, and they were called Memnonides from him. And still, when the sun has completed the circuit of his 12 signs, they fight and die again in honor of their father's festival. And so others wept while the daughter of Dymas bade, but Aurora was all absorbed in her own grief, and even to this day she weeps pious tears, and bedews the whole world with them. And yet the fates did not permit Troy's hopes to perish with her walls. The heroic son of Cytherea, note Aeneas, return to text, bore away upon his shoulders her sacred images, and another sacred thing, his father, a venerable burden. Of all his great possessions the pious hero chose that portion, and his son Ascanius. Then, with his fleet of refugees, he set sail for Antandros, left behind the sinful homes of Thrace, and the land dripping with Polydorus' blood, and with favoring winds and tides assisting, reached, with his accompanying friends, the city of Apollo, note in Delos, return to text. Him Annius, who ruled over men as king and served Phoebus as his priest, received in the temple and his home. He showed his city, the new erected shrines, and the 2 sacred trees, beneath which Latona had once brought forth her children. There they burned incense in the flames, poured out wine upon the incense, and, according to the customary rite, they slaughtered cattle and burned their entrails in the altar fire. Then sought the palace hall, and reclining on the high couches, they partook of Ceres' bounty and the wine of Bacchus. Then pious Anchises said, "O chosen priest of Phoebus, am I mistaken? Or did you have, when first I saw your city, a son and 4 daughters, as I recall?" And Annius, shaking his head bound with snowy fillets, sadly replied, "No, mightiest of heroes, you are not mistaken. You did see me, the father of 5 children, whom now, such is the shifting nature of men's fates, you see well-nigh bereft. For of what help to me is my absent son, whom the land of Andros, named from him, holds in place of his father? For he rules the land as king. The Delian gave him the power of augury, but to my daughters Bacchus gave other gifts, greater than they could pray or hope to gain. For at my daughter's touch all things returned to corn and wine and the oil of grey-green Minerva, note, i.e. olives, return to text, and there was rich profit in them. When Agamemnon, ravager of Troy, learned this, that you may know that we also have felt some share of your destructive storm, using armed force he dragged my unwilling daughters from their father's arms, and bade them feed the Grecian army with their heavenly gift. They escaped, each as she could. 2 sought Euboea, 2 fled to their brothers Andros. Armed bands pursued and threatened war unless they were surrendered. Fear conquered brotherly affection, and he gave up to punishment the persons of his kindred. And you could forgive the timid brother, for Aeneas was not here to succor Andros, nor Hector, through whom you held your own for 10 years. And now they were preparing fetters for the captive's arms, when they, stretching their still free arms to heaven, cried, "O Father Bacchus, help!" And he who gave their gift did bring them aid, if you call it aid, in some strange sort to lose their human form, for never did I know, nor can I now describe how they lost it, but the outcome of my sad mishap I do know. Covered with plumage, they were changed to snow-white doves, your consorts' birds. With such and other themes they filled up the feast, then left the banquet board and retired to rest. And on the morrow they rose and sought the oracle of Phoebus. He bade them seek their ancient mother and kindred shores. On their departure the king went forth with them and gave them parting gifts, a scepter to Anchises, a robe and quiver to his grandson, and a goblet to Aeneas, which Ismenian Therses, a guest, had once brought to the king from the Aeonian coast. Therses had sent him the cup, but 'twas the handiwork of Hydian Alcon, who had engraved upon it a long pictured story. There was a city on which you could discern 7 gates. These served to name it and tell you what it was. Note, i.e. Thebes, return to text. Before the city, funeral rites were seen, with sepulchres and blazing funeral pyres, and women with dishevelled hair and naked breasts proclaiming grief. Nymphs also seemed to weep and bewail their dried-up springs. The trees stood bare and leafless. Goats nibbled in the parched and stony fields. See, in the Theban streets he represents Orion's daughters, one dealing a wound not apt for maiden's hands to her bared throat, the other dealing clumsy wounds with her weaving shuttle, both falling as victims in the people's stead. Then, borne in funeral pomp through the town and burned to ashes midst the mourning throngs. Then, that their race may not perish with them, from their virgin ashes spring 2 youths, whom fame has named Coroni. These join in the solemn rites due to their mother's dust. Such was the story told in figures gleaming on the antique bronze. Round the goblet's top, rough-carved, golden acanthus ran. The Trojans make presents in return of no less worth, an incense casket for the priest, a libation saucer, and a crown, gleaming with gems and gold. Thence, remembering that the Teucrians sprang from Teucer's stock, they sailed away to Crete. Note, this in accordance with their interpretation of the advice given in line 678. Return to text. Here, unable to endure for long the climate of the place, they abandoned Crete with its 100 cities, and set out with eager spirit for the Ausonian shores. The wintry seas raged, and tossed the heroic band, and when they came to the treacherous harbour of the Strophides, Aello the Harpy frightened them. And now Dulichium's anchorage, Ithaca and Samos, the homes of Neritos, the false Ulysses' kingdom, past all these they sailed. Ambracia next, once object of heaven's strife, they saw, and the image of the judge once changed to stone. Ambracia, now famed for Actian Apollo's sake, Dodona's land with its speaking oaks, Chaonia's sheltered bay, where the sons of King Molossus on new-grown wings escaped impious fires. Next they sought the land of the Phaeacians, set with fertile orchards, and landed at Buthrotos in Epirus, with its mimic Troy, a city ruled by the Phrygian seer. There, having learned all that awaited them from the friendly prophecies of Helenus, Priam's son, they came to Sicily. This land runs out into the sea in 3 capes. Of these, Pecinos faces the rainy south, Lilybaeon feels the soft western breeze, and Pelorus looks to the northern bears, who never go beneath the sea. Hither the Teucri came, and with oars and favouring tides the fleet reached the sandy beach of Zancli as darkness fell. Scylla infests the right-hand coast, unresting Charybdis the left. The one sucks down and vomits forth again the ships she has caught. The other's uncanny waist is girt with ravening dogs. She has a virgin's face, and if all the tales of poets are not false, she was herself once a virgin. Many suitors sought her, but she scorned them all, and, taking refuge with the sea-nymphs, for the sea-nymphs loved her well, she would tell them of the disappointed wooing of her lovers. There once Galatea, while she let the maiden comb her hair, first sighing deeply, thus addressed her: "You truly, maiden, are wooed by a gentle race of men, and you can repulse them without fear, even as you do. But I, whose father is Nereus, and whose mother the sea-hued Doris, who am safe also in the throng of sisters, I was not allowed to shun the Cyclops' love without grievous consequence." Tears checked her further speech. When the maid with her white fingers had dried the goddess' tears, and had consoled her, she said, "Tell me, O dearest one, and do not conceal the cause of your woe, for I am faithful to you." And the Nereid answered Crataeus' daughter in these words: "Acis was son of Faunus and the nymph Semethis. Great joy to his father and his mother, but greater joy to me, for he loved me with whole-hearted love. Beautiful he was, and his 16th birthday past, a faint down had marked his youthful cheeks. Him did I love, but the Cyclops loved me with endless wooing. Nor, if you should ask me, could I tell you which was stronger in me, my hate of Cyclops or my love of Acis, for both were in equal measure. O Mother Venus, how mighty is thy sway! Behold that savage creature, whom the very woods shudder to look upon, whom no stranger has ever seen save to his own hurt, who despises great Olympus and its gods. He feels the power of love and burns with mighty desire, forgetful of his flocks and of his caves. And now, Polyphemus, you become careful of your appearance, now anxious to please. Now with a rake you comb your shaggy locks, and now it is your pleasure to cut your rough beard with a reaping hook, gazing at your rude features in some clear pool, and composing their expression. Your love of slaughter falls away, your fierce nature and your quenchless thirst for blood, and ships come and go in safety. Meanwhile Telemus had come to Sicilian Aetna, Telemus, the son of Eurymus, whom no bird had deceived. And he said to grim Polyphemus, "That one eye which you have in the middle of your forehead, Ulysses will take from you." He mocked and answered, "O most stupid seer, you are wrong. Another has already taken it." Thus did he scoff at the man who vainly sought to warn him, and stalked with huge heavy tread along the shore, or returned weary to his shady cave. A wedge-shaped promontory with long sharp point juts out into the sea, both sides washed by the waves. Hither the fierce Cyclops climbed, and sat down on the cliff's central point, and his woolly sheep, all unheeded, followed him. Then, laying at his feet the pine trunk which served him for a staff, fit for a vessel's mast, he took his pipe made of 100 reeds. All the mountains felt the sound of his rustic pipings, the waves felt it too. I, hiding beneath a rock and resting in my Acis' arms at a great distance, heard the words he sang, and well remember them. "O Galatea, whiter than snowy privet leaves, more blooming than the meadows, surpassing the alder in your tall slenderness, more sparkling than crystal, more frolicsome than a tender kid, smoother than shells worn by the constant waves, more welcome than the winter's sun and summer's shade, more goodly than orchard fruit, fairer than the tall plane tree, more shining clear than ice, sweeter than ripened grapes, softer than swan's down and curdled milk, and if only you would not flee from me, more beauteous than a well-watered garden. Yet you, the same Galatea, are more obstinate than an untamed heifer, harder than aged oak, falser than water, tougher than willow twigs and white bryony vines, more immovable than these rocks, more boisterous than a stream, vainer than a praised peacock, more cruel than fire, sharper than thorns, more savage than a she-bear with young, deafer than the sea, more pitiless than a trodden snake, and, what I would most of all that I could take from you, swifter not only than the stag driven before the baying hounds, but also than the winds and the fleeting breeze. But if only you knew me well, you would regret that you have fled from me. You would yourself condemn your coy delays, and seek to hold me. I have a whole mountainside for my possessions, deep caves in the living rock, where neither the sun is felt in his midsummer heat, nor the winter's cold. I have apples weighing down their branches, grapes yellow as gold on the trailing vines, and purple grapes as well. Both these and those I am keeping for your use. With your own hand you shall gather the luscious strawberries that grow within the woody shade, cherries in autumn time, and plums, both juicy and purple-black, and the large yellow kind, yellow as new wax. Chestnuts also shall be yours, and the fruit of the arbute tree, if you will take me for your husband, and every tree shall yield to your desire. And all this flock is mine. Many besides are wandering in the valley, many are in the woods, still others are safe within their cavern folds. Nay, should you chance to ask, I could not tell you how many in all I have. 'Tis a poor man's business to count his flocks. And you need not believe my praises of them. Here you can see for yourself how they can hardly walk for their distended udders. And I have, coming on, lambs in my warm folds, and kids, too, of equal age, in other folds. There's always a plenty of snow-white milk. Some of it is kept for drinking, and some the rennet hardens into curds. And you shall have no easily gotten pets, or only common presents, such as does and hares and goats, or a pair of doves, or a nest taken from the cliff. I found on the mountain top 2 cubs of a shaggy bear for you to play with, so much alike that you can scarcely tell them apart. I found them, and I said, I'll keep these for my mistress. And now, Galatea, do but raise your glistening head from the blue sea. Now come, and don't despise my gifts. Surely I know myself. Lately I saw my reflection in a clear pool, and I liked my features when I saw them. Just look how big I am. Jupiter himself up there in the sky has no bigger body, for you are always talking of some Jove or other as ruling there. A wealth of hair overhangs my manly face, and it shades my shoulders like a grove. And don't think it ugly that my whole body is covered with thick bristling hair. A tree is ugly without its leaves, and a horse is ugly if a thick mane does not clothe his sorrel neck. Feathers clothe the birds, and their own wool is becoming to sheep. So a beard and shaggy hair on his body well become a man. True, I have but one eye in the middle of my forehead, but it is as big as a good-sized shield. And what of that? Doesn't the great sun see everything here on earth from his heavens? And the sun has but one eye. Furthermore, my father is king over your own waters, and him I am giving to you for father-in-law. Only pity me and listen to my humble prayer, for I bow to you alone. I, who scorn Jove and his heaven and his all-piercing thunderbolt, I fear you alone, O Nereid. Your anger is more deadly than the lightning flash, and I could better bear your scorning if you fled from all your suitors. But why, though you reject Cyclops, do you love Acis? And why do you prefer Acis to my arms? And yet he may please himself and please you too, Galatea, but oh, I wish he didn't please you. But only let me have a chance at him. Then he'll find that I am as strong as I am big. I'll tear his vitals out alive. I'll rend him limb from limb, and scatter the pieces over the fields and over your waves. So may he mate with you. For oh, I burn, and my hot passion, thus scorned, rages more fiercely within me. I seem to carry Aetna in my breast, borne thither with all his violence, and you, Galatea, do not care at all. Such vain complaints he uttered, and rose up, I saw it all, just as a bull, which, furious when the cow has been taken from him, cannot stand still, but wanders through the woods and familiar pasture lands. Then the fierce giant spied me and Acis, neither knowing nor fearing such a fate, and he cried, I see you, and I'll make that union of your loves the last. His voice was big and terrible, as a furious Cyclops' voice should be. Aetna trembled with the din of it, but I, in panic fright, dived into the nearby sea. My Cymathian hero had already turned to run, and cried, Oh, help me, Galatea, I pray, help me, my parents, and take me, doomed now to perish, to your kingdom. Cyclops ran after him, and hurled a piece wrenched from the mountain-side, and though that merest corner of the mass reached Acis, still it was enough to bury him altogether. But I, the only thing that fate allowed to me, caused Acis to assume his ancestral powers. Crimson blood came trickling from beneath the mass. Then, in a little while, its ruddy color began to fade away, and it became the color of a stream swollen by the early rains, and it cleared entirely in a little while. Then the mass that had been thrown cracked wide open, and a tall green reed sprang up through the crack, and the hollow opening in the rock resounded with leaping waters, and, wonderful, suddenly a youth stood forth waist-deep from the water, his new-sprung horns wreathed with bending rushes. The youth, save that he was larger and his face of a dark sea-blue, was Acis, but even so he still was Acis changed to a river-god, and his waters kept their former name. When Galatea had finished her story, the group of Nereids broke up and went swimming away on the peaceful waves. But Scylla, not daring to trust herself to the outer deep, returned to the shore, and there either wandered all unrobed along the thirsty sands, or when she was wearied, she would seek out some deep sequestered pool, and there refresh her limbs in its safe waters. Behold Glaucus, sounding with his shell upon the sea, a new-come dweller in the deep waters, for his form had been but lately changed near Anthedon in Euboea. He saw the maid, and straightway burned with love, and said whatever things he thought might stay her flight. Nevertheless she fled him, and, her speed increased by fear, she came to the top of a mountain which stood near the shore. It was a huge mountain facing the sea, rising into one massive peak, its shady top reaching far out over the water. Here Scylla stayed her flight, and, protected by her position, not knowing whether he was a monster or a god, looked in wonder at his colour, his hair which covered his shoulders and his back, and at his groins merging into a twisted fish form. He saw her, and leaning on a mass of rock which lay at hand, he said, "Maiden, I am no monster or wild creature. I am a sea god, and neither Proteus nor Triton nor Palemon, son of Athamas, has greater power over the deeps than I. I was mortal once, but even then devoted to the sea, and there my life was spent. Now I would draw in the nets full of fish, and now, sitting on some projecting rock, I would ply rod and line. There is a shore fringed by verdant meadows, one side of which is hemmed in by the waves, and the other by herbage, which neither horned cattle have ever disturbed in grazing, nor have your peaceful sheep, nor hairy she-goats cropped it. No busy bee ever gathered flowers." Note, i.e. either the honey from the flowers, or, according to Aristotle, De Animalibus Historia 5:22-4, the flowers themselves, out of which the bees made the honeycombs. Return to text. "No busy bee ever gathered flowers from there and bore them off. No festal wreaths for the head were ever gathered there. No hands with sickles ever mowed its grasses. I was the first to seat me on that turf, drying my dripping lines, and spreading out upon the bank to count them, the fish that I had caught, which either chance had brought to my nets, or their own guilelessness had fixed upon my hooks. It sounds like an idle tale, but what advantage have I in deceiving you? My catch, on touching the grass, began to stir, then to turn over, and to move about on land as in the sea. And while I paused in wonder, they all slipped down into their native waters, abandoning their new master and the shore. I stood a long time in amaze and doubt, seeking the cause of this. Had some god done it? Or was it the grass's juice? And yet what herb could have such potency, I said, and plucking some of the herbage with my hands, I chewed what I had plucked. Scarce had I swallowed the strange juices, when suddenly I felt my heart trembling within me, and my whole being yearned with desire for another element. Unable long to stand against it, I cried aloud, 'Farewell, O earth, to which I shall never more return!' And I plunged into the sea. The sea divinities received me, deeming me worthy of a place with them, and called on Oceanus and Tethys to purge my mortal nature all away. And then they purged me, first with a magic song 9 times repeated, to wash all evil from me, and next they bade me bathe my body in 100 streams. Straightway the rivers that flow from every side poured all their waters upon my head. So far I can recall and tell you what befell me. So far can I remember, but of the rest my mind retains no knowledge. When my senses came back to me, I was far different from what I was but lately in all my body, nor was my mind the same. Then for the first time I beheld this beard of dark green hue, these locks which I sweep on the long waves, these huge shoulders and bluish arms, these legs which twist and vanish in a finny fish. And yet, what boots this form? What that I please the sea divinities? What profits it to be a god, if you are not moved by these things?" As he thus spoke, and would have spoken more, Scylla fled from the god, and he, stung to mad rage by his repulse, betook him to the wondrous court of Circe, daughter of the sun. End of Book 13. End of Section 16. Part 2. Section 18 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 14, Part 1. And now Aetna, heaped upon the giant's head, note see Book 5, return to text, and the fields of the Cyclops, which knew not of the harrow or the plough, which owed no debt to yoked cattle, All these the Euboean haunter of the swelling waves had left behind. He had left Zancle also, and the walls of Rhegium which lay opposite, and the shipwrecking strait which, confined by double shores, hems in the Ausonian and Sicilian land. Thence, swimming along with mighty strength through the Tyrrhene sea, Glaucus came to the herb-clad hills and the courts of Circe, daughter of the sun, full of phantom beasts. When he beheld her, and a welcome had been given and received, he thus addressed the goddess: "O goddess, pity a god, I pray you, for you alone, if I but seem worthy of it, can help this love of mine. What magic potency herbs have, O Titaness, no one knows better than myself, for I was changed by them. That the cause of my mad passion may be known to you, on the Italian coast, opposite Messini's walls, I saw Scylla. I am ashamed to tell of the promises and prayers, the coaxing words I used, all scornfully rejected. But do you, if there is any power in charms, sing a charm with your sacred lips, or if herbs are more effectual, use the tried strength of efficacious herbs. And I do not pray that you cure me or heal me of these wounds, nor end my love, but let her but bear a part of this burning heat." But Circe, for no one has a heart more susceptible to such flames than she, whether the cause of this is in herself, or whether Venus, offended by her father's tattling, made her so, replied, "Much better would you follow one whose strong desire and prayer was even as your own, whose heart burned with an equal flame. You were worthy on your own part to be wooed, and could be, of a truth. And if you give some hope, I tell you truly you shall indeed be wooed. That you may believe this, and have some faith in your own power to charm, lo, I, goddess though I be, though the daughter of the shining sun, though I have such magic powers in song and herb, I pray that I may be yours. Scorn her who scorns, and requite her love who loves you, and so in one act repay us both." But to her prayer Glaucus replied, "Sooner shall foliage grow on the sea, and sooner shall seaweeds spring up on the mountain tops, than shall my love change while Scylla lives." The goddess was enraged, and since she could not harm the god himself, and would not because of her love for him, she turned her wrath upon the girl who was preferred to her. In her anger at the refusal of her love, she straightway bruised together uncanny herbs with juices of dreadful power, singing while she mixed them Hecate's own charms. Then, donning an azure cloak, she took her way from her palace through the throng of beasts that fawned upon her as she passed, and made for Rhegium, lying opposite Zancle's rocky coast. She fared along the seething waters, on which she trod as on the solid ground, skimming dry shod along the surface of the sea. There was a little pool curving into a deep bow, a peaceful place where Scylla loved to come. Thither would she betake her from the heat of sea and sky, when the sun at his strongest was in mid-heaven, and from his zenith had drawn the shadows to their shortest compass. This pool, before the maiden's coming, the goddess befouls and tinctures with her baleful poisons. When these had been poured out, she sprinkles liquors brewed from noxious roots, and, a charm dark with its maze of uncanny words, thrice 9 times she murmurs over with lips well skilled in magic. Then Scylla comes, and wades waist-deep into the water, when all at once she sees her loins disfigured with barking monster shapes. And at the first, not believing that these are parts of her own body, she flees in fear, and tries to drive away the boisterous barking things. But what she flees she takes along with her, and feeling for her thighs, her legs, her feet, she finds in place of these only gaping dogs' heads, such as a Cerberus might have. She stands on ravening dogs, and her docked loins and her belly are enclosed in a circle of beastly forms. Glaucus, her lover, wept at the sight, and fled the embrace of Circe, who had used too cruelly her potent herbs. But Scylla remained fixed in her place, and when first a chance was given her to vent her hate on Circe, she robbed Ulysses of his companions. She also would have wrecked the Trojan ships had she not before their coming been changed into a rock, which stands there to this day. The rock also is the sailor's dread. When the Trojan vessels had successfully passed this monster, and greedy Charybdis too, and when they had almost reached the Ausonian shore, the wind bore them to the Libyan coast. There the Sidonian queen, note Dido, return to text, received Aeneas hospitably in heart and home. Doomed ill to endure her virgin lord's departure, on a pyre, built under pretence of sacred rites, she fell upon his sword, and so, herself disappointed, she disappointed all. Leaving once more the new city built on the sandy shore, Aeneas returned to the land of Eryx and friendly Acestes, and there he made sacrifice and paid due honours to his father's tomb. Then he cast off the ships which Iris, Juno's messenger, had almost burned, and soon had sailed past the kingdom of Hippotades, note the Aeolian Isles, return to text, past the lands smoking with hot sulphur fumes, and the rocky haunt of the Sirens, daughters of Achelous. And now, his vessel having lost her pilot, he coasts along in Arame, and Procete, and Pithecusae, situate on a barren hill, called from the name of its inhabitants. For the father of the gods, hating the tricks and lies of the Cercopians, and the crimes committed by that treacherous race, once changed the men to ugly animals in such a way that they might be unlike human shape, and yet seem like them. He shortened their limbs, blunted and turned back their noses, and furrowed their faces with deep wrinkles, as of age. Then he sent them, clothed complete in yellow hair, to dwell in these abodes. But first he took from them the power of speech, the use of tongues born for vile perjuries, leaving them only the utterance of complaint, in hoarse grating tones. When he had passed these by, and left the walled city of Parthenope upon the right, he came upon the left to the mound tomb of the tuneful son of Aeolus, note Maecenas, return to text, and the shores of Cumae, teeming with marshy waters, and, entering the grotto of the long-lived Sibyl, prayed that he might pass down through Avernus' realm and see his father's shade. The Sibyl held her eyes long fixed upon the earth, then lifted them at last, and, full of mad inspiration from her god, replied, "Great things do you ask, you man of mighty deeds, whose hand by sword, whose piety by fire has been well tried. But have no fear, Trojan, you shall have your wish, and with my guidance you shall see the dwellings of Elysium and the latest kingdom of the universe. And you shall see your dear father's shade. There is no way denied to virtue." She spoke, and showed him, deep in Avernal Juno's forest, note Avernal Juno is Proserpina, return to text, a bough gleaming with gold, and bade him pluck it from its trunk. Aeneas obeyed. Then saw grim Orcus' possessions, and his own ancestral shades, and the aged spirit of the great-souled Anchises. He learned also the laws of those places, and what perils he himself must undergo in new wars. As he retraced his weary steps along the upward way, he beguiled the toil with discourse with his Cumaean guide, and as he fared along the dismal road in the dim dusk, he said, "Whether thou art a goddess in very truth, or a maid most pleasing to the gods, to me shalt thou always seem divine, and I shall confess that I owe my life to thee, through whose will I have approached the world of death, have seen and have escaped in safety from the world of death. And for these services, when I have returned to the upper regions, I will erect a temple to thee, and there burn incense in thine honor." The Sibyl regarded him, and, sighing deeply, said, "I am no goddess, nor do thou deem any mortal worthy of the honor of the sacred incense. But lest you mistake in ignorance, eternal endless life was offered me, had my virgin modesty consented to Phoebus' love. While he still hoped for this, and sought to break my will with gifts, he said, "Choose what you will, maiden of Cumae, and you shall have your choice." Pointing to a heap of sand, I made the foolish prayer that I might have as many years of life as there were sand grains in the pile. But I forgot to ask that those years might be perpetually young. He granted me the years, and promised endless youth as well, if I would yield to love. I spurned Phoebus' gift, and am still unwedded. But now my joyous springtime of life is fled, and with tottering step weak old age is coming on, which for long I must endure. Even now you see me after 7 centuries of life, and ere my years equal the number of the sands, I still must behold 300 harvest times, 300 vintages. The time will come when length of days will shrivel me from my full form to but a tiny thing, and my limbs, consumed by age, will shrink to a feather's weight. Then will I seem never to have been loved, never to have pleased the god. Phoebus himself, perchance, will either gaze unknowing on me, or will deny that he ever loved me. Even to such changes shall I come. Though shrunk past recognition of the eye, still by my voice shall I be known, for the fates will leave me my voice. While thus along the hollow way the Sibyl told her story, out of the Stygian world Trojan Aeneas emerged near the Euboean city. Note Cumae, return to text. Making due sacrifices here, he next landed on a shore which did not yet bear his nurse's name. Note Caita, return to text. Here also Nerition Macarius, a comrade of all suffering Ulysses, had stayed behind after the long weariness of his wanderings. He recognizes Echimenides. Note, Aeneas had taken him on board near Aetna, return to text, whom they had left long since abandoned amidst the rocks of Aetna. Amazed thus suddenly to find him still alive, he says, "What chance, what god has saved you, Echimenides? Why does a Greek sail in a Trojan ship? What land does your vessel seek?" And to his questions Echimenides, no longer roughly clad, his garments no longer pinned with thorns, but his own man once more, replied, "May I look on Polyphemus yet again, and those wide jaws of his dripping with human gore, if I prefer my home at Ithaca to this ship, if I revere Aeneas less than my own father. Nor can I ever pay my debt of gratitude, though I should give my all. That I speak and breathe and see the heavens and the constellations of the sun, for this can I cease to thank him and be mindful of him? 'Tis due to him that my life came not into the Cyclops' jaws, and though even now I should leave the light of life, I should be buried in a tomb, but surely not in that monster's maw. What were my feelings then, except that fear took away all sense and feeling, when, left behind, I saw you making for the open sea? I longed to call out to you, but I feared to betray myself to the enemy. Even your vessel, Ulysses' cry, almost wrecked. I saw when Cyclops tore up a huge rock from the mountainside and hurled it far out to sea. I saw him again throwing great stones with his gigantic arms as from a catapult, and I feared lest the waves or the wind, i.e. of the stone, return to text, should sink the ship, forgetting that I was not in her. But when you escaped by flight from certain death, he, groaning the while, went prowling all over Aetna, groping through the woods with his hands, and blindly dashing against the rocks. Then would he stretch out his bleeding arms to the sea, and curse the whole Greek race, and say, "Oh, that some chance would but bring Ulysses back to me, or some one of his friends, against whom my rage might vent itself, whose vitals I might devour, whose living body I might tear asunder with my hands, whose gore might flood my throat, and whose mangled limbs might quiver between my teeth. How nothing at all, or how slight a thing, would the loss of my sight appear." This, and much more in fury. Pale horror filled me as I looked upon his face, still smeared with blood, and his cruel hands, his sightless eye, his limbs and his beard matted with human gore. Death was before my eyes, but that was the least of all my troubles. I kept always thinking, now he'll catch me, now he'll make my flesh part of his. And the picture stuck in my mind of that time when I saw him catch up 2 of my friends at once, and dash them thrice and again upon the ground, and when, crouching like a shaggy lion over them, he filled his greedy maw with their vitals and their flesh, their bones full of white marrow, and their limbs still warm with life. A quaking terror seized me, and I stood pale with horror as I watched him now chewing, now ejecting his bloody feast, now disgorging his scraps of food mingled with wine. Such fate I pictured as in store for wretched me. For many days I kept myself in hiding, trembling at every sound, fearing death and yet longing to die, keeping off starvation with acorns and grass and leaves, alone, helpless and hopeless, abandoned to suffering and death. And then, after a long time, far in the distance, I saw this ship, and I begged them by my gestures to save me. I rushed down to the shore, and I touched their hearts. A Trojan ship received a Greek. Now, do you also tell of your adventures, best of comrades, what your leader suffered, and the company which put to sea with you. Then Macarius told how Aeolus ruled over the Tuscan waters, Aeolus, son of Hippotes, confining the winds in prison. These winds, enclosed in a bag of bull's-hide, the Dulichian captain had received, a memorable gift. 9 days they had sailed along with a good stern breeze, and had sighted the land they sought. But when the 10th morning dawned, Ulysses' comrades were overcome by envy and by lust of booty. Thinking that gold was in the bag, they untied the strings that held the winds. These blew the vessel back again over the waves they had just crossed, and she re-entered the harbor of the Aeolian tyrant. After that, he said, we came to the ancient city of Laestrygonian Lamos. Antiphates was ruling in that land. I was sent to him with 2 companions. One comrade and myself, by flight, barely reached a place of safety, but the third of us stained with his blood the Laestrygonians' impious mouths. Antiphates pursued us as we fled, and urged his band after us. They came on in a mob, hurling stones and heavy timbers, and they sank our men and sank our ships. One of them, however, in which I and Ulysses himself sailed, escaped. Grieving for our lost companions, and with many lamentations, we finally reached that land which you see at some distance yonder, and, trust my word, I found 'twas best to see it at a distance. And you, most righteous Trojan, son of Venus, for now that the war is over, you are no longer to be counted foe, Aeneas, I warn you, keep away from Circe's shores. We also, having moored our vessel on Circe's shore, and remembering Antiphates and the cruel Cyclops, refused to go further, but were chosen by lot to approach the unknown houses. The lot sent me and the trusty Polites, Eurylochus also, and Elpenor, too much given to wine, and 18 others to Circe's city. When we arrived and stood within her courts, 1,000 wolves and she-bears and lionesses in a mixed throng rushed on us, filling us with terror. But not one of them was to be feared. Not one of them was to give us a single scratch upon our bodies. Why, they even wagged their tails in show of kindness, and fawned upon us as they followed us along, until attendant maidens took us in charge and led us through the marble halls to their mistress' presence. She sat in a beautiful retreat on her throne of state, clad in a gleaming robe with a golden veil above. Her attendants were nereids and nymphs, who card no fleece and spin no woolen threads with nimble fingers, their only task to sort out plants, to select from a jumbled mass and place in separate baskets flowers and herbs of various colors. She herself oversees the work they do. She herself knows what is the value of each leaf, what ingredients mix well together, directs the tasks, and weighs the herbs. When she saw us, and when welcome had been given and received, she smiled upon us, and seemed to promise us the friendship we desired. At once she bade her maidens spread a feast of parched barley bread, of honey, strong wine, and curdled milk. And in this sweet drink, where they might lie unnoticed, she slyly squeezed some of her baleful juices. We took the cup which was offered by her divine hand. As soon as we had thirstily drained the cup with parched lips, the cruel goddess touched the tops of our heads with her magic wand. And then, I am ashamed to tell, yet will I tell, I began to grow rough with bristles, and I could speak no longer, but in place of words came only hoarse grunting sounds, and I began to bend forward with face turned entirely to the earth. I felt my mouth hardening into a long snout, my neck swelling in brawny folds, and with my hands, with which but now I had lifted the goblet to my lips, I made tracks upon the ground. And then I was shut up in a pen with others who had suffered the same change. So great was the power of her magic drugs. We saw that Eurylochus alone was without the pig form, for he alone had refused to take the cup. If he had not refused it, I should even now be one of the bristly herd, and Ulysses would never have been informed by him of our great calamity and come to Circe to avenge us. Peace-bringing Silenius had given him a white flower which the gods call mole. It grows up from a black root. Safe with this and the directions which the god had given him, Ulysses entered Circe's palace, and when he was invited to drink of the fatal bowl, he struck aside the wand with which she was attempting to stroke his hair, and threatened the quaking queen with his drawn sword. Then faith was pledged and right hands given, and being accepted as her husband, he demanded as a wedding gift the bodies of his friends. We were sprinkled with the more wholesome juices of some mysterious herb, our heads received the stroke of her reversed rod, and words were uttered over us which counteracted the words said before. And as she sang, more and still more raised from the ground, we stood erect. Our bristles fell away, our feet lost their cloven hoofs, our shoulders came back to us, and our arms resumed their former shape. Weeping, we embraced him, weeping too, and clung to our chieftain's neck. And the first words we uttered were of gratitude to him. We tarried in that country for a year, and in so long a time many were the things I saw with my own eyes, and many were the tales I heard. Here is one of the many which one of the 4 attendants appointed for such offices as have been mentioned told me privately. For while Circe was dallying alone with our leader, this nymph pointed out to me a snow-white marble statue of a young man with a woodpecker on his head. The statue was set in a sacred fane, and attracted attention for its many wreaths. When in my curiosity I asked who it was, and why he was worshipped in that holy place, and why he had the bird upon his head, she told me this story. Listen, Macarius, and learn from this how strong is my mistress' magic, and do you give diligent heed to what I say. Picus, the son of Saturn, was once the king of the Ausonian country, and was very fond of horses fit for war. The hero's form was as you see it, and though you should look upon his living beauty, still would you approve the true in comparison with his mimic form. His spirit was equal to his body. He could not yet have seen, as the years went by, 4 quinquennial contests at Grecian Elis, but already had he attracted to his beauty all the dryads sprung from the hills of Latium. The nymphs of the fountains pine for him, and the naiads who dwell in the Albula, beneath Numicus stream and Anios, short-coursing Almo, headlong Nar, and Pharphar's shady waters, and those who haunt the wooded pool of Taurian Diana and the neighboring lakes. But spurning all these, he loved one nymph alone, whom once on the Palatine, Venilia is said to have borne to 2-headed Janus. This maid, when she had ripened into marriageable years, was given to Laurentian Picus, preferred above all suitors. Rare was her beauty, but rarer still her gift of song, whence was her name, Canons. She used to move woods and rocks, soften wild beasts, stop the long rivers with her singing, and stay the wandering birds. Once, while she was singing her songs with her maidenly voice, Picus had sallied forth from home into the Laurentian fields to hunt the native boar. He bestrode a prancing courser, carrying in his left hand a brace of spears, and wearing a purple mantle caught with a brooch of gold. The daughter of the sun, note Circe, return to text, also had come to those selfsame woods, and, to gather fresh herbs on the fertile hills, she had left the fields called Circean, from her name. As soon as she saw the youth from her leafy hiding-place, she was struck with wonder. The herbs which she had gathered fell from her hands, and burning fire seemed to creep through her whole frame. As soon as she could master her passion and collect her thoughts, she was on the point of confessing her desire, but his swift-speeding horse and his thronging retinue prevented her approach to him. "You shall not escape me so," she cried, "not though the wind itself should bear you off, if I know myself, if my herb's magic power has not wholly vanished, and if my charms have not failed." She spoke, and fashioned an unsubstantial image of a boar, and bade it rush across the trail before the prince's eyes, and seemed to take cover in a grove thick with fallen trees, where the woods were dense, places where a horse could not penetrate. The thing was done, and straightway Picus, all unconscious of the trick, made after his shadowy prey, and, swiftly dismounting from his foaming steed, followed the empty lure, and went wandering on foot amid the forest depths. She utters prayers and fell to muttering incantations, worshipping her weird gods with a weird charm with which it was her wont to obscure the white moon's features and hide her father's face behind misty clouds. Now also by her magic song the heavens are darkened, and thick fogs spring up from the ground, while the retainers wander in the dim trails far from their king's defence. Having secured a fitting place and time, she says, "Oh, by those eyes which have enthralled my own, and by that beauty, fairest of youths, which has made even me a goddess, suppliant to you, look with favour on my passion, and accept the son who beholds all things as your father-in-law, and do not cruelly reject Circe the Titaness." But he fiercely repelled her and her prayers, and said, "Whoever you are, I am not for you. Another has taken and holds my love in keeping, and I pray that she may keep it through all coming time. Nor will I violate my plighted troth by any other love, so long as the fate shall preserve to me my canons, Janus' daughter." Having tried oft-repeated prayers in vain, the Titaness exclaimed, "But you shall not go scathless, nor shall your canons ever have you more. And you shall learn by experience not alone what any woman, loving and scorned, can do, but what the woman Circe, loving and scorned, can do." Then twice she turned her to the west, and twice to the east. Thrice she touched the youth with her wand, and thrice she sang her charms. He turned in flight, but was amazed to find himself running more swiftly than his wont, and saw wings spring out upon his body. Enraged at his sudden change to a strange bird in his Latian woods, he pecked at the rough oak trees with his hard beak, and wrathfully inflicted wounds on their long branches. His wings took the colour of his bright red mantle, and what had been a brooch of gold stuck through his robe was changed to feathers, and his neck was circled with a golden yellow band, and naught of his former self remained to Picus, except his name. Meanwhile his companions, calling often and vainly for Picus throughout the countryside, and finding him nowhere, came upon Circe, for now she had cleared the air and had permitted the clouds to be dispelled by wind and sun, charged her flatly with her crime, demanded back their king with threats of force, and were preparing to attack her with their deadly spears. But she sprinkled upon them her baleful drugs and poisonous juices, summoning to her aid night and the gods of night from Erebus and Chaos, and calling on Hecate in long-drawn wailing cries. The woods, wonderful to say, leaped from their place, the ground rumbled, the neighboring trees turned white, and the herbage where her poisons fell was stained with clots of blood. The stones also seemed to voice hoarse bellowings. The baying of dogs was heard. The ground was foul with dark crawling things, and the thin shades of the silent dead seemed to be flitting about. The astounded crowd quaked at the monstrous sights and sounds, but she touched the frightened, wondering faces with her magic wand, and at the touch horrid beast-like forms of many shapes came upon the youths, and none kept his proper form. Now the setting sun had bathed the Tartessian shores, and vainly had cannons watched for her lord's return with eyes and heart. Her slaves and her people scattered through all the woods, bearing torches in hope to meet him. Nor was the nymph content to weep, to tear her hair, and beat her breasts. All these she did, indeed, and rushing forth she wandered madly through the Latian fields. 6 nights and as many returning dawns beheld her wandering, sleepless and fasting, over hills, through valleys, wherever chance directed. The Tiber was the last to see her, spent with grief and travel toil, laying her body down upon his far-stretching bank. There, with tears in weak, faint tones, she poured out her mournful words, attuned to grief, just as sometimes, in dying, the swan sings a last funeral song. Finally, worn to a shade by woe, her very marrow changed to water. She melted away, and gradually vanished into thin air. Still her story has been kept in remembrance by the place which ancient muses fitly called canons, from the name of the nymph. Many such things I heard and saw during a long year. At length, grown sluggish and slow through inactivity, we were ordered to go again upon the sea, and again to spread our sails. The Titaness had told us of the dubious pathways of the sea, their vast extent, and all the desperate perils yet to come. I own I was afraid to face them, and having reached this shore, I stayed behind. Macarius had finished his story, and Aeneas' nurse, buried in a marble urn, had a brief epitaph carved on her tomb. Here, me, Caita, snatched from Grecian flames, my pious son consumed with fitting fire. End of Book 14, Part 1. End of Section 18. Section 19 of the Metamorphoses by Ovid, translated by Frank Justice Miller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Book 14, Part 2. Loosing their cables from the grass-grown shore, they kept far out from the treacherous island, the home of the ill-famed goddess, and headed for the wooded coast, where shady Tiber pours forth his yellow, silt-laden waters into the sea. There did Aeneas win the daughter and the throne of Latinus, Faunus' son, but not without a struggle. War with a fierce race is waged, and Turnus fights madly for his promised bride. All Etruria rushes to battle-shock with Latium, and with long and anxious struggle hard victory is sought. Both sides augment their strength by outside aid, and many defend the Rutuli, and many the Trojan camp. Aeneas had not gone in vain to Evander's home, but Venulus had vainly sought the city of the exiled Diomede. He had founded a large city, note Arpi, return to text, within the Apigendaunus realm, and was ruling the fields granted to him as a marriage portion. But when Venulus had done Turnus' bidding and asked for aid, the Aetolian hero pleaded his lack of resources as his excuse, saying that he was not willing to expose himself or his father-in-law's people to the risk of battle, nor did he have men of his own nation whom he might equip for war. And that you may not think my excuses false, although the very mention of my woes renews my bitter grief, still will I endure the telling of them. After high Ilium had been burned, and Pergama had glutted the furious passions of the Greeks, and after the Naritan hero, from a virgin goddess, for a violated virgin, had brought on us all the punishment which he alone deserved, note, Ajax, the son of Oileus, violated Cassandra, a crime avenged by Minerva, return to text. We Greeks were scattered, and blown by winds over the angry waters. We suffered lightning blasts, thick darkness, storms, the rage of sky and sea, and Caphareus, the climax of our disasters. Not to delay you by telling our sad mishaps in order, Greece at that time could have moved even Priam's tears. Well-armed Minerva's care, however, saved me from the waves, but again I was driven forth from my native Argos, for fostering Venus, still mindful of the old wound I had given her, now exacted the penalty. So great toils did I endure on the high seas, and so great toils of war on land, that often did I call those blessed of heaven whom the storm, which all had suffered, and cruel Caphareus drowned beneath the waves, and I wished that I too had been one of them. And now my companions, having endured the uttermost in war and sea, became disheartened, and begged me to make an end of wandering. But Acmon, who was naturally hot-headed, and who was then especially intractable because of our sufferings, exclaimed, "What is there left, men, for your long suffering to refuse to bear? What is there left for Venus to do further, supposing she wishes it? For so long as we fear worse fortunes, we lie open to wounds. But when the worst possible lot has fallen, then is fear beneath our feet, and the utmost misfortune can bring us no further care. Though she herself should hear, and as indeed she does, should hate all the followers of Diomede, still do we all scorn her hatred, and much we reck of her mighty power." Note, the phrase is ironical. Return to text. With such insulting words did Plutonian Acmon rouse Venus and revive her former anger. But few approved his words. We, the greater number of his friends, upbraided Acmon, and when he would have replied, his voice and throat together grew thin. His hair was changed to feathers, and feathers clothed a new-formed neck and breast and back. His arms acquired large pinion feathers, and his elbows curved into nimble wings. His toes were replaced by webbed feet, and his face grew stiff and horny, ending in a sharp-pointed beak. Lycus viewed him in wonder, so also Idas Rhexenor, and Nyctius, and Abas too, and, while they wondered, they became of the same form. The greater number of the flock flew up and circled round the rowers with flapping wings. If you ask of what sort were these questionable birds, while they were not swans, they were very like snowy swans, and now, as son-in-law of Iapigendaunus, I have hard work to hold this settlement and this parched countryside with but a pitiful remnant of my friends." So spoke the grandson of Oeneus, and Venulus departed from the Caledonian realm, passing the Pusetian Bay and the regions of Messapia. Here he saw a cavern, dark with forest shades and hidden by a growth of waving reeds. The half-goat Pan now claims the place, but at one time the nymphs dwelt there. An Apulian shepherd of that region caused them to run away in terror, filling them at first with sudden fear. But soon, when their courage returned, and they saw with scorn who was pursuing them, they returned to their choral dancing again, with nimble feet. Still did the shepherd mock them, imitating their dance with his clownish steps, adding to this boorish insults and vulgar words. Nor did he cease speaking until the rising wood covered his mouth, for now he is a tree. You could tell his character from the savour of its fruit, for the wild olive bears the traces of his tongue in its bitter berries. The sharpness of his words has passed to them. When the ambassadors returned with the news that Aetolian help had been refused them, the Rutuli, without that help, went on with the war they had begun, and much blood was spilled on both sides. But lo, Turnus brought devouring torches against the pine fabric of the ships, and what the waves had spared feared the flames. And now Mulciber was burning the pitchy, resinous mass and other rich food for flames, and was spreading even to the tall masts and sails, while the cross banks of the curving hulls were smoking. When the holy mother of the gods, mindful that these pines were felled on Ida's top, filled the air with the harsh beat of brazen cymbals and the shrill music of the boxwood flute. Then, borne by her tamed lions through the yielding air, she cried, Vainly, O Turnus, with impious hand you hurl those brands, for I shall rescue the burning ships, nor with my consent shall the greedy flames devour what was once part and parcel of my sacred woods. While yet the goddess spoke, it thundered, and following the thunder a heavy shower of rain began to fall, mingled with leaping hail, and the winds, Astrian brothers, wrought wild confusion in the air and on the waves, swollen by the sudden rush of waters, and mingled in the fray. The all-fostering mother, with the help of one of these, broke the hempen fastenings of the Phrygian ships, and forcing them head down, plunged them beneath the water. Straightway the wood softened and turned to flesh, the ship's curved prows changed to heads, the oars to toes and swimming legs. What had been body before remained as body, and the deep-laid keel was changed into a spine. Cordage became soft hair, and sailyards arms. The sea-green color was unchanged, and now as water-nymphs with maiden glee they sport in the waters which they feared before. Though born on the rough mountain-tops, they now throng the yielding waves, and no trace of their first state troubles them. And yet, remembering the many perils they have often suffered on the deep, they often place helping hands beneath storm-tossed barks, except such as carried Greeks. Remembering still the Phrygian calamity, they hated the Pelasgian race, and they rejoiced to see the broken timbers of Ulysses' ship, rejoiced to see the vessel of Alcinous grow stiff, and its wood turn to stone. After the fleet had been changed to living water-nymphs, there was hope that the Rutuli, in awe of the portent, would desist from war. But the war went on, and both sides had their gods to aid them. And what is as good as gods, they had courage too. And now neither a kingdom given in dowry, nor the sceptre of a father-in-law, nor you, Lavinian maiden, did they seek, but only victory, and they kept on warring through sheer shame of giving up. At length Venus saw her son's arms victorious, and Turnus fell. Ardea fell, counted a powerful city in Turnus' lifetime. But after the outlander's sword destroyed it, and warm ashes hid its ruins, from the confused mass a bird flew forth of a kind never seen before, and beat the ashes with its flapping wings. Its sound, its meagre look, its deathly paleness, all things which become a captured city, yes, even the city's name remained in the bird. Note, i.e. Ardea, a heron, return to text, and Ardea's self is beaten in lamentation by its wings. Now had Aeneas' courageous soul moved all the gods, and even Juno, to lay aside their ancient anger, and since the fortunes of the budding Iülus were well established, the heroic son of Cytherea was ripe for heaven. Venus had approached the heavenly gods, and, throwing her arms around her father's neck, had said, "O Father, who hast never at any time been harsh to me, now be most kind, I pray. To my Aeneas, who is thy grandson and of our blood, grant, O most excellent, some divinity, however small I care not, if only thou grant any. It is enough once to have looked upon the unlovely kingdom, once to have crossed the Stygian stream." The gods all gave consent, nor did the queen consort keep an unyielding face, but peacefully consented. Then Father Jove declared, "You are both worthy of this heavenly boon, both thou who prayest, and he for whom thou prayest. Have then, my daughter, what thou dost desire." He spoke, and Venus, rejoicing, gave her father thanks. Then, borne aloft through the yielding air by her harnessed doves, she came to the Laurentian coast, where the river Numicius, winding through beds of sheltering reeds, pours its fresh waters into the neighboring sea. She bade the river god wash away from Aeneas all his mortal part, and carry it down in his silent stream into the ocean depths. The horned god obeyed Venus' command, and in his waters cleansed and washed quite away whatever was mortal in Aeneas. His best part remained to him. His mother sprinkled his body, and anointed it with divine perfume, touched his lips with ambrosia and sweet nectar mixed, and so made him a god, whom the Roman populace styled indiges, and honored with temple and with sacrifice. Next, Alba and the Latin state came under the sway of Ascanius of the double name, note, i.e. Iulus, return to text. Silvius succeeded him. His son, Latinus, took a name inherited with the ancient sceptre. Illustrious Alba succeeded Latinus. Epictetus next, and after him Capitus and Capys, but Capys first. Note, the meter prevents the proper order of these names. Return to text. Tiberinus received the kingdom after them, and he, drowned in the waters of the Tuscan stream, gave his name to that river. His sons were Remulus and warlike Acrota. Remulus the elder perished by a thunderbolt while striving to imitate the thunder. Acrota, less daring than his brother, resigned the sceptre to brave Aventinus. He lies buried on the same hill where he had reigned, and has given his name to the hill. And now Proca held dominion over the Palatine race. Pomona flourished under this king, than whom there was no other Latian wood-nymph more skilled in garden culture, nor more zealous in the care of fruitful trees. Hence was her name. She cared nothing for woods and rivers, but only for the fields and branches laden with delicious fruits. She carried no javelin in her hand, but the curved pruning hook, with which now she repressed the too luxuriant growth, and cut back the branches spreading out on every side, and now, making an incision in the bark, would engraft a twig and give juices to an adopted bough. Nor would she permit them to suffer thirst, but watered the twisted fibers of the thirsty roots with her trickling streams. This was her love, this was her chief desire. Nor did she have any care for Venus. Yet, fearing some clownish violence, she shut herself up within her orchard, and so guarded herself against all approach of man. What did not the satyrs, a young dancing band, do to win her, and the Pans, their horns encircled with wreaths of pine, and Silenus, always more youthful than his years, and that god, note, Priapus, return to text, who warns off evildoers with his sickle or his ugly shape. But indeed Vertumnus surpassed them all in love, yet he was no more fortunate than they. Oh, how often in the garb of a rough reaper did he bring her a basket of barley ears! And he was the perfect image of a reaper too. Often he would come with his temples wreathed with fresh hay, and could easily seem to have been turning the new-mown grass. Again he would appear carrying an ox-goad in his clumsy hand, so that you would swear that he had but now unyoked his weary cattle. He would be a leaf-gatherer and vine-pruner, with hook in hand. He would come along with a ladder on his shoulder, and you would think him about to gather apples. He would be a soldier with a sword, or a fisherman with a rod. In fact, by means of his many disguises, he obtained frequent admission to her presence, and had much joy in looking on her beauty. He also put on a wig of grey hair, bound his temples with a gaudy headcloth, and leaning on a staff, came in the disguise of an old woman, entered the well-kept garden, and, after admiring the fruit, said, "But you are far more beautiful," and having praised, he kissed her several times, as no real old woman ever would have done. The bent old creature sat down on the grass, gazing at the branches bending beneath the weight of autumn fruits. There was a shapely elm tree opposite, covered with gleaming bunches of grapes. After he had looked approvingly at this awhile, together with his vine companion, he said, "But if that tree stood there unmated to the vine, it would not be sought save for its leaves alone. And this vine, which clings to and rests safely on the elm, if it were not thus wedded, it would lie languishing flat upon the ground. But you are not touched by the vine's example, and you shun wedlock, and do not desire to be joined to another. And I would that you did desire it. Then would you have more suitors than ever Helen had, or she, note Hippodamia, return to text, for whom the Lapiths took arms, or the wife of the timid, not the bold, Ulysses. And even as it is, though you shun them and turn in contempt from their wooing, 1,000 men desire you, and half-gods, and gods, and all the divinities that haunt the Alban hills. But if you will be wise, and consent to a good match, and will listen to an old woman like me, who love you more than all the rest, yes, more than you would believe, reject all common offers, and choose Vertumnus as the consort of your couch. You have me also as guarantee for him, for he is not better known to himself than he is to me. He does not wander idly through the world, but he dwells in the wide spaces here at hand. Nor, as most of your suitors do, does he fall in love at sight with every girl he meets. You will be his first love and his last, and to you alone he will devote his life. Consider also that he is young, blessed with a native charm, can readily assume whatever form he will, and what you bid him, though without stint you bid, he will perform. Moreover, your tastes are similar, and the fruit which you so cherish he is the first to have, and with joyful hands he lays hold upon your gifts. But neither the fruit of your trees, nor the sweet succulent herbs which your garden bears, nor anything at all does he desire, save you alone. Pity him who loves you so, and believe that he himself, in very presence through my lips, is begging for what he wants. And have a thought for the avenging gods, and the Idalian goddess, note, i.e. Cyprian, an epithet of Venus, return to text, who detests the hard of heart, and the unforgetting wrath of Nemesis, and that you may the more fear these, for my long life has brought me knowledge of many things, I will tell you a story that is well known all over Cyprus, by which you may learn to be easily persuaded, and to be soft of heart. Iphis, a youth of humble birth, had chanced to see Anaxarete, a proud princess of old Teucer's line. He saw her, and at once felt the fire of love through all his frame. Long did he fight against it, but when he found he could not overcome his passion by the power of reason, he came as a suppliant to her door. Now he confessed his unhappy love to her nurse, and begged her by her fond hopes for her dear foster child not to be hard towards him. Now, coaxing some one of her many servants, he earnestly begged her to do him a kindly turn. Often he gave them coaxing messages on tablets to bear to her. At times he would hang garlands of flowers upon her door, wet with his tears, and lay his soft body down upon her hard threshold, complaining bitterly of her unfeeling bars. But she, more savage than the waves that rise at the setting of the Kids, harder than steel tempered in Noric fire, or living rock, which still holds firmly to its native bed, spurns him and mocks at him. And to her heartless deeds she adds insolent, haughty words, and utterly deprives her lover of hope itself. Unable to bear further the torment of his long agony, before her door Iphis cries these words as his last message to her: "You win, Anaxarete, and no more need you be annoyed on my account. Celebrate your glad triumph, sing songs of victory, set a gleaming wreath of laurel on your head, for you have won, and I die gladly. Come then, rejoice, you of the iron heart. Surely you will be forced to admit that there is some feature of my love in which I am pleasing to you, and you will confess my merit. But remember that my love for you ended only with my life, and that I must suffer the loss of two lights at once. And 'twill be no mere rumor that comes to announce my death to you. I shall myself be there, be well assured, and that too in visible presence, that you may feast your cruel eyes upon my lifeless body. But if, O gods, you see the things we mortals do, remember me. Nothing further can my tongue hold out to pray, and have my story told long ages hence. And what time you have taken from my life, give to my fame." He spoke, and raising his tearful eyes and pale arms to the doorposts, that he had often decorated with his floral wreaths, he fastened a rope to the topmost beam, saying the while, "Does this garland please you, cruel and wicked girl?" Then he thrust his head into the noose, even in that act turning his face towards her, and then, poor fellow, hung there, a lifeless weight with broken neck. The door was struck by the convulsive motion of his feet. It seemed to give out a sound suggesting many fearful things, and being thrown open, showed what had happened there. The servants cried out in horror, and took him down, but all in vain. Then, for his father was dead, they bore him to his mother's house. She took him in her arms, and embraced her son's cold limbs. And after she had said the words which wretched parents say, and done the things which wretched mothers do, through the midst of the city she led his tearful funeral, and bore the pale corpse on a bier to the funeral pyre. Anaxaretes' house chanced to be near the street where the mournful procession was passing, and the sound of mourning came to the ears of the hard-hearted girl, whom already an avenging god was driving on. Yet, moved by the sound, she said, "Let us go see this tearful funeral." And she went into her high dwelling, with its wide-open windows. Scarce had she gained a good look at Iphis, lying there upon the bier, when her eyes stiffened at the sight, and the warm blood fled from her pale body. She tried to step back from the window, but she stuck fast in her place. She tried to turn her face away, but this also she could not do. And gradually that stony nature took possession of her body, which had been in her heart all along. And that you may not think this story false, Salamis still keeps a marble statue, the image of the princess. It has a temple in honor of the gazing Venus also. Have thought of these things, I pray you, and put away, dear nymph, your stubborn scorn. Yield to your lover, so may no late spring frost ever nip your budding fruit, and may no rude wind scatter them in their flower. When the god in the form of age had thus pleaded his cause in vain, he returned to his youthful form, put off the old woman's trappings, and stood revealed to the maiden, as when the sun's most beaming face has conquered the opposing clouds, and shines out with nothing to dim his radiance. He was all ready to force her will, but no force was necessary, and the nymph, smitten by the beauty of the god, felt an answering passion. Next, false Amulius by force of arms rules the Ausonian state, but old Numitor, by the aid of his grandson, gains the kingdom he has lost, and the walls of the city are founded on the shepherd's festal day. Tatius and the Sabine fathers wage their war, and Tarpeia, having betrayed the passage to the citadel, gives up her life as forfeit beneath the arms heaped on her. Then the men of Cures, like silent wolves, with hushed voices, steal on the Romans, buried in slumber, and try the gates which Ilia's son has fastened with strong bars. But Saturnian Juno herself unfastened one of these, opening the gate on noiseless hinges. Venus alone perceived that the gate's bars had fallen, and would have closed it, but it is never permitted to gods to undo the acts of gods. Now, the Ausonian water-nymphs held a spot near Janus' fane, where a cold spring bubbled forth. Venus asked aid of these, nor did the nymphs refuse the goddess her just request, but opened up their fountain's streaming veins. Up to that time the pass of Janus was still open, nor had the water ever blocked the way. Now they placed yellow sulphur beneath their living spring, and heated the hollow veins with burning pitch. By these and other means the reeking steam filled the fountain through and through, and you waters which dared but now to vie with alpine cold did not yield in heat to fire itself. The 2 gate-posts smoked with the hot fumes, and the gate, which had been opened, but now in vain, to the hardy Sabines, was made impassable by the new fountain, until the Roman soldiery could arm themselves. Then Romulus took the offensive, and soon the Roman plain was strewn with the Sabine dead, and with its own as well, and the impious swords mingled the blood of son-in-law with blood of father-in-law. At last it was their will to end the war in peace, and not strive with the sword to the bitter end, and 'twas agreed that Tatius should share the throne. Tatius had fallen, and now, Romulus, you were meting equal laws to both the tribes, when Mars put off his gleaming helmet, and thus addressed the father of gods and men. The time has come, O Father, since the Roman state stands firm on strong foundations, and no longer hangs on one man's strength alone, to grant the reward which was promised to me and to thy worthy grandson, to take him from earth and set him in the heavens. Once to me, in full counsel of the gods, for I treasured up thy gracious words in retentive mind, and now recall them to thee, thou didst declare, One shall there be, whom thou shalt bear up to the azure blue of heaven. Now let the full meaning of thy words be ratified. The omnipotent Father nodded his assent. Then, hiding all the sky with his dark clouds, he filled the earth with thunder and lightning. Gradivus knew this for the assured sign of the translation which had been promised him, and leaning on his spear, dauntless, he mounted his chariot, drawn by steeds straining beneath the bloody yoke, and swung the loud-resounding lash. Gliding downward through the air, he halted on the summit of the wooded Palatine. There, as Ilia's son was giving kindly judgment, note, i.e. not kingly or tyrannical, return to text, to his citizens, he caught him up from earth. His mortal part dissolved into thin air, as a leaden bullet hurled by a broad sling is wont to melt away in the mid-heavens. And now a fair form clothes him, worthier of the high couches of the gods, such form as has Quirinus, clad in the sacred robe. His wife was mourning him as lost, when regal Juno bade Iris go down to Hercilia on her arching way, with these directions for the widowed queen. O Queen, bright glory both of the Latin and of the Sabine race, most worthy once to have been the consort of so great a man, and now of divine Quirinus, cease your laments, and if you would indeed behold your husband, come with me to yonder grove which stands green on Quirinus hill, shading the temple of the King of Rome. Iris obeyed, and gliding to earth along her rainbow arch, accosted Hercilia in the words which had been given her. She, scarce lifting her eyes, and with modest look, replied, O goddess, for I may not tell who thou art, and yet 'tis plain thou art a goddess, lead me on, and show me my husband's face. If only the fates grant me but once to see him, then shall I say I have gained heaven indeed. Straightway she fared along with Damas' daughter to the hill of Romulus. There a star from high heaven came gliding down to earth, and Hercilia, her hair bursting into flame from its light, goes up together with the star into thin air. Her with dear familiar hands Rome's founder receives, and changes her mortal body and her old-time name. He calls her Hora, and now as goddess is she joined once more to her Quirinus. End of Book 14, Part 2. End of Section 19.